affects me. Like, I don't care about the results from your papers that you'll publish in whatever journals. I just want to know how it helps me. And so I've created a platform, and this is in the context of a startup company, that can measure the individual effects of a single workout on a range of cognitive functions and monitor individuals over time. And that is part of the way that I'm studying the effects of exercise on that workforce that I emphasize. But the other thing that I'm studying, and this is in the context of my lab, is focus on anxiety and depression. What is the effects, not just of exercise, but of wellness interventions, including meditation, and social interactions on depression and anxiety, inspired by the work in exercise. Why am I interested in that? Anxiety levels have gone up 30% since the pandemic started. And so, in fact, for those of you interested, Henriette and I are special editors of a new version of Human Frontiers that will focus on the effects of exercise on affect and mood. And so fascinated and so excited to read all of the work that will come in this area, and doing that. And of course, I'm going to be submitting my own manuscript in this area as well. So that's the most immediate things that I'm working on.
Oh, thank you very much for answering all those questions. It was a great presentation. We're very happy for your contribution, and we wish you to have a great day.
Thank you so much.
So my good friend, Tony, how's it going?
Good to see you.
Yeah, glad to have you here. It's good to see you again as always. So, we're entertaining everybody that's at home, graciously staying with us today. So, what have you been up to?
Well, so I'm excited. What I recently did is complete my second doctorate in
Congratulations.
Sports psychology and performance psychology. Joyce, and the intent there was to do what we're doing here, right? How to marry the neuroscience, sports psychology, mental performance with exercise science. And I'm really excited about that. And the efforts here are wonderful. Mm-hmm. You better than anyone know the impact of mind, and okay, because you were in there with some of the best, and you were one of the best. So it's really exciting for me to be here and see all of this coming together. And I've been working too with a lot of the UFC fighters, and that's what I do when I'm not teaching at the university.
Mm-hmm. So you just mentioned that you just finished your second doctorate, which we got to give you that's amazing to do that twice.
Yeah.
But what specifically are you interested in? What have you noticed in your studies? And you said, this is what I want to do next. This is why I want to use this second doctorate to go out there and help those that you work with.
So I think what drew me to this is I've been in the fight sports for a long time. So personally, very interested in years of training in judo and boxing and everything along those, a little bit of wrestling and jiu-jitsu. So what would happen to us, I've worked with like a lot of world champs in the UFC, mostly conditioning as opposed to skill work and nutrition. But what drew me to the mental side of performance is, as a athletic performance coach, I was very into measuring things, velocity, power output, heart rates, recovery. And I would sit there and work with an athlete for an entire 10 to 12 week camp. And by every measurable marker, things improved significantly. And the skill coaches were actually thrilled with how the camp went and the acquisition of skill advancement. And then you understand this when you get to the big show. Within one round, people are texting me and asking, well, why didn't this guy train? Right? Why didn't they do their cardio? What happened? What happened in camp? And the reason for that is they were outstanding in the camp and the conditioning, but the mental side of the big stage got to them. Yep. And literally, it's as if their performance or their abilities fell off a map. And that's really what drew me to this. I'm doing all this work on the periphery, and yet it can go to waste, if you will, in 30 minutes of being hyper, too much anxiety prior to a fight or a competition.
Yeah, and I think that's very important that you mentioned, how do you make sense of what you expect to happen during any type of performance or athletic competition, and then the result, and what was that space, and what what's the one thing that the team of people, because we know it's a team of people around the athlete, they didn't address? And it sounds like you're saying that that's the mental conditioning, that's the mental skills training, and it sounds like that may be something you're interested in doing. So how do you think that you are going to use that to work with the fighters or elite athletes that you work with?
It's a great question, because one, you just can't insinuate someone needs it. Right? Like, oh, you need mental performance training, right? So I think the way it works well for me, Joyce, is I am doing in their field a lot of athletic performance work, a lot of nutrition work, but it's listen and watch. So I get to see live sparring for one thing, right? And I listen to these athletes, and they'll tell you, and I'm sure you felt this too, right, with your coaches. They'll give you a lot of signals. So for example, oh, Tony, I feel great. I mean, because of my stand-up origins, I do wonderful up there, but I'm a little nervous on the ground. So right away, I know that this is a problem, right? If they get taken down, their entire mindset changes. So what we try to do is address that. Okay, first, whether you could call it positive self-talk, positive affirmations, written statement, building a resume as to this is what I've done this camp. Here's how I've improved it. The guy I just sparred with in the UFC has the most takedowns in UFC history in my weight class. And I thwarted him in sparring like 3 or 4 times. See, so we have to take into account where the improvement's coming and build that self-confidence or self-efficacy, and that they can apply their efforts and their skill in the positions that they feel most vulnerable. And even in the strength and conditioning, I'll do things such as tactile cueing. So if you have a stand-up fighter and they're used to punching and they're not real good with kinesthetic and touching, we'll put them in horizontal hip thrust. We'll put them in movements that replicate the ground application. So they're building the strength and the biomotor qualities, but simultaneously building the mental qualities to get that belief, okay, I'm prepared here. I'm doing my work here. He takes me down, he gets me in the mount, I can thrust, right? I can roll out. So that's how I'm integrating it right now. I'm marrying it actually to athletic performance.
No, I think that sounds amazing on so many levels. And I've always thought, as an athlete, how much time am I spending working on the things I'm great at? And how much time am I spending working on the areas that I'm not great? And for some people, that may be, how do you deal with the anxiety of being in these positions you're not comfortable with? That may be, what are those areas that maybe you didn't notice? And it sounds like that's what you're doing, is you're observing and you're taking that clinical view of, who is this person in front of me, and what areas can I help them improve? And especially when you work with the mind, it's very difficult sometimes to see or to know, okay, how do I get at that? And I'm sure that doctorate in sports psychology, it teaches you how to kind of strain apart kind of how those wires can get crossed, you know, and provide that confidence. Because I've always believed that in any high level performance, you have to be supremely confident in the difference between players, even among the same team or across their careers, how much belief they have in themselves at that moment.
Exactly. And because the lack of belief is lack of execution. It's really anything. So think about something. If you want to go do a box jump, and when you were younger, you could do that box jump, and now you're a little hesitant to try it, the entire neuromotor system, right? The neuromuscular system does not cooperate. You're not going anywhere.
Yep.
That doesn't come from the muscle going, ooh, look at the height of that box. That's you and processing that and saying, I don't think this is going to be good, and everything shuts down. To your point, that is the difference at the elite level. I've seen athletes with all the qualities that are equally good in their cardiorespiratory conditioning, their speed, their power, but the second they get in, and it's not a condemnation. I'm not someone who went to the elite level like you, and so I'm not putting anyone down in that manner. I'm just trying to isolate it so we can potentially help, right? Because if you don't have confidence, then you're hesitant. If you're hesitant, you don't have a body that cooperates in the skill that you want. Imagine if you were afraid to fire off the line on a running play where you did have to block. That split second, you're going backwards. So that's really what we have to look at is what's their perception of how they can do with these skills. It's kind of that Bandura self-efficacy where it is, do they believe they have the ability to achieve the skill that is right in front of them at that time? And that's what I look for to see. And if you hear that negative self-talk, at the very least, well, right now it isn't there, and maybe we can do something.
No, that makes a lot of sense. I think that, anytime you want to be great at something, you have to be very objective about your strengths and your weaknesses. And it seems like we're coming back to that place again is there's no shame if your weakness is in explosiveness or whether it's in self-esteem or whether it's in remaining calm.
Exactly.
But being able to have enough humility to identify that,
That's
and
right.
then having the right support, the right team around you to say, hey, this is a mental area that I need to improve as an athlete. Where do I go to get that help? And it sounds like that's where you're moving into that space of being able to provide that,
Yes.
Not just understanding for the athlete, but maybe even the team around them, that the strength coach or the nutrition coach or the technical coach might say, I'm getting really frustrated. Why isn't this happening? But when you have that ability to discriminate what's happening, you can see that and go, no, we need to work on this. We need to actually put the mitts down, put the weights down for a second, and start helping this person build these mental skills so that they're able to be the best athlete they can.
I think that is exactly right. There is a time where you have to back up. And so I am incorporating, I'll take the CMPC, Certified Mental Performance Coach, through AASP next month. And so there'll be a mental skills training component to my business. And I think, to your point too, Joyce, you have to be careful in the integration, right? You don't want to say, well, stop this, stop that, right? But say, okay, here's what I see, coach. What are your thoughts on this? And is there perhaps anything we can work on here? He just doesn't believe in himself in this position. But he's putting the time in with the skill. And any thoughts on what you want out of this? So you're absolutely right in the team effort, because you don't want to take control of the entire camp. That's not your job. But you want to share the information that you're picking up on, that you've, while watching, while observing and listening. And that's what you bring to the team. And now here are a few things we can do. Mental skill training, whether again it's methods of readiness or building resiliency or the things that are common in mental performance. And here's some of the efforts we can make. And look, it's not easy. This. Changing the brain is uphill all the time, right? So,
Absolutely.
but we have to address it. And even if we can make some improvement, it may be the difference between being successful enough to mute somebody in that athletic event and then get out of a position you don't like and get back to your strong skill set. So that's our goal.
Yeah, that makes so much sense to me. It makes me want to ask you, have you noticed anything about maybe particular athletes, or is there some kind of tale where you notice or maybe a percentage of athletes you see that like you started off talking about, they got everything. Camp looks great. Everyone's excited going in, but bam, they're not getting the result when the lights come on. What percentage of athletes do you think that happens to? And do you notice something common about people that find themselves in that position?
Yes, a couple of things, and this is, of course, anecdotal. That's a really good question. And I'm going to say probably about maybe 35%,
Okay.
40% at the biggest stage, right? At the highest level. And there's a couple of things I notice. They may be perfectionists to this, which is wonderful, but to the extent, Julia, so for example, I need this weight cut to be perfect. If I don't take 4 pounds of water out in this very pull, it's over. It's disastrous. So they don't have that resiliency, right? Maybe you are on the field, you miss a block, okay? But the next play, you're 20 yards downfield, make a great catch, and it's gone. You're able to do that because you got rid of the missed assignment. I think one of the qualities is everything has to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And if 8 is missing or 4 is missing, 1 through 10 is out. It's a sense of, I think, hyper anxiety, and also that if something doesn't go exactly as needed, then there's too much worry about it, and there's too much rumination on what can go wrong as opposed to right.
Yeah, and it sounds like that. Just being chronically kind of anxious and chronically stressed, and then start to think about, like, from a neuroscience perspective, now what does that do to the potential for their performance? We know that if you've chronically got this kind of allostatic load on the nervous system leading up into a fight, or in that last couple weeks or days because, oh, this didn't happen the way I thought it would, how much is that decreasing their potential performance when it's time for them to go out there when the bell rings?
Right. And I don't, obviously, you and I could probably not put a label on the exact percentage, but let's just say a lot.
Yep.
Because, and again, I don't want to phrase this, I've trained as hard as the hardest athletes in the world, and I haven't been on your stage, so it's just not something that appealed to me to do, to fight in front of people. But the point is, I've seen people go from Godzilla to like, I don't know, what little cartoon character. And so I would say it's quite significant. And I don't know if we know all the effects, but look, if you don't like where you are, the brain is telling you to get out of there.
Yep.
And to not prepare a body to do what's coming next, right? So whether it's hypersympathetic activity or the catecholamines and all that, and everything that's released, or even the muscle stiffness that occurs,
Yep.
It's a significant decline. And particularly, I'll close it out on cardiorespiratory due to the anxiety, an immediate dump and decline.
Okay, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Now they're getting fatigued at a quicker rate than they were. It's funny, when I played, we would always say, that's a practice player. You've got these people that they show out at practice, and you think, oh wow, when the game starts, and then you're looking for them, and you're saying, wow, it doesn't always translate. And I think that is something that I've noticed throughout my career in sports is, we just call them gamers. Like somehow when it's time to make the right play at the right time, some people have a better ability to do that. And an area of interest of mine is, okay, how do we take the people that currently don't and help them make that stride? Because we can take the person that doesn't have the right power, I think about like a freshman on a college football team, and you can look at him and go, 4 years in this weight room is going to give this guy the power that he needs out there. And we have specialists that work with them to create systematic plans to improve in those areas. But we do that from the neck down.
Right.
And that's why I've been really excited about mental skills training. And I think it's great that you're getting into that. And that's what makes this conversation so powerful. And I'm sure that a lot of people that are part of the Society of NeuroSports, that's what they want to know too. Is how do we use what we are learning about the brain and apply it to performance?
You got it. And we don't have to move. We can't, right? Nobody's going to be you in athletic ability. You're 1% of 1%.
Yeah.
But how do we take where they're a little bit weak, if you will, or not their strength, and move it over so that the entire picture, the global picture of the other qualities they have becomes even more complete? And that's what we're looking for. Sure, they're going to be nervous. They're going to be a little anxious, and that's okay.
Yeah.
That's to be expected. But again, how do we move and slide that scale over so we can at least stop? We can manage liability. That's step one. Let's stop the things that can go wrong. And the one thing I learned, the old saying is fatigue makes cowards of us all.
Yeah.
Well, what I've learned is anxiety makes fatigue.
100%.
Right. And so those are the things that we want to try to let that athlete go into the best of their ability. That's what we're looking for.
And I think that's a great point. And it's about being realistic about how we can help people change. It doesn't matter if, I'm talking to somebody that has a mental diagnosis, or whether I'm working with somebody that you're trying to increase their VO2 max. It doesn't matter what metric you use. You got to be able to look at yourself objectively and say, this is where I am today, and what's my plan to get the most access to my potential in this area. And everybody is going to look different, it's not just like a smooth line across.
Great point.
It's certain areas are your strengths and certain are your weaknesses, but when you can improve the weak areas, not only do you become that much better, but oftentimes you get the greatest change in performance in your weak areas per amount of time put in your best.
Great point.
I would always say is, once you become an NFL player, you're running routes. I'm going to spend hundreds of hours a summer working on running routes to get 1% better, or just to not decrease. But if you work in an area that you're pretty low in, you'll see these rapid jumps, because that's just how growth works.
Right. And that builds, I would imagine, ongoing confidence in the qualities and skills that you're already good at. Because you're overcoming. Look, adversity works. I mean, it's helpful. This is what I work to become better at. And again, you want a bigger global picture. You don't have to excel. I say this too, like in fighting, every fighter needs the same biomotor qualities, the abilities physically, but they don't all possess the same ones equally.
Yep.
So we train those according to what they may need a little more. We continue to augment their strengths, same thing with mental performance, and we continue to lift them up in areas where they struggle a little bit. And that's a completer athlete, and it increases the chances of success. Not guarantee it, you know that at the elite level, but just increase the chance.
And that really made me think, because I'm sure there's a lot of people in the audience that they have an interest in working on the mental side with skills training and high performers. How receptive have you seen people in those industries about having people that work on mental skills? And I know it's very different because they're used to having a lot of people that work physically. Everything's so well charted, it's so well measured, but with the mind, it's just that much more difficult to do that.
I think it's coming and gaining more and more acceptance now. At the elite levels in team sports, it's become more common because teams have, a hierarchy, of course, a hierarchy of resources. In the individual sports, boxing, MMA, not as much yet because you have almost an independent entity in a small structure, but they're beginning to learn about it and they're beginning to become very open to it.
And that sounds like what you're saying and what I'm reading is this is the next frontier
Absolutely.
in sports and performance.
I believe it.
Let's look at the central nervous system. Like, we understand that we've been doing all this stuff in the periphery for so long. I mean, you could make a strong argument that the person that's training the mental skills and the person that's monitoring the brain environment in the future could be the most integral part of an athlete's team.
I 100% believe that, right? I really do, because in the end, nothing goes on in the human body down here without permission from the brain.
Yeah.
And the one analogy I use with my students, albeit I don't like to because of the severity, but we do know, Julius, if C4 or C3 is pinched, right, and that signal is cut off, you're not worried about the stretch shortening cycle anymore. You're not worried about cross-sectional area.
Yeah.
You can't even breathe anymore.
Yeah.
So that shows you the authority the brain has over the human body. And so it has to allow the system to do what it believes it can do and what it knows it's comfortable doing. The hesitancy in the neuromuscular system is contingent upon what the brain in advance believes it can apply.
No, absolutely. Everything is brain dependent.
Exactly.
And the more research, a lot of the researchers that are speaking at this conference, that's what they're investigating, and taking that research and translating it to application is great. But we really appreciate you coming on and talking about your interests and what you're doing, and congratulations again on the
thank you, my friend, and I'm so happy to be a part of this with you, and it's been a pleasure, collaborating with you. It's good to know you.
Yeah, you will be out here hanging out, but it's time to get back to the show. So
right, let's do it, everyone.
Letting us entertain.
Absolutely. Thanks for joining, everyone.
Yeah.
So my name is Joe Clark. I'm Dr. Joseph Clark. I'm a professor of neurology at the University of Cincinnati, and I'm here to talk about sports-related concussion. And believe me, I am very much a neuro-oriented person. I do want to introduce our speakers. Am I good? Sorry. Oh, slideshow, fair enough. Who's Dr. Matt Antonucci and Dr. Kester Ned, who will be talking to us today. We have a simple theme, and that is with regard to sports-related concussion, traumatic brain injury, hope. Okay, if you do the right things, we hope that those people will get better and be able to get back to their craft. I am the concussion person for the University of Cincinnati Sports Medicine. If you're a University of Cincinnati athlete and you have a concussion, you're going to see me. And Dr. Antonucci and Dr. Ned will introduce themselves in just a minute. And Jamie's going to keep me on time for this session. And please ask questions at the end. We really like talking about these subjects, and kind of can't stop talking about the subjects. Unfortunately, with the mask, my glasses are fogging. So getting into the talk. Sorry, I can take it off? Oh, sorry. All right, you're all more than 6 feet away. That's great. Okay, that sounds even better. All right, so I'm going to focus on the visual systems as part of the rehabilitation modality that I use for getting our athletes better. And I will definitely slide in a sports component for exercise and brain rehabilitation as we go through. With regard to disclosures, I have no financial interest concerning this talk. I want to give the acknowledgements now because I always seem to run over and forget those people. There are a lot of people that participate in doing this research and getting us going, and that includes the physicians and sports med staff at the University of Cincinnati, the students, patients, and student athletes and student athlete patients who have come through our doors. So brain processing, there's seeing and perceiving. And if you look at this slide, this is just a demonstration. You see vertical bars at first, but if you add a little bit of movement, there's some processing. You should be able to see a picture of a black cat's face. Sometimes digitized images, it doesn't work out too well, but it's working on my screen. So that's just an example of that, how the processing works. So this is somewhat of a flipped lecture, and then I'm giving you the punchline up front, and I'm going to justify it as we move forward. And the punchline is, with regard to University of Cincinnati athletes, we get our athletes better faster through aggressive rehabilitation. Like I said, I'm only going to focus on mostly visual and exercise, but it's a whole gestalt. And on this slide, what you can see is the return to play. We have published these data. The American Athletic Conference did a survey of how long it takes an athlete to get better after a sports-related concussion, and the number is 13.1 days. If you're in the University of Cincinnati, that's 6.5 days. In the years that I've been doing this with the University of Cincinnati, there's a lot of people talk about post-concussion syndrome, long-term extended symptoms. Now, remember, I'm still talking about sports-related concussions. The numbers are about 15–25% of those athletes have the long-term symptoms. In the years that I've been doing this, we've only had one athlete last with significant symptoms more than 3 weeks. And again, this is part of aggressive rehabilitation, which I'm going to expand on as well. The other part of this punchline, which I'm not going to go into in too much detail, is because we've upsold our brain training of our athletes even before a concussion, because we do a lot of baselines and a lot of baseline training, we've actually cut our concussion rate. We've cut our concussion rate by almost 80%, 80%. Now, these data are for football, but we have almost the same data for women's soccer, which I will show you in a little bit. So it's kind of pleiotropic. The format of this talk, which I'm not going to spend a lot of time on, is really, we're going to talk mostly about rehab, getting people better. There's hope for recovery. I see, and Matt, I know, still sees a lot of chronic concussion and traumatic brain injured people, and we will counsel them that if we can help them, we will help them get better. This is the UC training room. This is my little nerdivana, where I've got, it's kind of hard to see, but I've got optical coherence tomography, a 4-opter, electroretinogram, quite a bit of loose equipment that you can see in there. We have multiple Dynavisions, which are FDA cleared medical devices, light boards that are used for diagnostics, rehabilitation, training, injury prevention. It's a fairly full neuro-oriented suite in the training room. So the athletes are familiar with me, they're familiar with my equipment before they're injured. And I think that's an important part, because of the 550 athletes, I have a nodding relationship, not a decent relationship, with every single one. And that familiarity, I think, breeds trust, and they will trust me, I hope and think, to get them better. A few more little toys that we use. We use these for rehab, diagnostic, and injury prevention. So we do a lot of this neurovisual stuff to prevent the injuries. Because I'm in an academic institution, I use this concept of 3 pillars for neurovisual training. And I told you I was going to focus on visual. So from the visual perspective, it's ocular motor, which is the eye moving, eye discipline, the eye staying in one place or staying where they're supposed to be, I should say, and then the brain. A lot of it is all about the brain. So the brain integrating what the eyes are doing. This is our baseline. So we have a baseline of a lot of information. I was talking to a couple of people before about sports-related baselines, and I don't like them, okay? So trained in neurology, I do neuro-oriented baselines. These are mostly the vision ones. We have other ones, but focusing on vision for now. I like having a solid set of baselines. We publish the baseline norms. A lot of them are already out there. Notice horizontal phoria, vertical phoria for eye alignment. Who's ever heard of convergence insufficiency? Well, what if it's pre-existing? We're going to know that because we've got the baseline. So the baselines are super valuable because sadly, I do take care of more severe injured people. We had a fairly catastrophic car accident of some of our athletes. There were 4 people in a car, 3 of them University of Cincinnati athletes. 2 people died, 1 a University of Cincinnati athlete, another was a friend of the athlete, and then there was a severe traumatic brain injury and severe orthopedic injuries in those 4 people. You're right, this is a really bad day. And so I literally went to the hospital the next morning, met the parents of the TBI person and said, we are gonna work with your son. That's not a quick thing. So here's some of the acute phase stuff. You can see there's hemorrhaging, obviously a lot of edema, a major skull fracture. So facial injury, orbital injury, okay, so we had a lot of sensory stuff going on, pharyngeal injury, neck injury, skull fracture, obviously nasal bones, so there's a ton going on. He was in hospital for 7 weeks, and then after he's discharged, he comes back to our training room. Okay, I see him multiple times a week. He's seen every day. Now, do want to say I'm not touting our virtues. I'm touting the importance of the baselines because guess what? We found retinal damage because we had a baseline. I told you we did OCT. I had peripheral vision, color fields, ocular motor. I knew where his eyes had aligned because I had done the phorias. And I knew what I wanted to work him towards after an orbital injury, as well as other things, brachial plexus and such. And so we were rehabbing him, not in a generic way, but in a focused way towards his baseline norms. Obviously, this is not quick. It took 11 months of rehab, but the sort of, crescendo is, he got ADLs back completely, graduated from college, dual major with a 3.0 grade point average. He never played football again, obviously. But let me tell you, the little stinker went to another college and tried out and took the physical and passed. He could have played football for another university after that skull fracture. He didn't. He did the smart thing because he kept his scholarship with us. So lessons learned of what I said, that if you get there early and have good information, you can help that person get a lot better. So for some more visual things with regard to post-traumatic brain injury, a lot of people talk about fog or visual distortion or feeling slower behind yourselves. I do want to pose that some of that may actually be sensory, not just temporal. So what we did is we assessed controls and post-concussion subjects for central and peripheral vision. For us, peripheral vision was 45 degrees off center. And what we found is in non-concussed patients using our modality with the Dynavision, central reaction time is 0.29 seconds. So this is ocular, motor, and eye-hand coordination reaction time. And that's about normal. And then peripheral, 45 degrees off center, whether it's left or right, is about 15, 16% slowing. There's no news there. When we went to the concussion subjects, the sort of crescendo on this is 36% slowing in the peripheral. Most of these people were actually talking about feeling foggy, feeling slow, feeling behind themselves, a sort of temporal distortion that may have actually been a visual processing. I do want to say that the previous patient went through this study and had an extreme example, but he was not diagnosed as a concussion. Obviously, that's a severe TBI. These were all regular sports-related concussions. And the message there is there's even more room for improvement in, say, the peripheral fields than the central fields. And we now use this as one of our ways to assess people because the central vision becomes a control for the peripheral. And notice some of these times, half a second to react to something. If you're at a stoplight and a car's coming, you see the car here or perceive it when it's here because of the way it's moving, half a second to get that perception. So that actually can impact people quite a bit. We haven't officially correlated this to the self-reported symptom of foggy, but it does seem to be associated or loosely correlated. Cause and effect, I don't quite know. So I did mention this thing, eye discipline, keeping your eyes where they need to be. Why does eye discipline matter? We published a study a couple of years ago looking at high school males and high school females and heading the ball in soccer, because soccer heading is getting a little bit of a bad name. And what we found is that 78% of the time when heading the ball, high school males had their eyes closed. 96% of the time, females had their eyes closed. And there is a correlate or an association between female sports-related concussion and male sports-related concussion, and it being fairly high in females. And we think it might be the startle reflex. Okay, it's a defensive reflex, and you can train that away by training eye discipline. And our soccer coach, female soccer coach, adopted this to the point where he now scores the athletes. I don't know if you know, a lot of athletes are scored from the coaches, how you did in a game. And heading with your eyes open is a positive score. Heading with your eyes closed is a negative score. And their concussion rate went from 4 every year to 1 every other year, and it has been sustained for 10 years since he initiated this and some of the other things that we've been talking about. This is kind of repeating what I just said as far as decreasing concussion rates. The other thing is our soccer program improved since they started initiating some of the things that we do for decreasing concussions, accelerating return to play. And that's also been sustained. So we've been pretty competitive on the field for a while. So sports neuro, this is kind of where I really wanted to make sure I got to these next couple of slides: exertion and post-sports concussion. So I will put one of my athletes on an exercise bike in 48 hours or less, unless I have a reason to not do it. They'll be symptomatic. I want to see how they're doing. And I'm going to monitor how they're doing through what's called the Turk murmur or bruit. If you're in neurology, you know about listening to the carotids for cerebral vascular disease, atherosclerosis and such. If you also are an athlete and you've ever got your heart rate up, you know, really high, and you've been exercising, lots of activity, and then everything's quiet for a second, and you hear in your head, doof, 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 doof. You're hearing the Turk murmur. It's a normal physiological reflex that kicks in, we believe, to maintain laminar flow, because you don't want no flow, but you want laminar flow. So dampening the flow at the level of the carotids is a normal thing. What we found is it actually kicks in earlier in post-traumatic brain injured patients. So the population normal for when that reflex kicks in, when you're likely to hear it, is 150 beats per minute, okay? Obviously there's a standard deviation, 150 beats per minute. When I see an athlete, like I said, 48 hours later, I'm listening to the neck. I listen to both sides and report what I'm hearing. And I put them on the exercise bike and ramp them up, and then listen. And when they start to kick in the Turk murmur, I start hearing it. Last heard normal becomes a target heart rate, right? My athletes are so happy that they're getting put on an exercise bike and they're not cocooned for, you know, weeks. And I just give them a target heart rate. I've had athletes that, you know, their heart rate would be as low as 96, but they're still doing something. And then I can give them an exercise prescription. So the exercise prescription, generic prescription, because it's all dictated on the athlete, their craft, and their other symptoms. But a generic prescription that I give is 20 minutes supervised on something like an exercise bike. And then they take a break and they have to do a whole body assessment. And we use this silly little rhyme, which it helps people remember: fingers, toes, head, neck, nose. And, you know, assess fingers, toes, swelling, numbness, tingling, paresthesias, head and neck, headache, neck stiffness, cervicogenic, which is obviously fairly common, and nose. Nose is also, you know, headache, sinus, fullness, but somebody else knows. It's a double entendre. They lay eyes on with somebody else, usually one of my athletic trainers, because I don't want to be there all the time. If the athletic trainer sees they're good, they get another 20. And so they can be doing up to 4 20-minute bouts of exercise in 2 or 3 days after a concussion with a target heart rate. And I think that helps us enormously. And there are now numerous other publications concerning early appropriate exercise is very good for helping recover after a concussion. Obviously, the Buffalo treadmill test is a very good test. It relies on self-reported symptoms. I had an athlete several years ago who had a sports-related concussion, and she's on the bike saying she's fine. I'm like, no, you're not, we're done. And gave her a target heart rate. She was a swimmer. She went back to competitive swimming. A few months later, she ended up getting medically disqualified for something completely different. And while in the medical DQ, which I was not part of because she wasn't my patient at that time, she was told, you know, we know you're a pre-med student and, you know, there's lots of doctors here that you can shadow and do things to help your career. And she said, yeah, remember that thing with Dr. Clark? I want to do that with him. And when she came to me, she actually told me, like in a confession, I lied to you. I felt like crap. And I started to feel like crap right when you said you were done. So I believe what you're doing. Okay, so sort of a personal testimony. And she's now in Mount Sinai getting a PhD in neuroscience doing traumatic brain injury. How are we on time? We're good. Oh, I didn't even get to 5 minutes. Sorry. Okay. So visual brain training. I like multitasking for part of our rehab. Now, obviously, you can do things that help people get better and get better faster. And I deal with a lot of athletes and a lot of ball sports. So we use things like Marsden balls. So Marsden balls, Squircle, Marsden ball has a specific thing with regard to the hanging. Wacky balls for asymmetric balls where they bounce asymmetrically, they kind of move around, and a person has to react to them. So what we have to do is this is the game is called Squircle. And what happens is this person actually has vestibular and she's wearing strobe glasses and she's having the balls thrown at her. And the rules are with regard to the balls is red balls catch with right hand, green balls catch with left hand, blue balls catch with both hand, yellow balls catch with either hand. In the air while bouncing up and down before you catch it, if it's got a shape on it, you have to call the shape. If it's got a number, you have to call the number. It is mean, yes. And then she's doing this while on a mini tramp. Okay, and this is a post-traumatic brain injured person. She actually was a cheerleader, but a very competitive cheerleader. But think about all the things that are going on. You've got gaze stabilization, you've got multitasking, you've got frontal lobe, you've got to make decisions very quickly. You actually have to track in the air. And it's fun. It is hard, but it is fun. And obviously with a patient, I don't do all of this in day one. I'll start with just the ball pit balls, just the colors. And then progress to the ball pit balls plus the colored shapes. And then just the colored shapes, which are riffle balls, and they have to call the shape in the air. And if they don't get to call the shape in the air, I do say, okay, if you can't call the shape in the air for whatever reason, catch it, don't look at it, and remember it. So there's still a little bit of recall. I want them doing stuff, thinking when things are coming at them, because many of our sports, people have to think and react when stuff is coming at you. Baseball, football, tennis, soccer. So there's a lot of brain functionality that goes on with this type of task. We actually use this first for our traumatic brain injured patients, and then we had several of our players go through and use this post-traumatic brain injury, and through discussions with them, we actually continue using this now for performance enhancement, because a lot of athletes, it's the same thing with regard to they have to think with stuff coming at them. So now this is part of a performance enhancement activity as well. Yes, all right, hopefully the video works. Yes, so he's actually pretty good at that. I think he's gonna drop one in a second. All right, now there's yeah, and then see he checked after he caught it. to see if he had called the right image. And then to his left is a box to catch the balls. For us, a box of balls, 30 to 45 balls, is a unit of measure, right? So for a rehab session, do 2 boxes of balls or 1 box of balls. And the box can be mixed with all sorts of things like these things. Eventually, we'll even throw in the wacky balls that bounce asymmetrically, and they still have to catch it, red, right, green, left, blue, both, but they have to react afterwards, okay? And they shouldn't anticipate because it could bounce in almost any direction. With regard to things like progression, so say, for example, I've got a person who is suppressing one eye and I want to uptrain the eye. Well, if you look at these colors, all right, the RBG, and if you recall in one of the earlier slides, the 2 color glasses. So you actually put on 2 color glasses and throw the balls, they can perceive the color, but they are actually uptraining one eye. And with many of the 2 color filters, you can actually switch eyes to make sure that the eye that needs to be uptrained, if the eye is being suppressed, is going to be working a little bit harder. I do want to address one thing that a lot of people do in eye patching if you have a visual asymmetry. I am not a big fan of eye patching where there's no signal. I don't have a slide of this, but what I mean by no signal is I will actually put fluorescent dye on the inside of an eye patch, or use safety glasses and tape over it in 2 colors, because I want the person to use both eyes, that the brain's getting signal from both eyes. Yeah, and I've actually been working with people that had issues with suppression, and they were doing a task and then all of a sudden say, no, I can't see the chart. All I can see is the inside of the glasses. So they started to suppression. I pushed them to their limits, but I didn't want them having no signal. So they still got signal from the eyes to the brain. And, you know, they were relatively calm. They weren't blind suddenly or anything. And then I can actually progress that with those glasses with an artificial horizon, especially if somebody is having a vestibular ocular reflex deficiency or balance deficiency. The peripheral vision and the horizon is used for our balance. So I think I'm okay on time. So in conclusion, we believe that treating mild traumatic brain injury early and aggressively accelerates recovery. Early intervention can absolutely be a key. We like to overlay exercise. I did forget to say that when we put people on the exercise prescription, we may actually have them dual tasking to do other things. And with the theme for this talk, there's like hope to help people get better. All right, so next is Matt. Thank you.
So while they're getting started here, my name is Matt Antonucci. I am a chief clinical officer for plasticity centers over in Orlando, also professor for the Carrick Institute of Neurology, and I'm also the president of the American Board of Brain Injury Rehabilitation. So brain injury and rehabilitation is what I do day in, day out, and it's a passion of mine. So one of the things that we're going to talk about, kind of Joe alluded to it, is that Joe kind of sees the early concussions, like basically field to acute recovery. I get the other end of the spectrum. Most of my patients, and when we did a brief survey of our patients about 1.5 years ago, on average, we're about 3.5 years after concussion. That's when we're seeing patients. So well into the chronic phase. And when you review the literature, basically the permanent phase of concussion. So it's a really scary place for people to get when it comes to having a concussion, trying lots of doctors. We also surveyed our patients, how many doctors have you seen for your concussion? And it was 22. That was the average number of people that our patients had seen for their concussion symptoms prior to coming with us. So we're kind of providing hope, as Joe said, to the hopeless in that aspect of recovery. So I wanted to start off because obviously we're in the middle of a pandemic. Here you see is a screenshot from CNN News. COVID cases top 1.7 million with a 1.8% death rate. I want to give you a little bit of shift in context here. This is referenced 2020 US cases top 1.7 million, 1.8% mortality. So when we start looking at a pandemic called COVID, we've got an equal pandemic occurring with traumatic brain injuries. And then when we start looking at some different pandemic perspectives here, When we look at fatality rates from things like choking, the flu, COVID-19, which is now, this was just referenced a couple of days ago, 0.381% fatality rate. We go through motor vehicle crash, Spanish flu, all the way past that. And now we're looking at TBIs. The fatality rate of a traumatic brain injury, including all traumatic brain injuries, is 3.3%. The only thing that really surpasses that when we start looking at common things are black widow bites. So when we start looking at what a serious problem this is, what traumatic brain injuries are laying upon us, really kind of, I don't want to be insensitive, it really dwarfs the pandemic that we're really in, especially when you start looking at some of the other figures. 1 in 5 over there, 1 in 5, 1 out of every 5 16-year-olds will have had a concussion. When you start putting that in other contexts, 1 in 11 people have had a COVID case. 1 in 12 individuals have diabetes. So we really start to realize that this is pervasive. This is everywhere that we're seeing these concussions and brain injuries. And how does it actually affect us? Well, here's some more references. And whenever I stated something that seemed like it was a little crazy, I put a PubMed ID so you guys can look these up. I'm not making this stuff up. So you can just type in the PubMed ID, you can pull up the article, you can read about it. The average direct 12-month cost of a moderate concussion, not a severe concussion, is $17,415. That is what the patient is paying out of their pocket. Only 27% of concussions fully recover. Now, fully recover, it really depends on how you look at this. If you say symptoms go away, the number is much higher than that. Fully recover, looking at imaging, looking at things like Dr. Clark was talking about, eye function, eye discipline, ocular motor function, visual processing, looking at their retina, looking at their cognitive function, looking at their autonomic function, proprioceptive function. When you really break this all down and see how many people that have a concussion actually recover, it's 27%. And every symptom that you have reduces your chance of recovery by 20%. You kind of start to see like how significant this is. Post-concussive syndrome lasting longer than 3 years may be considered permanent. So just like the pandemic that we have, the solution for concussions is to stay in bed, right? That's the kind of analogy that we have here. And I'm kind of joking a little bit, but realistically, that is the only way we're going to stop concussions. We all walk and step off stages, we fall, we get into cars, we get into car accidents, we play sports, we get hit in the head. I don't think there's going to be necessarily stopping of concussions. The work that Dr. Clark is doing is preventing concussions by giving people better surroundings. So when you're playing football and somebody's coming from your blind side, you can actually see that person coming for you. But if that person's a 315-pound linebacker running 20 miles an hour and he hits you or she hits you, I don't know, because we got to be careful what we say. You realize that you're going to probably have a concussion, right? Because concussion isn't about a hit to the head. And we'll talk about this in a second. A concussion is an acceleration, deceleration injury. So whenever there's a rapid acceleration and or a rapid deceleration, you will have a concussion. So the step that we have to kind of helping individuals who have chronic concussions is to understand what's actually wrong. So how do you treat someone that has all of these symptoms? What medications do you prescribe for someone that has all of these symptoms? Because these are the symptoms that are generally associated with concussion. Blurry vision, dizzy, I'm not going to read them all, I promise. Painful, anxious, angry, depressed, emotional, irritable, bloated, constipated. The list goes on and on. It's almost like, wow, you have every symptom in the world. Well, they do. And we have to ask ourselves why. We have to understand why they have all of these symptoms. So let's talk about it. This was a video. Unfortunately, the way my Mac converted over to PC, I wasn't able to keep the videos, but this was an actual cadaveric dissection that I was able to have the opportunity to do. This was a non-fixed or non-preserved cadaver, meaning that when we opened up the calvarium, there was no formalin, there was no formaldehyde in it. So the brain was how the brain is. And you've probably heard the expression that the brain feels like jello or pudding, right? You don't really realize it until you actually see this. So when you have rapid acceleration and rapid deceleration of your brain, what ends up happening is there's something that's called a lateral fluid percussive model. So, and when you think about this, there's a couple ways you can think about it. Think about a nice still pond or a lake and you smack the water, right? You get a splash and what do you have? A ripple. How many people, by a show of hands, saw the video from Beirut where the plant exploded? You saw the boom, the cloud, and then about 10 seconds later, what did you see? It was literally like a tidal wave of things just flying in the air. This is what happens in our brain. When we hit our head, we've got this lateral percussive model of this fluid-like structure, which is our brain, more of a fatty structure. And this wave of energy just goes through the brain. And what it does is it stretches all of these axons and all the neurons in your brain. And what we start to see in some of these research studies is the shearing force is most translated into these darker areas of our brain, which include the things like the thalamus and the midbrain. Thalamus, sensory motor processing or sensory motor relay center. Midbrain, the part of our brain that controls our blood flow, autonomic structures, as well as our wakefulness. And it's also the place where we create dopamine, which gives us a sense of motivation. And also in those structures is where we create serotonin and norepinephrine, which keeps us happy, which keeps us alert. So might somebody be depressed, tired, foggy, sleeping poorly, have poor sensory motor interaction? So this kind of starts to illuminate for us a little bit what we need to look at. And here's realistically the complexity of a concussion. This was an effort, which is a very, very good effort, but still an incomplete effort to map out what happens in a concussion. And I know you can't see much. Don't worry. Even if you saw it, you probably wouldn't understand it, because I don't and most people don't, because this is a life of somebody's work here that was put onto a piece of paper, and it's probably a lifetime of learning to really understand it. But what we start to realize when you zoom out a little bit of this is that it's multifactorial. And when we look at what happens from a cellular level all the way up to a systems level, there's damage on all levels, from a cellular perspective and all the way to, on the larger scale, brain-body connection. When we start looking at concussions, and many of us start to define concussions by their symptoms, and there's a couple different types of concussion phenotypes that have been set out there. Misspelled vestibular, oculomotor, mood, migraine, and cognitive. So these are really the different types of domains that we categorize concussion symptoms into. But my colleagues out in Stanford, Dr. Gahar, he took these different symptoms and said, how do they compare to each other and how do they overlap? And realistically, they almost all overlap. So you don't really have one phenotype of concussion. You have a phenotype made up of all the subphenotypes. So realistically, you're trying to treat everything. So how do you treat someone that has all of those issues? Number one or number two step, forget the label. Don't treat concussions, treat people. And that's a radical statement that almost sounds relieving at the same time. It lets your shoulders relax a little bit. Like, we don't have to treat concussion. We just have to treat the person sitting in front of us. But realistically, that's it. If you've seen one concussion, you've only seen one concussion. If you've treated one concussion, you've only treated one concussion, because I promise you the next one won't be the same. So step three, we've got to get to work. And it's a race against the clock, because the acute phase is impact to 3 weeks, subacute is 1 week to 3 months, and chronic is 3 months to possibly infinity. And as it says at the bottom, you can't see, the greatest recovery occurs in the subacute phase. So from 1 week to 3 months is really the optimal window to start working with someone and getting active with concussion rehab. So one of the questions that always gets asked of me is, how do you do this? Like, what do we do? Well, we do a whole bunch of different things, and I'm going to go through kind of quickly with some of these things, just because we are running slow on time. I've got so much to talk about. I promise I usually don't speak this quickly, but I want to share as much as I can in my short period of time. We look at eye movements just like Dr. Clark does, and we look at how the normal phenotypes of eye movements and then the pathological phenotypes, and this gives us a bit of information on different areas of the brain. We start looking at a type of eye movement called a saccade or a saccade. Our eyes is kind of, Joe probably would have talked about if he had more time. Our eyes are controlled by 6 muscles, but our entire brain is required to control those 6 muscles in order to gain all the visual acuity that we need. The largest bandwidth sensory information that we have is vision in our brain. So we really need to have very good control over our eyes. And when our brain is injured, we lose that control. We do look at quantitative EEG. We look at neurocognition and quality of life measurements. And lucky for you, there's only 3 types of neurological problems: motor, cognitive, and sensation. So when a patient presents to you with a concussion, they only have one 2 or 3 problems that you have to deal with: motor, cognition, or sensory. And the interesting thing is that motor and cognition is built upon a foundation of sensation. There's nothing you will ever think of. There's nothing that you will ever do. There's no decision you'll ever make that's not rooted in something that you feel. Even if you think it's altruistic, I'm going to go to the food bank and donate $1 million worth of food. Why did you do it? Because it made me feel good. There's the F word, right? Anything that we do in our world is based on sensation. So if you can figure out if somebody's not processing the environment sensorially appropriately, you start manipulating their sensation, and all of a sudden they will be able to function better. We provide adequate fuel through things like supplements to make sure that they have oxygenation. We do hyperbaric therapy. We do photobiomodulation, because all of these things focus on ATP production, because that's the fuel in the gas tank for healing. Then we start looking at sensory stimulation. This was a video of an individual who has a tardive dyskinesia, and tardive dyskinesia is not, sometimes you can get it from concussions, but tardive you usually get from neuroleptic use or use of like antidepressants and things of that nature. So the question is do they ever prescribe antidepressants for concussed individuals? The answer is yes. Amitriptyline or triptyline, those are SSRIs, and those do possibly have a side effect of tardive dyskinesia. So this individual, when he stands up, his neck develops this dyskinetic movement where he's whipping his head around. And what ends up happening is in his laboratory, they hold up a blue piece of or they put on blue lenses on his eyes first. And all of a sudden this guy's whipping his head around. And as soon as he opens up his eyes with the blue lenses, his dyskinesia completely stops. They take the blue lenses off of him. He starts whipping his head around again. Then they get a piece of blue construction paper and they bring it closer to his face. And as soon as it gets within his field of vision, he stops his dyskinesia. So sensory information fixes movement disorders. So we do things from a perspective of oculomotor rehab. What you're seeing there is it looks like we're about to do brain surgery, but what it is it's a device that we developed to help us to do different types of head-eye movement strategies. It's a KUKA robotic arm that actually works better than a human because it's more precise and how it moves somebody's head. And we can start training their vestibular ocular synchronization. We have this giant chair, we call it our MARC. It's our multi-axis rotational chair. And what it does is it allows us to put a human in it. And this is Ethan, my chief operating officer and also known as my guinea pig. We put Ethan in the chair for the very first time, and we wanted to make sure it was going to be safe for a person after we put dummies in and stuff like that. But what this does is it turns in a yaw plane, it turns in a pitch plane, but it also turns in a roll plane. So we have all 3 degrees of freedom to move somebody's body and to change their vestibular, visual, and proprioceptive processing. It's a huge tool for the work that we do. But we also do things like physical therapy. This is a young individual with a brain injury where we start looking at rhythmic types of movement and neuromuscular feedback. We do non-invasive neuromodulation. We do transcranial magnetic stimulation. We do neurofeedback. We use virtual reality. We do orthoptic exercises. We do hand-eye coordination drills and neurovision therapy. I'm trained by Dr. Clark, so we do a lot of the work that he's done. We do myofascial release therapies, and you're probably saying, "Why you guys do a lot of stuff?" Well, that's because a lot of stuff can go wrong with concussion. This is my version of occupational therapy. So on the left here, this was a video. You see an individual with blue pants and a gray shirt. He's wearing a New York Islanders jersey. He was a professional hockey player that was at risk of losing a whole bunch of money because he's got a concussion. It came down to us, and his goal was get me back on the ice. So when you come down with a concussion and you want to get back on the ice, my perspective is I'm going to help you get back to normal physiology. Then we've got to put it to the test, because if I put you on the ice and you break down, I need to measure what breaks down so I could finish off my job. So we put him on the ice, and we make him go at 100%, turning as fast as he can, stopping as fast as he can, ballistic movements, increased cardiovascular exercise, aerobic and anaerobic, and we see where things break down. So we put it to the test, and then we start to really change what they do. We do cognitive training. And here, if you guys want to scan the QR code, which everybody knows how to do now, this is a paper that we published all on the therapies that I just showed you, explaining them and how the outcome happens for the patient. I'll go through some of the different outcomes, But the idea here is not to brag, it's to be inspirational. The idea is to say that when you get those really, really difficult concussions that have at least 6 months of injury and symptoms, and everybody's telling them there's nothing they can do, just give up hope and live the life that they need to. I had a neurologist tell one of my patients that went to the neurologist and said, it's Christmas time. I can't even look at the Christmas tree because the lights just make my head pound. The neurologist says, well, just don't look at the Christmas tree. Really? That's an answer? So we want to be able to give answers to our patients. So what we'll do is we'll go through this box plots. You guys know how to read them. Simply, if you don't, look at the left, look at the right. The right should be lower or smaller than the left. That means there's an improvement after treatment. And what I'll do is I'll kind of go through and read the symptoms. Headache from left to right, top to bottom. Headache, neck pressure, neck pain, nausea, dizziness, blurred vision, balance problems, light sensitivity, noise sensitivity, sluggishness, fogginess, not feeling right, concentration, memory issues, fatigue issues, confusion, drowsiness, trouble sleeping, emotionality, irritability, sadness, anxiety, sleeping too much, sleeping too little, numbness, ringing, orientation. So you can kind of see all of the different things. And I'm going to go back one slide, actually. How many medications would it take to fix those problems? And how long would it take to fix those problems with medications? Our patients are seen for 5 days. 5 days is our treatment program for these patients. And these are the changes you're seeing. So the inspiration is that the stuff that we have to offer, the stuff that Dr. Clark talks about, the stuff that we're all doing works so well for these patients where no medications can really touch the comprehensiveness of their concussion. And I'll kind of scroll through these. It's basically just showing that patients get like between 40 and 50% of a change in 1 week. And realistically, and this is my last slide, I hope that the thing that I was able to convey in the short period of time that I had to chat with you guys is that concussions and TBIs are a big problem. They're a big problem that are not going away, and they're definitely not going away on their own in our patients. So the one way that we can help individuals, whether it's from right after concussion all the way through my patient that had concussion symptoms the longest was 37 years. All of them are able to be helped. Maybe not completely, maybe not 100%, but everybody it's a kind of a right that they have to live life at their fullest, whatever that fullest capacity is. And the way we do that is we treat the patient as a unique individual, assess them, and fix what's not working well. And ultimately, when we start fixing the way the brain processes the world, quality life shoots through the roof, symptoms go through the floor, and people are able to live their lives again. So that's what I get to do on a day in and day out basis. And that's what I love to share with individuals like you. So I want to thank you so much for your attention and appreciate your attendance. Thank you for showing up in person. This is so great. And hopefully we'll get to talk again.
So in the interest of time, I'm going to go ahead and start, right, while you get me up. So good morning, everyone. 2 tough acts to follow, right? I really appreciate you guys' presentation. I think it was quite impressive. A bit of introduction. My name is Dr. Kester Ned. I've been in this community for about 35, 40 years. Just retired from the University of Miami, Jackson Memorial Health System. I was the head of neurological rehab and neurological trauma there for a while, and ran the sports medicine concussion program at Lennar for about 20 years. I want Dr. Abraham Shalutz to stand up for a second. He's my new replacement, new addition to the sports medicine community. Also, another 2 introductions. My assistant, Ellie's back there, and also Dr. Pam Yosef, who is a neurologist that just joined our 6-man neuroscience group in Doral. We're from Design Neuroscience Center, and we have a brain injury program. We're not as sophisticated as you all in the treatment, and hopefully we're getting there sometime. But I recently published a book on brain injury. You guys must have seen me on social media. talking about it and so forth. And we have copies of it back there. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the work I've done in the field of TBI concussion. But my topic today is, does a concussion ever end? And it's a fascinating discussion. I want to see a show of hands of people in the audience who believes a concussion actually ends. Okay, well, we only see two. How about those who believe that it does not end? Okay, I see. Okay. And the rest of the folks that didn't put their hands up, you somewhere in between, right? Okay, good. So this is a very fascinating topic, and I think I spent just about all of my career, starting in 1988 in this field, trying to answer this question. And if you suffer a concussion, the real issue is, could you get back to your prior state? There is this whole notion that we change and our brains change every day. So why is it so important to get back to the state that you were yesterday? And that's a fundamental question. I think the challenge in dealing with this is, when you look at the space and time is what you're dealing with. So our brains are changing every day. So we're born, we develop, we peak, and then we decay after. What happens in brain injury and concussion, it's really an accelerated state of what actually happens to our brains when you really look at the fact. And when the brain is injured, where forces beyond the limits of what the brain could accept occurs, it causes a very rapid disorganization of the brain, to the point that we're not able to restore that function in the time that's required. Now, when brain injury occurs over time, slowly, guess what? You see less of untoward effects. And that's the fascinating things about brain injury. It is subjected to time and space. Let's see. Am I doing something wrong here? This is the page. Page down. Yeah. Right. Just want to make sure we also, the people in the social media are actually seeing it also. This is it right here? Yes. There we go.
And for some reason, when we maximize it,
Okay, it doesn't work. Okay, that's fine. So you guys can see my slides from there. Looks like when we maximize it, you don't get the full effect. But so when you think of traumatic brain injury and concussion, it's the most complex disease of the most complex organ system of the body. It really is. And to understand that as our brain sits in our head today, we have over 100 billion nerve cells with over 1,000 trillion connections. Just to think that when forces are applied to this incredible structure, we change the organization of this incredible soup of chemicals that's responsible for a messaging system that makes us who we are. So basically, the definition of a concussion is a physiological disorganization and sometimes structural disorganization of this complex structure. And that's subject to many factors of time, as I said before, and space. So here are some of the issues that we face when we think about the definition of a concussion. So if it's a physiological disruption of the brain, when we fix that physiological disruption and we fix the triggers, or our ability to respond to the triggers that cause disruption, in the functioning of the brain after the physiological destruction. Could we say that's a point in time where the concussion is over? Or let's suppose we fix all of those functional issues and the disorganization that occurs in the brain. Do we still have some degree of vulnerability so that when we are exposed to a stressful event, do we in fact see a resurgence of the symptoms or the signs of a concussion? We have to now, in order to answer this question, we have to go back and ask about what are the cascade of events that occurs after a TBI concussion. And if we certainly resolve those cascade of events, does that constitute an end of this dysfunction or this disorder? So injury, as we know, does not just stop after the forces that transmit your brain ends. There are a number of events that continue to occur in the brain. In fact, in the most severe forms of brain injury, we literally have to put you in the ICU and try to stall these processes. We use drugs in the most acute phases of this, where we literally sometimes have to put a patient in an induced coma in order to prevent these catastrophic events or compensatory processes that the brain goes through. So at its core, brain injury or concussion is related to our abilities, or the recovery from brain injury related to our abilities to recreate that natural balance that exists in the way the brain functions and subsequently how we ultimately function as humans. So if we're not able to restore that balance, then we end up with long-term functional outcomes. Clearly, there are short-term issues relating to brain injury, but there are intermediate and long-term issues. So let's talk about that for a minute. There's a term called neuroexcitotoxicity. How many of you have heard of it? Okay. What it has to do is this disruption of the organization of the neurochemical balance and finally the electrical balance that occurs in the brain. And it has to do with those substances in the brain called neurotransmitters. One of the most ubiquitous neurotransmitters is called glutamate. It's about 50% of all the neurotransmitters in the brain. Glutamate is an important neurotransmitter in that it allows our brains actually in appropriate amounts to function appropriately in its utilization of energy. It creates balance. But in its excess, it causes some serious challenges to the brain. Glutamate is the neurotransmitter that binds to a receptor on the cell membrane called the NMDA receptor. When that receptor is stimulated, it allows an ion or excessive amounts of certain ions, one of them being potassium and the other one being calcium. Potassium is a normal ion that's present. You have sodium and all the others. But when potassium gets excessive inside of the cells, it creates a problem with the membrane potential. It disrupts the messaging system. You've heard of the sodium-potassium pump. And if you think of a dam pumping water in and out, what do you need? You need energy. You need a fuel system to create that pump system. So when electrical conductance occurs in a nerve cell to produce messages, sodium gets in, you pump potassium out. Here's what's happened when glutamate gets involved. The opposite takes place. And you dump a lot of potassium in the cell, and as a result, you create an environment where the cells can't conduct electrical currents. And this is what happens really in a brain injury. So that's the first issue. And so now the cell has to produce energy, which is ATP, to pump the potassium out of the cell. And that's where we start the process of glycolysis. This creates something called an energy sink, whereby the cell now is working harder to pump those substances out to keep the environment strong. And this is fundamentally what we see as a cascade of events. The second process is there's excessive amount of calcium that gets in the cell. And when that occurs, that stops the energy or the engine that produces the energy called the mitochondria. Calcium is not so good for mitochondria in large amounts, and you shut down the energy production system. In addition, there are a number of other processes that affect your blood flow. And so the energy sink, when you hear a patient say that they're losing energy and they have a brain fog, this is the problem of energy. The brain cannot produce, well, let's say this, it's a supply and demand problem. You don't have enough energy to supply, but yet the demand keeps going up. And you've heard about the second impact syndrome. In fact, I wrote about a young man I took care of, first chapter in my book, about this energy sink problem of a young man who had a second impact syndrome. And what happens when you go back to play prematurely, this process of the energy sink, when you get a second injury, a third injury, gets further and further. So you have more demand for energy and you can't produce enough. And that's why you get the second impact, causing incredible damage to the architecture of the cell, and ultimately cell deaths occurs. So critical to understand this is, how do you take these physiological processes that are going on with the brain and correlate them with the clinical features and symptoms of what's actually happening? And Dr. Giza at UCLA, actually in one of his publications, this slide, I don't know if you can see it, actually matches what's happening with some of the clinical features. I'll run through those real quickly. So you have a sudden influx of potassium and calcium. And that's when you get the headache, the photophobia, the phonophobia, some of these symptoms that you're talking about. So when we see that, we know that that process is ongoing. When there's the energy crisis, where we see that separation of supply and demand in terms of the ability to produce energy, to keep up with the demands, that's when we have the vulnerability to second impact or second injury. So if you go out to play, or you go back to work, or you get involved in an event where you get another injury, you are more likely to experience a second impact syndrome. Fortunately, this is not a common disorder. And of course, there's another process that's going on with the axons, something called diffuse axonal injury. When this occurs, this affects the ability for us to conduct messages in the brain, and that's where we see some of the cognitive effects. And now, diffuse axonal injury is not just a process that occurs at the time of injury. It actually continues way beyond the time when there is injury. So there is impaired transmission. Of course, the last phase is when the cleanup is taking place, and that's where we have the chronic atrophy. When you do MRIs and CAT scans for patients, years after the injury, we tend to see a lot of atrophy in the brain. And that may be part of the process where we see the CTEs and the Parkinson's and the Alzheimer's and some of the other disorders in terms of this whole cell destruction. Think about this. When you're 90 to 100, you only have about 10% of the cells you were born with. So think about all of the adaptation that must take place in the brain for us to maintain our cognitive state. So there are a cascade of events that occur with injury, and there are a cascade of events that occur during recovery. So this whole concept of neuroplasticity is important in terms of our understanding as to whether and if and when the brain actually recovers after an injury. And neuroplasticity has to do with, if you lose neurons, could you create new ones? Could you activate other cells to become neurons? Do they have the ability to connect? All of those connections we're talking about, once you lose those connections, you lose the ability to do what's called long-term potentiation. How do you damage or repair, how do you repair a damaged cell? The other issue is, how do you compensate for the loss of those cells? Does another part of the brain on the opposite side take over? Could we use medications or other exercise and other processes to allow the brain to rewire itself and so forth? And then the other part has to do with, how do you behaviorally adapt to those issues when you lose that brain ability to have brain function? Certainly, this whole process of reorganization of the brain has to do with this entire process of neuroplasticity. Others have spoken about it, so I'm not going to go into any details. But clearly what we want to drive is this process of long-term potentiation where the brain has the ability to develop or to utilize constant pathways so that we could memorize, communicate, and function. Critically important to our own well-being. So one of the things I've written about in my recent understanding of how the brain works and how the brain recovers, and I think in the science of brain injury, something we forget is that the brain is a hierarchical system. Okay, you go from the king, queen, jack, all the way down. The brain works hierarchically, and all parts of the brain relates to each other. And you can't understand that if you have an injury in the frontal lobe, how does it affect your vision? Or you have an injury in your brainstem that impacts on swallowing, but how does that affect your mood? And so forth. So clearly, if you understand the hierarchical operations of the brain and how to classify them, then you're able to understand where in space and time you are in terms of the injury status of the brain and how that brain recovers. One of the challenges we have in the evaluation and treatment of brain injury in today's world is that it's a hodgepodge. We have not been able to organize the brain in terms of its anatomic, physiological function, its relationship to one part to the other, in order to effectuate treatment. And a lot of times these treatment modalities we use are ineffective because we don't have a clear understanding of this. A second issue is to understand the natural history as to how the brain recovers. Because every brain injury, I think you said this, Doc, before, is different. And depending on the severity, the type of forces, the age of the patient, and many of those other factors, the brain would recover in different ways. And one thing we fail to understand sometimes is the compensatory process that the brain goes through. When I see a patient that has certain compensatory processes like OCD or anxiety or panic attack, you're a little bit late in the process because the brain has already made many of these adaptive functions. And if you fail to understand hierarchically how does that fit within there, many times we institute the wrong treatment modality. So, for example, exercise might be good at this stage, but it may not be good at that stage. Exposing a patient to a lot of vestibular actions may be helpful at one point, but could be destructive at another point because the effects, the harm that the patients feel, the anxiety it creates sometimes causes emotional trauma that's almost sometimes difficult to repair. One of the things you see in brain injury, a lot of it is avoidance and fear. And so it's important to understand the state of where the patient is at any one time. And those are the issues we oftentimes miss, and we think, oh my God, the concussion is over. But we don't realize that that patient is having a fear of nighttime. That fear of nighttime came from the fact that they have racing thoughts and they're afraid to go to sleep at nights. Okay, and we didn't correct the sleeping problem. And those are the kind of issues. So one of the, in my own world, we try to look at the markers of injury and recovery. And signs and symptoms are just one of those. Signs what the patients, symptoms what the patients report, and signs what we see as clinicians. This whole issue of physical signs and symptoms, I believe physical signs and symptoms trumps the cognitive and the neurobehavioral. When you get to neurobehavioral, then you're a little bit late. That's the compensatory part. But the signs of symptoms of dizziness, headaches, vertigo, those are so distressing to the patients. If you don't treat them, you can't go do a neuropsychological test. And what happens? We push them into testing way too early, and we don't help them get rid of many of the neurological signs and symptoms in terms of what affects their lives and their functions. We have to sometimes listen to what the patient complains about, and not just what the doctor thinks is important. And clearly, this is an area of deficiency we have in us. When you think about it, 67% of patients with cerebral concussion have a balance vestibular problem in terms of dizziness. So clearly, this is an issue that we need to look at. In summary, there are a number of markers of injury that we try to focus on. All right? Looking at neurotransmitter levels, looking at hormone levels, the balance between the hypothalamus, the pituitary gland, and also some of the other organs in the systems. Neuropsychological testing and parameters. And there are a number of clinical tools that we can use, including PET scans, MRIs, and so forth. I'm not going to go into the details about those, but most of these are experimental, and they are helping us change the definition of what a concussion truly is, because we are truly now understanding those issues. Certainly, you know about DTIs. You guys may have studied some of you have seen in some of the patients. We're finding this to be a very important tool now in our understanding of early and also late effects of brain injury. The most important tools we have now are the clinical tools. So my last slide, I want to ask the question, what are the real issues as it relates to the existence of a TBI concussion on an ongoing basis? The first issue is we have to better define when and if a brain injury occurs, and when recovery starts and ends. And that's a wide open question that we still are developing tools and markers to understand. And some of those are common sense tools, and some of them are more sophisticated tools. So the next generation of scientists are really looking and are taking a different perspective in terms of our understanding of brain injury. And the last point is that of brain vulnerability and the adaptation that the brain goes through. It's important from both the treatment and our understanding perspective to understand where we are in the cycle of recovery. And we could do that by looking at how the brain adapts and how behavior changes. This is like a bell curve in terms of how brain injury occurs. So we start and we develop and we decay. And where we are in that cycle of development and decay is critically important in answering the question, does a concussion actually end? Thank you.
Sleeps 11 hours a day. And I love using that example because he's LeBron James. Like, he's a world-class celebrity. He's not just an NBA player. Mm-hmm. I think those little nuggets from the media like really help them like see that, you know, it was good to be different, and now they're proud to be different. You know, it's like, it was so cool last year during the 2019 championship game. When LSU, I'll show you, I had a picture in that one slide of like the fact every player had their own rest recovery bed, like in the locker room, just customized for each individual athlete. Like that was, we thought that there was going to be like a huge media like outbreak and, you know, bad publicity from that. But like people love that now. And you, like, you see that picture, like, wow, this is next level in terms of sports.
Yeah, I think
and Tom Brady too, right? Like best example in football. Like there's a reason why Tom Brady is playing football at 43, and he says it's because of how well he sleeps and how much he makes sleep a priority and how disciplined he is about it.
Yeah, no, it's actually a blessing. When I started playing sports, I wasn't able to conceptualize the recovery process. I mean, when I started, coaches hated stretching. It was a waste of 15 minutes of practice time.
Yes.
But what were you able to assess just on average before you were able to implement some of the psychoeducation around sleep about how long these athletes were sleeping at night?
Well, so that's why we did that study with Towson, look at using the clinically grade sleep watches, because, you know, they had to see it for themselves, just how little they're sleeping. And you know, Dr. Granier brought up that point, like you could spend 9 hours in bed, but if you're only sleeping 6 or 7 hours of that, like that's your set point is 6 or 7 hours, not 9 hours. And so you really have to like show them data sometimes too, in addition to the education piece. Mm-hmm. You have to be able to get both buy-in simultaneously. And it is really difficult, but it's doable.
And what percentage of the team do you think was able to achieve those sleep time recommendations?
So it's like starts from the top. Like the JV player wants to be varsity, right? And so if you get the varsity athletes to buy in, the JV athletes are going to buy in. It can take one player, or it can take a few players.
Perfect. Well, thank you for answering those additional questions
Of course, absolutely.
and being the session chair. And it's time for us to move on to the next session.
I think we're going to go ahead and get started. So, hi, everyone. How fitting that Jamie put me as the last talk before happy hour. That's fun. Thank you, Jamie. So this session is going to be about breathing and the impact of breathing on the brain, in the brain. My portion that I'll be talking about, I'm Katie Dabrowski. I'll introduce myself a little bit more after, but I'll be talking about the impact of breathing in performance with elite athletes. And then we'll be hearing from Dr. Marlon Wong, who'll be speaking about the impact of breathing with pain, and specifically spinal pain. So, like I said, I'm Katie Dabrowski. I'm a physical therapist, and I'm also a new adjunct faculty at Nova, where I teach neuroscience courses. So, I hear some noises up. Okay. As a physical therapist in my practice, which is in Miami, we're called Old Bull Athletics, a little shameless plug on the screen there. We focus on the full spectrum of health and wellness. So that's strength training, injury prevention, recovery, and then also injury rehabilitation. And for me, that always means I start with the breath. So this is applicable for everybody, but I want you to think about the lens of working with an elite athlete who you'll meet today too. Elite meaning she just qualified for the Summer Olympics. So super exciting, and I'll introduce her a little bit later. So again, think about this. This is obviously good stuff for everybody, but the hat we're wearing today is focusing on elite athletes. We take over 20,000 breaths each day. That's a lot. That's over 20,000 opportunities for us to either harness a system that's going to work for us or against us. And let's think about that again with the context of an athlete. What do you think is going to move the needle more? Their 60-minute session with me or those 20,000 breaths they're taking? I'm pretty good at my job, but I'm going to say 20,000 reps, that's going to win. So how do we know if our breath is working for us or against us? So all of you right now, if you can, stand up or lay on the floor. You don't have to lay on the floor here, but for those of you at home, you probably already are laying down. So go ahead and stand up. I'll explain why this is important in a moment. Put one hand over your chest and one hand over your stomach. We're gonna take 3 relaxed breaths together. That's it, just 3 breaths in. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. All right, what hand moved more? And I can see you, so I know that you're lying if you say something that happened that did not happen. Most of you, I saw your upper chest moving more, okay? And I'm gonna go really deeply into what that means, but briefly, that means you're getting all of your oxygen from just your upper chest, and we're neglecting the one thing that's supposed to help us the most, and that's our diaphragm. So the diaphragm is more than just your stomach moving a ton, which is that's kind of what we think of, just the belly breath and the belly moving. You guys can all sit down now, actually. Sorry. It's like, this is nice. I know. Thank you. You guys really listen. So that means we're just getting upper chest breathing, and that's at rest. And this isn't optimal breathing, and I'll explain why. So if we're getting that at rest, imagine that's our body's natural process. It's going to get breaths in. Imagine with performance. Imagine when we're under high stress, how the implications for that. And nobody chose to lay on the floor. Weird. All right. So what if we're trying to differentiate between this upper chest and diaphragmatic breathing? What is it supposed to look like? So pretty simple image here, just to understand the process of what the diaphragm does when we breathe. And I'll take us up to the side so you can see me too. When we take an inhale, the diaphragm is going to contract and push down. Okay, that's going to push our stomach contents out. That's why we think of like the concept of belly breathing. That's that stomach pushing out. That's going to force and create a pressure system that brings oxygen and air into the lungs. Then when we exhale, the diaphragm is going to move back up to its kind of resting dome position. The stomach's going to come back with it, and it's going to force air out. So that's quick and dirty what the diaphragm does. And then, but we can't only think of that, okay? So everybody, like a big buzzword right now in the fitness community is diaphragmatic breathing. It doesn't only mean just sticking your stomach out. The ribs do a lot too. And the ribs do a lot more than we think about. So it's not just that forward protrusion of your stomach that's gonna give you that best breath. It's also a 360-degree expansion of your rib cage. So that means not just pushing out, That means posterior expansion. Who thinks about feeling their breath in their back ever? Not many people. It's also side to side protrusion. So literally under your armpits, you should be getting expansion there as well. These are things that we're just not typically thinking about. So what about if we're doing it wrong? Like about 75% of us in here. We're getting all accessory muscles of breath to do the work instead. So on the left-hand side, these are a lot of the accessory muscles for breathing. So that's going to be things that attach to your clavicle, that attach to your rib cage, parts of your scapula, that elevate the shoulders. So that's like your SCM, your scalenes, your upper traps, your serratus anterior, and your pecs. And what does we think of right away when that happens? Those are all those muscles that are pretty chronically tight and weak in most people. And those are those muscles that are going to give everyone that posture that we're always trying to avoid. The rounded shoulders, protruded neck, elevated shoulders. And beyond it just not looking good, it's not an efficient posture at all. So again, bringing it back to athletes, that's just not going to make any athlete move optimally with whatever sport they have to do. And then we're thinking that upper chest breath, we're not getting oxygen down into the lower portions of the lungs where the majority of perfusion is going to happen. So we're staying really shallow, we're staying really rushed and frantic in our breath. And I'll explain more about what that means. So this is supposed to happen briefly when we're in like panic mode. So like evolutionarily speaking, lions chasing us, we got to get oxygen in, we're going to upper chest breathe. But it's not optimal for you just sitting here existing right now because there are no lions. There's nothing stressful happening. There shouldn't be, at least. And we should just be sitting here taking good, restful, calm breaths to kind of nourish our bodies, nourish our nervous systems. So that's not happening at rest. And then again, if that's your default, this upper chest breathing, you're absolutely going to be performing with that upper chest breathing too. And now we can already start to get the puzzle pieces going. It's not effective at all. So what does that mean? The diaphragm is a muscle. So that means we have to train it. And every athlete, just as interested as they are in their lats being strong, their quads being strong, their glutes being strong, they should be interested in their diaphragm being strong. But I guarantee most are not, because it's not a muscle you can see. It's not a muscle that you can see striations and get excited about things growing. It's something that's really kind of pushed to the side a lot. So we should be interested in training this, and we're doing our athletes a disservice if we're not. So another thing that's really important to think about the diaphragm is that it's both under volitional and subconscious control. So that means we can practice it, we can train it, but ultimately the state of our mind, the subconscious state of our mind, is going to affect what this structure does. So that brings a whole other issue to the table. How are we optimizing the way our athletes are thinking about things before going into performance or before their competition or training even? And then also what they're doing during training to best harness the most effective breathing pattern possible. You can train and train and train it volitionally, but it's got to make that carryover into the subconscious side. So I want to talk a little bit about some anatomy before we get going. A lot of people just, if they've heard of the diaphragm or thought about it a little bit, they don't really realize a lot of the muscular connections that it has. So if you look over here, the psoas muscle, which is again kind of like a buzzword right now too, like everybody's hip flexors are tight and weak and everybody's always talking about it. Fibers of the diaphragm actually blend into the origin point of the psoas muscle all the way up high by the lumbar spine. So let's think about that for a minute. If you're sitting all day and your hip flexors are contracting or your hip flexors are very weak like most people's are, what do you think that's doing to where it's attaching at the diaphragm? It's probably changing how the diaphragm is working too. So we have to create a different way of looking at it. We don't just need to strengthen your hip flexors or stretch and stretch and stretch or just get you standing. We need to look at what it's impacting from a structural level where the diaphragm connects. So then we have a little bit of a zoomed in picture here. And the fibers of the diaphragm, you actually see they connect to the vertebrae of the lumbar spine. So that's another thing that we have to really consider for everyone, but especially for athletes. In the PT world, we think of anything that connects to the vertebrae as a core muscle. Well, that's the diaphragm. So forget about your rectus abdominis, forget about the muscles that attach to your rib cage, forget about all the other muscles that are attaching to the spine. We're not even addressing the diaphragm, a main muscle for core stability that we could be tapping into 20,000 times a day. That's huge. So this is stuff that you'll be hearing about even more with reference to spinal pain and how the diaphragm is a huge part of controlling spinal pain as well. But now thinking back to athletes, one of the biggest things we can do for athletes is make sure their core is strong for the positions they need to be in their sport. if we're just making them do planks and all these crazy Bosu ball movements that you see on Instagram, we're not really addressing the main stabilizer of the core and that's of your spine, and that's going to be your diaphragm. So we can harness that and we can use it to best train our athletes to a level that they've probably never been introduced to. And then this is like a mess of a picture, but that's nervous tissue. So that's a lot. There's so much going on there. I'm not going to point it all out, but I want you to think of things. There's so much neural tissue running through this area. So we have autonomic ganglia, we have the sympathetic trunk, we have all of the nerves that are innervating the diaphragm and all of the muscles around the diaphragm. So I want to use an example, like a PT example that I think a lot of people can relate to too. Has anyone ever heard of sciatica or having sciatic pain? Anyone have sciatic pain? Lots of people? Okay. So what happens with sciatic pain, it can come from a few different things, but I'll use a pretty simple example. There's something that's pushing down on the pathway of the sciatic nerve that's going to impede the signal being sent along that nerve path. So that means you're going to have numbness, tingling, pain, weakness in the pattern of the muscles that are innervated by that nerve. So if we have really tight glutes, really tight hamstrings, and mostly from weakness, tight calf muscles, all of those things that are impinging on the pathway of that nerve, those muscles can't do their job and they're not getting the right signal. What do you think is happening with all of this nervous tissue running through the diaphragm, a muscle that if you're not using it is now chronically weak, restricted, and tight and not moving? What's going to happen to that nervous tissue? Is it going to be sending the right signals? Is your sympathetic nervous system and your parasympathetic nervous system with all of the autonomic ganglia in that area going to be getting the information it needs? Or is it blocked by a tight, weak, restricted diaphragm? And this is a really cool picture of actually a cadaver, the posterior, or the anterior aspect of the posterior thoracic cavity. And you can see this is basically a ton of structures in the back there that if we're never using our diaphragm, never getting that 360-degree expansion, so that posterior chest expansion, we're never getting a stretch on this stuff. We're never moving this stuff. And as a physical therapist, the worst things I see are when people come to me and they're not moving. So we're neglecting a huge area where people just aren't moving their diaphragm and they're not getting this information, all of the signals to be sent in this area going to the right places because we're just not moving it. So let's talk, I want to kind of stay here and talk a little bit about the autonomic nervous system, breathing, and then specifically with athletes. So we should know what the sympathetic versus parasympathetic system is. We have the fight or flight or the rest and digest kind of situation. When we take an inhale, we're jacking up the heart rate, we're activating that sympathetic response. When we take an exhale, we're calming everything down and we're getting into that parasympathetic system. And then another kind of tidbit, we know that the diaphragm is innervated by the vagus nerve. And the vagus nerve is basically like this parasympathetic conduit for a ton of stuff going on. So again, kind of pushing on that side of calming down, rest and digest, relaxation. So you should be already thinking two things. If an athlete comes to me and they are not using their diaphragm and they aren't taking a good exhale, that's already a tick in the box of sympathetic overdrive. They're not tapping into that parasympathetic nervous system at all. And then we can think about a whole other end of the spectrum with that. Their diaphragm is just weak. So that's a whole other part of it that we have to address. So now let's add in a couple more things. So stress. Remember I mentioned that the diaphragm is both under volitional and subconscious control. So the subconscious aspect is super important. That means the mindset of the person that I'm working with. If the person I'm working with is stressed because of her competition, which makes sense, her training, she's thinking about that she has to wake up early the next day for her training. She has a coach who's angry with her because she's not performing the way she needs to, or she's stressing about real life problems that are also the things that happen to athletes because they're real people too. So we have all this mental stress. And then of course we have physical stress. Like your athlete that you're working with is working hard. They're going through crazy, crazy bouts of training. So now the brain and the body is getting mental stress and physical stress on overdrive. That's naturally going to put my athlete in a sympathetic overdrive state, which is going to coincidentally perpetuate a shallow chest breather or breathing pattern. Again, which is going to give us that poor rib expansion. So now we're just checking more boxes in the sympathetic column. And then we want to think of one thing as well. How many of you, when you're exercising, find yourself holding your breath? Anyone when you're lifting heavy weights? So holding your breath, now we know Exhalation is how we get that parasympathetic drive going. So you're not exhaling, you're not signaling to your brain that things are okay. You're holding in your breath and you're getting like a CO2 buildup now. And that is not what our body wants. So now your brain is being signaled to go into panic mode. So you're, again, another box in the column of sympathetic overdrive. So these are all things that right off the bat, I can pretty much bet the athletes who come in to work with me are not addressing. So these are the things that we can kind of change with performance right away without ever even addressing their strength training or all those other things that we can get to later. And then I want to just mention another thing. When we're in this sympathetic state, a lot of physiologic processes are going on. So our heart rate's increased, our thoughts are racing, our blood pressure is changing. All of this is a huge metabolic demand. So now you're getting increased caloric expenditure and you're putting your athlete at risk of burning way too many calories for the sport that they're performing. So especially when I'm working with endurance athletes who need to be very metabolically efficient to have the energy to perform their sport, they're already, before they even start, going to be burning way more than they should be. And that's a huge problem. If we can just teach people how to breathe properly and not expel so much extra energy because of this sympathetic drive, that's huge. And the last thing I want to talk about is what's called the startle posture. And somebody alluded to this earlier. We can think of this in two ways with everything in the context of breathing. So the startle posture is something that happens to animals when they're fearful, okay? They kind of cower forward, they get a lot of protraction of the shoulders, their neck comes forward, they even like soften the knees, and it's a really not a good posture. So that happens when we're in sympathetic high alert and fearful and stressed out. So what does that posture also look like? Something that's going to predispose you to just using your accessory muscles to breathe. So now we have two ticks again in that sympathetic overdrive column. And this posture on the right does not look very efficient for a human being, let alone a high performing athlete. So again, this is huge. It all comes back to what can we do to shift the curve towards parasympathetic instead of sympathetic. And I want you guys to think about this in the context of, like I said, sports and elite sports, but specifically I'm going to introduce a sport that I don't think many of you are aware of or really know the implications of. It's things that I'm still learning a ton about too, and it's the sport of sailing. So sailing is an incredibly intense sport that requires, like, I think we should be good, that requires not only extreme strength, but also a lot of biomechanics and thinking about how you can best impact your position to move an object through water better, okay? So we're gonna watch a quick video. I want you to specifically pay attention to the lovely lady with the visor in her hair not in a braid, and look at her position. And think about if she's not breathing well based on everything we just talked about, how much of a harder time she's gonna have with all the crazy positions and insane stuff she has to do when she's sailing. So that's a 2-minute video, but we're not going to watch the whole thing. I apologize if it starts really loud. There's like some inspirational music, but I'll try to keep it quiet. All right. So she's the one sticking straight out of the boat. Just keep that in mind. So now think about if she's holding her breath, if she's in a startle posture position, if her core is not braced with the diaphragm, she's not doing any of the things that we just talked about. What are the implications for how well she can move this boat and how well she can keep her cool when waves are hitting her in the face? So we'll take a break there. It's really good. If you want to watch it, I'll send you the link. So that is Laura Delman-Weiss, and she just qualified for Tokyo 2020, 2021, not sure what we're calling it. She just qualified with her amazing teammate, Nikki Barnes, for the 470 category for the US Olympic sailing team. And I'm going to introduce her in a few minutes, but I just want to go over things like I was mentioning. Okay, so I just want to talk about, this is a little bit of a screenshot of a couple days that I dragged on of things that I work on with Laura specifically when she's abroad sailing or when she's in Miami too. And this is kind of the home stuff I make her do. I want to make sure that she can do a few things. I want to make sure she can control her breath alongside with her stress. So we use a lot of mental imagery along with breathing practice to make sure that she can kind of optimize her mental state and her nervous system, which is hard. And I want to also incorporate things like forcing her to exhale with a prolonged exhale, because what did we talk about? That's that parasympathetic system. I want her to practice holding her breath to get really comfortable with how uncomfortable CO2 intolerance is when you're holding your breath and when your body and brain want you to panic. I want her to get in really weird, uncomfortable positions and make her sit there and breathe. So I think one time, sorry, I made you sit in like a deep squat for 2 minutes and breathe. That's miserable. Like, it's not fun stuff to work on. But if you can, first of all, calm down the inevitable discomfort and panic that you're already feeling from being in a tough position, you're ahead of the curve. And then if you can control your breath in a way that's going to optimize your parasympathetic nervous system with a good exhale and letting that air out, letting it in with the belly breathing and that 360 expansion, we're in business. I also have her focus on things like nasal breathing. This is a topic I could go into in a whole different talk, but the nose allows us to have our own air filtration system when we're getting breaths in. So many of us mouth breathe, and not only does it look awful, but it's not effective. So I make her do nasal breathing. We work on, when she comes into the clinic, we work on positions that challenge her that are similar to what she has to do when it comes to her sailing position. So suspending her in weird positions, making her pull on stuff, all while focusing on the breath, and I'll yell at her if she's not breathing. So this is stuff where if you guys are working for yourselves when you're training, focusing on your breath, the performance increases you can see are crazy big compared to what you would imagine for maybe just changing your technique or your position a little bit. If you're working with athletes, think about the demands of their sport. Think about the stress in terms of physiologic stress and psychological stress and what you can do to optimize breathing with that. So we do have some time too, because we have a little bit of a longer section. So I want to, we're just doing it. So I want to introduce Laura for a few moments, just so she can talk about her experience with sailing. Because again, I don't think it's a super common sport that most people are very familiar with. And talk about kind of the impact of what it means for things that she feels when she's on the water, now that we've been working at almost a year of breath work together, I would say. It's been that long. So like I said, she's Laura Dahlman-Weiss. She comes from an incredible athletic background, fell in love with sailing, raced professionally for about 5 years before campaigning for the Olympics. And like I said, just a couple of weeks ago, her and her teammate, Nikki from Perfect Vision Sailing, that's their team, they qualified for the Summer Olympics. So I'd like to introduce Laura now to say a few things. Thanks, Katie. It is still called the 2020 Olympics, just so everyone knows. Yeah, so I guess the first thing I have to say is Katie's been life-changing for me in my performance. It was a year ago, we were a week from sailing our qualifiers and the pandemic hit. And so I was kind of sent back to Miami and sitting alone, like, what do I do? And so I really wanted to learn more about breathing. And I learned that we have 10 pounds of breathing muscle with like not the same nerve endings that you have in the rest of your muscles that I train. And so that alone, I went to Katie and we kind of like masterminded everything that we've been working on. So we do like before, or I'll talk about before, during, and after sailing. Before Katie gives me the program that she showed you earlier, it's so helpful because sometimes it's like getting into the weird positions and doing like the either diaphragmatic breathing or segmental breathing, which was a huge help to me. I can easily over caffeinate myself and I'll like get shaky to the boat park, and it's not good when you need to be calm, especially if there's not much wind. So I'll take myself through that like segmental breathing in different parts of my lungs, and right away it calms me down. It's such a good tool. And then sometimes I'll even like send Katie a text about, you know, a problem I've been having with my coach or whatever. And then the next day on my morning warm up, it'll be like 10 minutes of breathing, and it's just what I need. So during sailing, you can see that I'm in crazy positions, and I think breathing's really helped me like figure out, kind of like divide the race course and what I need to do and when. I do very different things than my teammate, but we need to be super coordinated on the boat. So our heart rates are different, but we have to somehow synchronize together. And so by me learning more about my breathing, it keeps my heart rate down and I'm more in sync with my teammate. And then another big thing that you've helped me with is, so this is sailing upwind. When we turn to go downwind, we put up another sail. So I'm going from like super physical, what I'm doing here, to swinging in the boat. Then I take this like pole out and I have to do a very specific movement of clipping this pole, tiny little hook onto another hook on the boat. And it's like a very fine movement, all the while the sail's loading up. So it's really heavy. And so I used to kind of try to like force it with my arms. And I was telling Katie, like, this is really hard for me. And I think it should be easier. So she helped me find that like just taking a specific like breath in that moment and having it come from the right place, like it was life-changing. And then sometimes if it's light wind, I'm not out on the side of the boat. I'm in a like tiny ball crunched in the front of the boat trying to be aerodynamic. And so then I have to breathe into my back. And so just having that focus instead of thinking like, I don't know, using my accessory muscles was really helpful. And then I think that one of the biggest things for me too is after sailing and the recovery aspect. And we just did our Olympic trials, which was a week long. We sail for like 5 hours a day, 6 days of racing. And so I did an hour meditation every night, and just knowing simply that like breathing helps you balance your pH. I used to be pretty acidic and I had throw up on the water, and I think it's from all the stress, but knowing now that like breathing can help regulate that really helped me get ready for the next day and the next day. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Laura.
And again, congratulations. All right, so Jamie's giving me the death stare. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to introduce our next speaker. And this is an honor for me to introduce this person. Dr. Marlon Wong is a faculty member at the University of Miami Department of Physical Therapy, which is where I studied for my physical therapy degree. And he is also director of the orthopedic residency program at the University of Miami. And he was the first person to introduce the impact of breathing and things like pain science and things that I had just never even been exposed to when I was at UM. And I don't even think he knows this, but he was the person that really shifted the way I wanted to practice. And I'm lucky that I get to do it now. But his first talk that he came in, I think as a guest lecturer in one of our courses, I was like, I didn't even know we did this stuff. I didn't even know that we had that in our scope of practice. And it changed the pathway of me forever. So it's an honor to introduce this person, intimidating to have spoken before him. But Dr. Marlon Wong is here to speak about spinal pain and movement dysfunction and what that looks like under the lens of breathing. So I'll load up his PowerPoint, but please come on up. Go for it.
Thank you, Katie. That was really good. Phenomenal. Thank you. Okay, there we go. All right. So as Katie mentioned, I'm a physical therapist, and my specialty is really spinal pain. And I became interested in the role of breathing in pain around 2006 when this study was published by Michelle Smith. And in this study, what they did is they interviewed about 40,000 women in Australia. And when they looked and see what factors were associated with back pain, respiratory disorders and difficulty with continence had higher correlations to low back pain than any other physical factors. That's including things like BMI, occupation, and physical inactivity, which are known risk factors. So these things seem to outperform those other known risk factors. Very interesting. And when they followed these people longitudinally, what they found is that even the people who started off the study without back pain, if they had difficulty with breathing or continence, that predicted who would develop back pain in the future. And then there was a systematic review in 2016 by Beekman et al. That kind of solidified this relationship between breathing and low back pain.
Now, since then, a number of studies have come out. There's a growing evidence of this relationship between breathing and low back pain. And we know that it goes both ways. So people that have respiratory disease, like COPD, are more likely to have postural disturbance and low back pain. But on the other end, people that have low back pain without any respiratory disease, when you compare them to normal healthy controls, they have dysfunctional breathing as well too. So there's this obvious relationship between breathing and spinal pain, but the underlying mechanisms for this relationship are still poorly understood.
The slides aren't advancing on Zoom.
Oh, they're not?
Yeah, you have to actually click there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry.
Are we good? Okay. No problem. All right. So there are three theories for the underlying mechanisms for this relationship between spinal pain and low back, between breathing and low back pain. The first is going back to what Katie was talking about, the role of breathing in autonomic function. And so autonomic dysfunction and this concept of allostatic load, which I'll talk a little bit about. The second is the role that breathing plays on our biochemistry. Okay, and with abnormal breathing, we have changes in the biochemistry, and this could cause nervous system hypersensitivity, which will push the system to a pronoceptive state where you're more likely to experience pain. And then the last is the role of the respiratory muscle on postural stability and neuromuscular control. So first, let's talk a little bit about, make sure I'm advancing it on the right way. Okay, first let me talk a little bit about, I lost my slides there.
Reshare.
Reshare. Okay, so yes, so we'll talk about what happens with pain in the autonomic nervous system. And it's very different between acute pain and chronic pain. So in acute pain, we go into that fight or flight state, which is expected. And so we have an increased sympathetic response, and that increased sympathetic response drives an increased respiratory response as well too. So you get an increased respiratory rate. And so hyperventilation response. And we see this even under general anesthesia. Okay, so when you cut somebody under general anesthesia, they still have this kind of gasp and hyperventilation response. But in chronic pain, we see a very different response. And they discovered this when they were looking for biomarkers for chronic pain, because we don't have good biomarkers in the pain science field. All right, I think the 0 to 10 scale was developed shortly after they invented the wheel. And that's still the best thing we have now, okay? But what we see when they're looking for biomarkers for chronic pain, they're looking at cortisol levels, okay? Because as stress goes up, cortisol should go up. And so what they expected to find is that in people with chronic pain, you have elevated cortisol levels, and they're finding the exact opposite. A lot of them had very low cortisol levels, and they lack that normal diurnal pattern of cortisol, where it's high in the morning and low in the evening as well too. So what it looks like is in chronic pain, we get parasympathetic withdrawal, which is going to be associated with things like digestive disturbances, as well as loss of heart rate variability, but there's a blunted sympathetic response. So we'll see things like low cortisol levels, cortisol depletion, as well as lower peak heart rate, which is important for your athletes. And so that takes us to this concept of allostasis and allostatic load. So allostasis is really an extension of the concept of homeostasis. So in homeostasis, we talk about an equilibrium, but we tend to think about that equilibrium as static. So in medicine, you'll hear things like normal blood pressure is what, 120/80. Normal body pH is 7.4. But allostasis looks at equilibrium as a dynamic point, right? So blood pressure shouldn't be 120/80 all the time. It should be 120/80 while you're sitting down relaxed, but when you're jogging, if your blood pressure is 120/80, something's wrong, right? So what you want is a system that can adapt to the stresses that are placed onto it. And so stress responses are normal. But where the problem arises is when you have frequent stress responses without adequate recovery time. Then you go into the state where it becomes cumulative, the stressors, and you go into a state of allostatic load. And this leads to physiologic dysfunction. And that's where we start to see things like cortisol depletion. Now, breathing is interesting because breathing is both affected by the autonomic nervous system, but as Katie was mentioning, it's also one of the few tools we have to actually manipulate the autonomic nervous system. And this is through the baroreflex system and its role on the respiratory sinus arrhythmia. So we want cardiac output to stay pretty steady for whatever the demands on the body are. And cardiac output is stroke volume times heart rate. But as you take a nice deep breath in, what happens is you increase intrathoracic pressure, you get a drop in ventricle filling. And so that drop in ventricle filling leads to a decrease in stroke volume and a drop in blood pressure. Okay, now you don't want to pass out every time you take a nice deep breath in. So what is the autonomic nervous system? It speeds up your heart rate to maintain normal cardiac output. Okay. And then as you exhale, stroke volume increases, okay, blood pressure goes up. And so to keep cardiac output nice and steady, you slow your heart rate. And so even though your heart rate may be 60 beats per minute, it fluctuates between inhalation and exhalation. So it's not the same, and that's what we call heart rate variability. And this heart rate variability is primarily governed by this respiratory sinus arrhythmia, which is controlled by the baroreflex system. And most of you are neuroscientists in here, so you probably understand the neurophysiology of the baroreflex system much better than I do. But actually, the baroreceptors are connected to the vagus and glossopharyngeal nerves, which then stimulate the nucleus of the solitary tract and the medulla oblongata. And then there are multiple efferent pathways that are going to affect the vasculature, muscle, and renal systems as well. And so that takes us to the second pathway now, which is the role of breathing on biochemistry. So as mitochondria are working to produce energy, the carbon dioxide is a byproduct of that. And so one of the main reason for breathing, right, is to get some of that carbon dioxide out and to get oxygen in, so that these mitochondria can continue to do their important work for all physiological functions. But we mentioned that in pain, especially acute pain, we see this hyperventilation response. We also see that hyperventilation response in chronic pain. But as we're in acute pain, it's very much tied to a nociceptive stimulus. In chronic pain, it's not. In chronic pain, that hyperventilation seems more associated with psychosocial factors. You know, things like anxiety and catastrophizing, which goes back to what Katie was talking about. The state of mind is so important when it comes to breathing. But either way, in both acute and chronic pain, the breath is disconnected from the metabolic needs. Okay, so you have this hyperventilation response, and that changes our biochemistry. So normal arterial pressure, levels of carbon dioxide is about 40 millimeters of mercury, between 35 and 45. But as you hyperventilate, you blow off too much carbon dioxide, which puts us into a state of respiratory alkalosis. And respiratory alkalosis then causes smooth muscle contraction. Remember, smooth muscle is in all of our blood vessels, the gut and the bronchi. So as those blood vessels can start to contract, you start to get decreased blood flow to the tissues and get tissue ischemia. Another effect of hypercapnia is it causes excitability of the nervous and muscular systems. So we get things like numbness and tingling, as well as muscle cramping. And then there's a third reason that we get decreased tissue oxygenation. That's the Bohr effect. So the Bohr effect says that the oxygen binding affinity of hemoglobin is inversely related to the acidity of the concentration of carbon dioxide. So that's a fancy way of saying how our body knows where to preferentially deliver the oxygen. So if you have a professional cyclist in the Tour de France, as their legs are working hard, they start to increase their respiration rate. They don't want that oxygen to go and get dumped in the arms, right? It wants to go to the legs where it's needed. So as the blood is circulating through the arms, carbon dioxide levels in the arms are low. So then the hemoglobin holds onto the oxygen in the arms. But as the hemoglobin gets to the legs, that's where all the work is happening. So the carbon dioxide levels in the legs are high. And so that's where the hemoglobin releases the oxygen. But what happens for somebody who's hypocapnic? They're hyperventilating. Well, they've got high levels of oxygen saturation, but low levels of systemic carbon dioxide. So the hemoglobin wants to hold on to the oxygen everywhere it goes. Okay, so you end up with high oxygen saturation, but low tissue delivery of that oxygenation because of the Bohr effect. So basically with hypocapnia, what we end up with is increased oxygen demand because of the increased sensitivity of the nervous and muscular systems, but decreased oxygen delivery. And this leads to tissue ischemia. And in severe cases, it can lead to systemic inflammation and even things like brain injuries because of reperfusion hyperreperfusion when it returns to normal. So obviously, chemistry related to breathing is very important, and it's easy to measure with a capnograph. It's put a nasal cannula on somebody. You have one of these capnographs machines, and it'll give you a waveform, and it'll give you carbon dioxide levels throughout their breathing. It takes about 5 minutes, and it gives us a lot of valuable information on how they're breathing and how it's affecting their biochemistry. All right, last I'm going to talk about the role of breathing in postural stability. As Katie said, as the diaphragm contracts, it descends and increases intra-abdominal pressure. Intra-abdominal pressure is critical for postural stability. Mary Massery uses a really beautiful analogy using a soda can. So if you think about a soda can that's closed, if you try and crush it, very difficult to crush, okay, because it's a closed pressure system. But as soon as you pop the top on that can, you can crush it very easily. So maintaining a closed pressure system, okay, or the diaphragm's ability to create a pressure system is really critical for postural stability for your athletes to be able to do what they need to do. The problem comes in when the diaphragm has multiple functions. Number one is the primary muscle of respiration. So the diaphragm does 95% of the work of inspiration. It's the valve for pressure, for the intra-abdominal pressure, which we spoke about. And if you notice here, okay, the diaphragm also encases the esophagus, and so it helps to keep you from regurgitating your food. So the diaphragm has to do all three of these things simultaneously while you're taking 20,000 breaths a day. The problem is in people with spinal pain, they have a hard time coordinating these three tasks. And remember, gas exchange is the primary, that's vital. So that's always going to win out, often at the expense of adequate maintenance of intra-abdominal pressure. And so we'll see also things like gastric reflux disease in people with spinal pain. So to measure, so again, for people with spinal pain, measures of respiratory muscle, of diaphragm strength and work capacity would be very valuable. And so we use the Pro 2. And this is a little video of us using the Pro 2 here. So I'll talk you through what's happening here. Basically, okay. All right, so it's a maximal effort. All right, they blow all the air out, put the device in their mouth, and then they suck in as fast and hard as they can. They try and maintain the effort as long as they can. We give them 1 minute of rest, we do 3 to 5 repetitions. So quick and easy, and it gives us a good measure, the diaphragm strength and work capacity. And then this device is going to give us, it has biofeedback on it, and it gives us these outputs right here. So this is the output. You see the kind of waveform here that we get from it. And at the peak of this, in the first second or two, is what we call the maximal inspiratory pressure. So that's the maximum pressure that their diaphragm can generate. The length of the inspiration, we call it inspiratory duration. And then the total area under the curve is the sustained maximal inspiratory pressure. And this is particularly important for people with low back pain. So this is their single breath work capacity, is the SMIT. All right, so this is a study that we've done recently looking at the clinical utility of these measures in people with spinal pain. So we enrolled 47 people seeking physical therapy for low back pain. We provided normal physical therapy interventions, which is stabilization exercises, and we reassessed them after 6 visits. And we dichotomized the group into people that had at least 25% improvement in their disability versus those that did not. And when we look at the baseline measures between those who improved and those that didn't, the thing that jumped out was the SMIT. Okay, so the people that improved tended to have a much better SMIP than those that did not. So SMIP correctly classified 80% of the PT non-responders and 69% of the responders. So basically the take home there is that a good SMIP seems to be protective, okay? As where people with a low SMIP, they didn't seem to respond to physical therapy, likely because the physical therapy didn't target the respiratory muscle specifically. All right, so what we did was just a very typical treatment approach where it's general stabilization exercises. What these people probably needed, because they had a low SMIT, was a very targeted approach like Katie used in what she described earlier. And so that shows the importance of respiratory muscle strength in that population that we use there. But I still think that there's, even though the capnography wasn't particularly important for that group, I still think that there's a subpopulation that is very important for. And so I just wanted to discuss one case that we had. It was a professional windsurfer, an Olympic windsurfer again. And she was having a lot of problems. She had diagnosed anxiety disorder, and she was seeing a sports psychologist for this, but it got to the point where her anxiety was affecting her performance. And so she came to see us, and what we did is we hooked her up with a capnograph, and we took her through mental imagery of a very stressful event. And her breathing turned from the top one, where you can see it was kind of a nice rhythmic pattern. So as soon as she started the mental imagery, it became very chaotic, and she became hypocapnic quickly. Now, the interesting thing was not just that her breathing became erratic and she became hypocapnic, but even after 20 minutes of recovery, so we sat there for 20 minutes just letting her recover and try and relax, it never returned to baseline. Okay, so what's happening with her is, this disrupted breathing pattern that's associated with stress, but it doesn't return to baseline. So you can imagine all the effects that's going to have on her autonomic nervous system function, as well as her biochemistry, and then her ability to function, as far as postural stability, if she can't breathe normally, with that as well too. So we did a mixed approach where we did some breathing retraining with her, but we did a lot of inspiratory muscle strengthening as well too. And she had very good outcomes where she was able to now disassociate some of those somatic problems that she was having with her anxiety disorders. We didn't treat the anxiety, but we treated the somatic effects of the anxiety, and we got good outcomes with her on that. And that's all I got for you guys.
So if you have a question, you have to share the stage with Dr. Long. Dr. Thayer, I was thinking specifically of you and your thoughts about anxiety and if that was interesting. No questions?
Formulated questions, right?
Dr. Thayer actually is a clinical psychologist who specializes in anxiety. So I thought she
Okay. Yes.
Come on here. I thought that was so interesting how you were able to do that, working with somatic issues independently of treating anxiety. You guys could just be like a force to nature.
Well, that's what I was going to ask is, do you think that there would be benefit in having somebody like me, a clinical psychologist, directly target the anxiety work, like in tandem with some of the things that you did?
For sure. So,
Do you need this? What do?
I can
Just hang out with you.
definitely. So I think one of the big benefits here is that she was already working with a sports psychologist. But if she was not, that would have been my first recommendation, is to start working with a mental health professional that can kind of start to work on the anxiety. So that allowed me to then focus on just the somatic effects of it.
Any other questions? I finally see you in real life.
Hi, so I was just curious to see if, like, when you're doing some of this diaphragmatic or respiratory rehabilitation, do you notice any changes, or it's something that you measure changes like with heart rate variability, since that's something that you mentioned earlier on in the presentation?
Yeah, so if you think about it, so we said that the bowel reflex is really what, and the respiratory sinus rhythm is what the main contributor to heart rate variability. So if you have this shallow, rapid breathing pattern, you're not getting that respiratory sinus arrhythmia, and so it's automatically going to diminish your heart rate variability. So yes, slow, deep breathing is an easy way to tap into restoring heart rate variability. And so that's why they know that heart rate variability is maximized by 6 breaths per minute. That's when you start to really kind of maximize that effect. Interestingly, even though that's what maximizes the autonomic nervous system function, they've done some really interesting research as far as if the inspiratory to expiratory ratio changes any of that. And the effects when it comes to the the inspiratory to expiratory ratio, the effects of autonomic nervous system function seem to be decoupled from the actual pain effects. So as where longer inspirations but shorter expirations, that's kind of an unnatural breathing pattern where you take a long inhale and a short exhale, seem to have a good effect on heart rate variability, but a poorer effect on pain actually, because it's kind of unnatural and it's not very relaxing. So that it gets quite complicated, which is one of the reasons it's hard for us to find good biomarkers for pain, is because it's so multifactorial.
Gotcha. So I do get lower back pain, and when I'm stressed, and it happens right away. I stop going to the bathroom, like right away. I have an effect. I can barely walk, and so my first thing is to go to my sports psychologist, and he'll or Katie, and they'll reshape my thinking, and I can like get right back on track. It happens so fast. But what's your suggestion for when I know it's happened? I'm aware of it. My back tightens up. Like, would you have me start breathing? Like, what's your very first like go-to?
So breathing is so contextual. And so one of the things like that Olympic windsurfer that we worked with, she was already doing a lot of breath work with a lot of slow, deep breathing, but she had very large breaths. And so she was becoming hypocapnic. And so even when she would do slow, deep breathing, it would have a good effect on her being able to access the parasympathetic nervous system, but she was causing hypocapnia, which causes all those other problems we were saying. So one of the things I did with her is, seems kind of counterintuitive, is I actually had her breathe more shallowly. So I still wanted it slow, but minute ventilation is respiration rate by tidal volume. So even if you slow it, but then if you increase your tidal volume too much, you're still going to throw yourself into hypocapnia. So sometimes shallow and slow is better than deep and slow. Kind of depends on what the problem is. So again, it's so contextual, and it really depends on what the problem is and for her, it was hypocapnia that was really the driving factor. And so that's what we had to go with her. Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation, and Katie also thank you as well. So this question is perhaps for either one of you or both of you. Maybe it's a silly question, but I believe Katie mentioned something about as intensity increases, we tend to like chest breathe a little bit more. Is that optimal? So like, let's say I'm in the middle of some stupid workout that I just kind of came up with. I'm breathing really hard. Should I try to do diaphragmatic breathing in that instance? Or you also just mentioned something about like shallower breaths. What would be the optimal things to do in the middle of a crazy CrossFit workout? Thank you.
And you can answer as much as you want as well. So it's the problem with that shallow rapid breathing is it's not optimal when we need to be having prolonged activity. So if you're like at the end of a race, for example, when you just have to get there and you need to perform and you're like your last 100 meters of a race, let's say if you're a runner, or rowing is my example personally, it's actually probably a good thing. It's an evolutionary adaptation to shallow breathe and just kind of get there and get as much oxygen in as you can, because that's the goal at that point. You're just getting oxygen in. But if we're thinking of prolonged activity, so the duration of your exercise, if you're doing that the entire time, then that's suboptimal. Or if you're racing and you're doing that the entire time, then that's not very good for your performance. So it depends on your goals for your activity. It depends on what type of training you're doing. If your body always thinks that with every exercise that you're doing that you're pushing towards failure, it's going to get into that fight or flight mode. So maybe you should reframe how you're training, because it shouldn't be till failure every time. So it just depends on the best example for anything ever is it depends, but it really does depend on the training and the training goals and where you are in the time frame of your training for that day. If it's at the end and you just need to finish, then yeah, get the oxygen and then just do it. I don't know if you have any other.
Oh, I have a few things to that. So I agree 100%. Very contextual. And this is one of the reasons why when somebody's fatigued, what you'll see is they put their arms on their head or they put their arms on their knees, is to lock out the shoulder girdle. So now you can use those accessory muscles to help breathe when the diaphragm's fatigued. That's why we do that. There's this thing called the respiratory metabol reflex, where because the diaphragm is so important to survival, that when your diaphragm starts to get fatigued, the body will actually shunt blood from the extremity muscles to the diaphragm. And so that's why you're going to get a drop in performance a lot of times as well too, is when you start to fatigue the diaphragm. So these are all things that kind of go into the answer as far as, you know, is there a right way to breathe? I tend to lean towards there is no right way. It just really depends on the context. And that's why I like to train people under a variety of different things. So I'll do inspiratory muscle training while somebody's doing a plank, because your diaphragm has to be able to work while you're locking down your core and, you know, all these different types of things as well too. So it's very dependent upon what your goals are and what the circumstances are. But I don't necessarily think that there's a wrong way to breathe. It's really just if you've lost the variability to adapt your breathing to whatever needs to be done. And that's what we see with a lot of people with low back pain. They only know how to breathe one way, fast and rapid, you know, shallow and rapid. And that's really the problem.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dabrowski and Dr. Wong. That was simply absolutely amazing. I do want to say that Dr. Dabrowski was my student many moons ago. So I feel like motherly pride, even though I had absolutely nothing to do with where she is today. But she was one of my best students, and I'm not surprised to see where she is today. So.
Yep. So that was a really interesting, both presentations were really interesting, especially talking about breathing as something that I'm very interested in. And I know you gave a little bit of background about breathing, but what do you do maybe for yourself personally? Like how do you use breathing in your own life?
Yeah, that's a good question, because I think the famous answer of most clinicians is that we don't practice what we preach, but this is actually one thing that I do really try to practice what I preach. When I start a workout and when I finish a workout, I try to set a timer.
Oh, Dre.
I try to set a timer for just 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I lay on my back, support my legs on like a chair or anything, and I just focus on diaphragmatic breathing. So I think that's like the most actionable thing that people can do. It's super easy. It takes 5 minutes. It goes by faster than you think, and you'll actually probably find yourself wanting to do a little bit more. And that's what I try to do at the very least when I finish a workout, to calm myself down from being in the sympathetic state of my workout, so that I can get back to everything I do, especially the setting I work in. So I treat patients all day in a gym setting, and when I get like that random hour off, I'll work out. I kind of need to make sure I'm not in overdrive when I'm getting back to my patients after, so I do it to calm down after. That's like the biggest thing I work on. And I work on nasal breathing when I run too, which is really hard. Just breathing through the nose.
Yeah, and you talked a little bit about that nasal breathing. So can you tell the audience a little bit more about what the difference is between mouth breathing and how funny it looks and the nasal breathing?
Yeah, so there's a lot of different things, and we could dive into this all day, but a huge thing is just thinking of like the filtration system that we're naturally getting when we use our nose versus our mouth. Our mouth is really for food and for liquids and things coming in. Our nose is to filter the air that we're getting. So we're getting a humidity effect, we're getting a filtration system that's getting us better quality air in the first place. So that's kind of like the basic thing that's really different. It also changes the type of pressure system that we're getting when we're breathing in our mouth versus our nose. So a gaping open mouth doesn't create the same pressure system getting oxygen and air into the lungs. So those are huge differences. And also, if you can learn to control just by breathing with your nose, there's tons of studies that show like cyclists, for example, who compare their cycling activity with kind of like literally tape over their mouth, which sounds terrifying, but tape over their mouth to breathe while they're cycling versus using their mouth. Their heart rate is lower when they're nasal breathing. So they're better able to control their heart rate, perform better, and actually calm everything down a little bit more and not tap into such a high overdrive system when they're performing.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I have not personally tried
You
to
should. It's really
perform
hard.
just through my nose, and like I have so many years of mouth breathing, so I think that would be a little bit hard at first.
A good thing you can try, so you don't jump right into like taping your mouth and going on a run, is you can try to just inhale through your nose and then exhale through pursed lips. So that helps to create a better pressure system as well too, without only relying on your nose, because it can be really overwhelming at first. So when I'm doing nasal breathing and I can just feel it's a little bit too much, I switch to the inhale with my nose, exhale pursed lip breathing.
And that sounds very similar to how you train someone to breathe during meditation.
100%.
Inhale through the nose, breathe out through the pursed lip.
Yep.
And you've alluded a couple of times to the pressure system. Could you talk a little bit more about like the difference? Or I'm not familiar with the pressure of air coming through the nose versus the mouth.
Yeah, and that's where also harnessing the diaphragm is important too, because as I mentioned, if you're using your diaphragm properly and you're actually getting that flattening, that's creating that better pressure system to force air in versus breathing with a relaxed diaphragm that doesn't create that pressure system. I think that's the first and foremost thing that's important before even diving into the nose stuff too. Just thinking about, you're never going to quite get that optimal intra-abdominal pressure like Dr. Wong was talking about if you're breathing with a relaxed instead of contracted diaphragm. So mastering that is super important, and then throwing the nose into the mix just makes it even better. And it just changes things, so you can even feel it yourself. Think of the force that you get of your exhale if you just breathe with an open mouth into your hand, versus the force you get with an exhale where your lips are pursed and you're pushing air out. So it's a little bit more of a forceful expiration. So we're getting more abdominal contraction, we're getting more abdominal release of pressure. And again, we know that exhalation is more of that parasympathetic drive. So we're getting into that system again.
Yeah, it's two things. One, correct me if I'm wrong, but it kind of sounds like an eccentric release of the breath in the amount of control necessary to breathe out in a controlled manner.
It's a really good way of putting it.
Really developing the diaphragm in that way. And I can't remember the second thing I was thinking about. Oh, but yes, also we understand that the length of the out breath, that really decreases that heart rate and really stimulates that vagal nerve. It is the length of the
Absolutely.
breath.
And thinking of too, if you're running and you can feel yourself like needing to just inhale and you feel like that air hunger, and then you're not exhaling to match that. So now you've got all this buildup of CO2. And remember I mentioned like CO2 intolerance. That's going to signal panic to your brain, because that's not a state that we want to be in. So then you're adding to the panic even more. So if you just take a moment to take a deep breath and actually let yourself exhale it out, that's a game changer for just feeling better with that panic-stricken kind of breathlessness that you're feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. Because in psychology, that's what we always try to help people do with their anxiety symptoms is, slow down the breathing. Right. Get them to slow down the breathing and become calm.
And that's why this stuff is so inextricably linked with psychology. As I was mentioning, like the subconscious control of our diaphragm, ultimately, like if I don't work on the mindset, or if I don't make sure that my patient is working with a psychologist to work on their mindset, the breath work doesn't matter, because that's the baseline. Whatever their mind is telling them is how their nervous system is going to respond. So that's the first and foremost thing. And like with Laura, she is a phenomenal sports psychologist. So we have this team approach to being able to address that stuff and make sure that's in tune, and then I can complement it.
I like that. I like that. And I guess what I've noticed is, your high performers, they tend to be very hungry for techniques and information to get the most out of their body and their mind. But what about for patients that don't have that same drive? Are they as receptive to the breath work?
So that's the biggest thing, and that's where education is important. So I make sure, because this stuff can sound kind of like funky to a person who's never thought of it before. We're like, oh, really? You're going to put your hands on my diaphragm and we're going to breathe together. Yeah, the buy-in is the biggest thing. So what I find is so helpful with my neuroscience background is I'm able to sit down and explain the physiology in a digestible way where I'm not boring people to tears, and talking about why this stuff matters and why, and show them the screenshots of the anatomy stuff. That's from an app that I use when I'm working with my patients. So it's this really cool anatomy app, and I can zoom in on stuff and I can show them, like, this is your breathing muscle, it attaches here, that impacts this, and we can actually talk about why it's important. So for a lot of people, they get the buy-in from that, and they start to understand, like they'll notice the best thing a patient can tell me who's in that kind of population is they can come back and be like, I never noticed how much I hold my breath during the day. I never noticed how much I'm gasping for air. So just that awareness, that's going to, again, move the needle in their day-to-day life, and then we can reinforce the patterns when they come in and work with me.
I like that. I like that a lot, because it always comes down to that patient insight. And once they've got that insight into or like you said, that awareness of, wow, this is what I'm doing.
Right.
And then they can now use that education you've given them to go, oh, this also could be contributing to these symptoms that I'm having.
100%. And in psychology too, I mean, it's so little of what you do in that moment with the person in that session. That's like, it's barely touching the surface when I just work with someone once or twice a week. It's everything else that they're now aware of for the rest of the week. It's the same way of teaching somebody about their posture. And then, I never noticed I sat like this until you told me. So just that alone moves the needle exponentially more.
Okay, I have one last question, and I really appreciate your time. Is there anything else that you would like to take this opportunity to share that you find it's very meaningful, very important for people either dealing with pain or recovery that has kind of stood out to you throughout your career?
That's a really good question. I think the biggest thing that I found, people who are in pain, a big part of it is that you can't control it. So that's depressing. And that brings on a whole other slew of the mental side of pain, which is arguably harder than anything I have to physically work on with a patient. So the thing I like about the breath is that it's actually something we can control. So if you can reframe your mindset to being able to know, hey, I have this one thing that's scientifically proven to control my pain. I can do that. I can control it. I can do all of the work that you've taught me to retrain my breath. That's very empowering for people where they felt helpless before, most likely. So that's the biggest thing. You can control your breath, and it does make a difference.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much. Like I said, that was a great session, and appreciate all your contributions.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, guys, welcome to the Society of NeuroSport, the second annual conference. This is the 2021 Data Blitz. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the Data Blitz is, you have 2 minutes, exactly 2 minutes, to go over your study, your research, get in all the information related to your hypothesis, your methods, your conclusions, and to make some jokes and make us all laugh, because it's all about having fun. So once the 2-minute mark hits, you will be buzzed aggressively. You have to stop. That is all the time that you get. Do not go through the buzzer. Once you have been buzzed, you are done. So you have 2 minutes to get out everything you need to get out. And then at the end, we're going to pick a winner. So, want to line them up? Yeah, let's get everybody lined up. Everyone who's doing a Data Blitz presentation, please line up over here to my left or the right, all the way to the wall. And guys, as you come up this way on the left side, as to not step over all this wire work. I can. Just throw me that phone right there. That blue one. All right. Everybody ready? You guys good? Ready to rock? You just get the timer out. It does. It was working. Yeah. Okay. First up, Ali Hulshbach, PhD. Whether moms or men, winners fight harder. Come on up. Okay.
Wait, don't go yet. It's not my slide.
I didn't start yet. Where's the...
All right. Well, so hi, I'm Ali Hulshbach, and I study the winner effect. Now, if you don't know what that is, don't panic. It just means previous experience winning makes you more likely to win in the future. And this phenomenon has been seen in men and women, both in the field and in the lab, where nothing about you determines what we win, whether you win, it's just a flip of our coin. And this has also been shown in male rodents. So from all of these studies, we know a lot about how winning affects behavior and some hormones, and we know how winning affects the male brain. But nobody's ever studied a non-human female. And that's because of a folktale that females just aren't aggressive. Well, everybody knows you don't mess with a mama bear. I'm here to tell you, you don't mess with any mammalian mama, and that includes rodents. So I study the winner effect in postpartum female rats. If you don't want to see it, avert your eyes, but I've been told enough times that this won't work that I want you to see it for your own eyes. So in each of these cages, there's a mother rat who gave birth 12 days ago, and it's her home cage with her pups. Now, the only difference between them is that the rat on the right, she's won 3 times already. But the female on the left, she's never fought before. Well, if you blinked, you might have missed it, but within 8 seconds of me closing her cage, the winner slapped him right across the face. Now, if we have enough time, you'll also see her lunge, pin, tackle, and bite, as well as kick and upright box that male rat. On the left, you'll see those behaviors, but you'll see them less and later. So this is a clear demonstration of the winner effect in a non-human female, which means we can finally start to look at the effects of winning on the female brain. All right.
Okay. Okay, next up, Dan Ferreira Cabral. Brain plasticity is associated with cardiovascular function in aging adults.
I'm not sure if I can do this. All right, so I'm Danilo Cabral. So I should make it a question, but what do you think? Do you think that brain plasticity is associated with cardiovascular function? Yes. So, okay, so we try to understand a little bit more about this brain-heart pathway. So what is the connection between brain and heart? So we got the information from a baseline assessment for the intervention that we are doing. And basically we selected 3 main measures: neuroplasticity as assessed with transcranial magnetic stimulation, cardiovascular measures, including heart rate recovery and rate pressure product, and also endothelial function. So basically our results show that in a sample of 31 individuals, we had, as expected, a facilitation in neuroplasticity. And this, the individuals who showed, as you see on the right, the more you go to the right, so on the X, so neuroplasticity, so the individuals who showed a greater neuroplasticity, they also showed a higher heart rate recovery. So after peak exercise, they showed a higher great heart rate recovery. And also the individuals who had like lower rate pressure product, they had also higher neuroplasticity. So my final answer, yes. So the brain neuroplasticity is associated with cardiovascular function in aging adults.
Okay, next up, Mickey Meringue. Better processing speed in e-gamers compared to controls.
How's it going, guys? My name is Mickey Meringue. I'm Dr. Tartar's grad student. We were interested in looking at cognition differences between individuals who play more than 10 hours a week of action video games and those that do not. Past research has indicated that executive functioning can be impacted by this in a positive way. However, we wanted to look at other cognitive areas and how they may be impacted. Our study looked at 125 male participants with a mean age of 27.75, and the cognition tests that we gave them were the flanker inhibitory, control, and processing, looking at attention and executive function, and the dimensional change card sorting test, looking at executive function, and the final task was the pattern comparison processing speed, looking at processing speed specifically. Our results indicated that 10 plus hours a week of first-person video games did appear to be related to an increase in processing speed in comparison to controls. And interestingly enough, compared to the previous studies that have been done on this, no significant differences were seen in e-gamers compared to those that did not play games throughout the week. Thank you.
Kayla here? No. Next up, Kaylee Weaver, physiological and emotional effects of intense athletic training on swimmers.
Pardon? Okay. Hello, everyone. So if there's one thing that we've learned today is that exercise is a really, really good thing. High intensity exercise has been associated with improved mood and better focus, overall improved health, and a better ability to deal with stress. And so if any of you have ever been to college or are currently in college, you'll know that college students are a pretty stressed out group of individuals. Between college classes and performance expectations and all of that, they have a lot on their plate. And the college athletes have to juggle all of that in addition to around 20 hours of training per week. So we wanted to see how stressed out college athletes actually are. Since exercise is associated with improved mood and reduced stress, we took 19 female collegiate swimmers and ran a variety of analyses in the beginning of the season and after the season was over. Some of those analyses included body composition, such as fat mass and bone density, but for the sake of this, we are going to focus on the brain aspect of things. So we took saliva samples from each of the athletes and using ELISA analysis, measured biomarkers of stress and inflammation. We also administered NIH Toolbox emotion assessments. And so what we found was that cortisol and salivary alpha amylase were significantly increased in the postseason, and pro-inflammatory cytokine interleukin-1 beta was also elevated in the postseason. The self-reported emotion measures, there was no change in the pre and postseason. So that had a stark contrast to our physiological biomarkers that we looked at. So essentially what are we saying here is that more research needs to be done on non-volitional exercise, which is what student athletes undergo since they have to train to keep their scholarships and stay in college. It's very important to see how this type of exercise affects their mental health and physical health so that adjustments can be made in the future. Thank you.
Finally got one. All right, next up, Maria Chavez, the impact of bilingualism on athletes, a comparison between monolinguals and bilinguals on verbal ability. Interesting.
Okay, so this is our research. So sport is a universal language, whether you call it soccer, football, or if the only football you recognize is American football. You can play any sport in any part of the world as long as the rules are mutually understood. But what about bilingual athletes? How do we assess tests on them? And is it any different? So in terms of our research, what we did was we looked at the differences of monolinguals and bilinguals in their verbal abilities, as well as analyzed the importance of combining an overall score in language for bilinguals. But why does this matter? If it matters at all. Think about concussions that occur in athletes of both contact and non-contact sports. As we have seen today in many studies, what we found is that it does indeed matter. One commonly used concussion test is the impact test, in which bilingual athletes tend to underperform. Bilinguals need to be assessed in both their languages by taking into account their overall verbal abilities. What this means is that they need to be given the chance to answer failed responses in their native language. When we tested this, we actually found that there is no statistically significant difference in monolinguals and bilinguals when you actually measure their overall scores in the bilinguals. So what does this mean? To accurately assess bilingual athletes, we must accurately measure their verbal ability, or else we may risk misdiagnosing bilingual athletes when looking at concussions. Thank you so much.
Okay, next up, Veronica McHale, talking about some of my favorite things, sex, caffeine, and psychomotor vigilance.
Hi, my name is Veronica McHale. I'm a graduate student at Nova Southeastern University, and today's topic is sex, caffeine, and psychomotor vigilance. The trained subjects either consumed 300 milligrams of caffeine from an energy drink, in this case it was Bang, or placebo. After consumption, they were given the psychomotor vigilance task test, PVT, as a measurement of sustained attention. The subjects were they were given a tablet and they were asked to place their finger on the screen as soon as they saw a number rolling. The data showed that there were no differences between sexes for both placebo and caffeine conditions for reaction time. Both conditions did have false starts, with men having less than women for placebo. A false start is when the subject places their finger on the screen before the number is even rolling. Think of a track athlete starting their race before the gun is even fired. Thank you.
Short and sweet. Okay, next up, Dominic Cabrera, MMA fighters and epigenetics, an analysis of miRNA expression and global DNA. Oh, no, sorry. Okay, next up. Jimin? There? No? This is where we start? Okay. All right. Next up is Christina Nunez, the relationship between proactive somatic interface and gait speed in aging individuals. Preliminary results of an ongoing trial.
So I worked in Dr. Gomez Osman's neuromotor plasticity lab, and this is sort of just like an overview of her study where she was looking at pre-testing an 8-week intervention for older adults, and then she post-tested them. So you probably heard before about Danilo talking about this brain plasticity assessment. So that's actually not what I'm going to be getting into, but I wanted to really take a look at this pre-test and look at cognitive testing and the ability to relate it to fitness measures. So one specific test that we were looking at is the LASI, which is a pretty novel neuropsychological assessment. And there's this one really important piece, which was related to amyloid load, which is related to Alzheimer's disease. And it's this learned LIS-Q recall B. And then we looked at that against the relationship with that against the time up and go, where we had our older adults walk as fast as possible, getting up from a chair, walking and sitting back down. And looking at those two measures, we found a significant correlation between these two. So the relationship between walking speed and that interference, the proactive semantic interference. And the cool thing about this moving forward is she was very persistent and she didn't want to get COVID kind of caught up in things. So she actually took that entire intervention and moved it to a remote format. Granted, things are a little bit different, but it's still going to have a pre-test, 8 weeks of home-based exercise, and then looking at a post-test as well.
Thank you. Next up, Jordan Kwamanakenda, emotional self-regulation and sensation seeking amongst professional fighters. Lots of fight stuff. I like this.
All right, hi, I'm Jordan. I go to Nova Southeastern University, and I'm interested in looking at emotion self-regulation and sensation seeking amongst professional fighters. So for our methods, we had 64 total participants, 38 fighters, most of them were MMA athletes, and 26 college-age students. The mean age was 27.65. Majority of the sample was white at 46.9%, 17.2% Black, 12.5% identified as Asian, and 23.4% identified as other. And 76.6% of our sample was males. So participants completed different measures, including difficulties in emotion regulation scale and sensation seeking scale. And emotion regulation is basically just the ability to produce an appropriate emotion simultaneously. So some of our results showed that professional fighters had lower scores on the DERS 18 total score. They had less difficulties with clarity of emotions, less difficulties with producing goal-directed activities during while experiencing negative emotions, and less difficulties with strategies, emotion regulation strategies, suggesting that they had less difficulties overall with emotion regulation compared to college-age students. The results also show that these professional fighters produce higher scores on sensation seeking scale and thrill and adventure seeking scale compared to these college-age students. So overall, the findings suggest that these professional fighters are well equipped to regulate their emotions and have an increased desire to participate in activities that involve increased risk. Thank you.
Okay, next up, Frankie Pizzo, the relationship between biomarkers of stress and psychomotor vigilance in e-gamers.
All right. Hi, everyone. So I'm going to where's my slide? Hold on. There we go. So today I'm going to be discussing with you guys the speed accuracy trade-off that's also very synonymous with the psychomotor vigilance tasks in e-gamers. So for some background, the psychomotor vigilance task is a very well-adopted study. It's a very well-adopted task that's used a lot of clinical and experimental research because of its sensitivity to both fatigue and attention deficits. Furthermore, literature has actually shown that there is a linear relationship between PVT performance and arousal, such that as arousal increases, so does PVT performance. Additional research has actually found that in chronic gamers, there seems to be enhancements in both their fine motor skills and vigilant attention. With that being said, there's still some gray area in the extent to which stress can actually act as a biomarker under baseline conditions and relate that to PVT in e-gamers. So that is why we decided to employ a double-blind study to look at this relationship between two physiological, sympathetic, or physiological arousal measures in performance on PVT in e-gamers. Our methods was just 35 male e-gamers who had a mean age of 20.57. And after going through psychomotor vigilance tasks, they were given spit samples to give to us for assay run. We wanted to measure both HPA axis activity as well as sympathetic response for our results. The results were actually pretty profound, looking at PVT and alpha amylase as a form of sympathetic arousal. We saw that as higher autonomic arousal was present, there was actually slower reaction times, but at the same time, there was less error. This would kind of explain the speed accuracy trade-off that I previously alluded to. Unfortunately, though, cortisol and PVT was not the same. While there were similar trends, there was still no real significant statistical significance, which is kind of why we want to continue looking at this. This is preliminary data that we want to continue.
Thank you. I told you I'd hit you if you went too long. He was worried beforehand. All right, next up, Olivier van Houwermeiren. Yeah, cool. The dark triad and trait anger amongst professional fighters. All right. Hello, my name is Olivier van Houwermeiren, and today we're just going to be talking a little bit about the dark triad and trait anger amongst professional fighters and kind of these specific personality traits. So first, a little bit of an overview. What is the dark triad? It's made up of narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. So narcissism is kind of characterized by grandiosity, pride, egotism, kind of a lack of empathy. Machiavellianism is, you'd imagine, someone is more manipulative, exploitative of others, absence of morality. And while psychopathy is characterized by antisocial behavior, impulsivity, and selfishness. And then there's trait anger, which is different from state anger. Trait anger is more of a chronic, long-standing personality characteristic tendencies to become angry at the slightest provocation. So think of somebody that has a really short fuse. So we wanted to compare basically jumping off of what Jordan was doing earlier, the professional fighters versus a non-fighter sample in these factors. What we found is that in the dark triad, there was no significant difference between professional fighters and the non-fighter control in the dark triad. So there's narcissism, Machiavellianism, psychopathy, no significant difference. But interesting enough, trait anger was higher in the non-fighter group than in the fighter group. So kind of wrap this up. There's no difference between the fighters and the control amongst the dark triad, at least no significant difference. And the control group scored higher in the trait anger than professional fighters significantly. So the results suggest that fighters are not more narcissistic, manipulative, or psychopathic than the general public and are inherently less disposed to react to annoying or frustrating situations with anger. All right. And next, Kayla Thompson, sex matters. Anxiety and aggression predict cortisol responsivity in men, but not women.
Hi, everyone. So the goal of our study was to examine if there are sex differences in stress responsivity in humans explained by psychological variables of anxiety, aggression, and happiness. So to do this, we did a cold pressor test and we assessed pain and cortisol levels in 86 participants. And pain was assessed through 3 time points. We did 1 before the cold pressor test, 1 minute post, and 20-minute post. Now, what we found was across the 3 time points that women consistently reported higher pain readings than men. And as their pain readings increased, so did their cortisol levels. Now, for the psychological variables, we saw that aggression was significantly related to cortisol levels in men only, but not in the women. Similarly, trait anxiety was positively related to cortisol levels in men. On the other hand, happiness was not related to cortisol levels in neither men nor women. Now in the diagram below, you'll see that we found a significant model for cortisol in men with trait anxiety and aggression. And the interaction reveals that trait anxiety and aggression are related to acute stress response in men only, but not in women. So overall, trait anxiety and aggression does differentially explain the cortisol levels to an acute stress response in men and women.
We've heard a lot about sex, fighters, and video games. Now we're going to switch things up a little bit. Next up, Robert C. Speth, ACE2 and COVID-19, superhero or supervillain?
Okay. That's not me.
Oh, no.
I hope you're not timing this.
All counts, Bob.
Aha, oh, too far. Hold on, okay, I'm ready. Okay, in case you haven't heard, there's this pandemic going on, and ACE2 is in the middle of it. ACE is angiotensin converting enzyme, and I'm gonna ask you today whether you think it's a superhero or is it a supervillain. So you have 5 seconds to learn everything there is to know about the renin-angiotensin system. In brief, angiotensin 2 acting on the AT1 receptor is bad because it causes hypertension and inflammation. But then in 2000, ACE2 came along. ACE2 is a first cousin to angiotensin converting enzyme, except it does something entirely different. It circumvents the bad part of the renin-angiotensin system and sends everything over to the good half of the renin-angiotensin system, which has its own receptors, which are anti-inflammatory. So this is a little history on, yes, a very little history. We've known since 2003 that ACE2 was the receptor for SARS. And when the new SARS came along, SARS-CoV-2, we found out that ACE2 was again its receptor. So this is a diagram showing how ACE2 is the receptor for the SARS-CoV-2, and it internalizes, and it does all sorts of bad things inside the cells. And this is a nice little diagram. The green is ACE2, and the purple is SARS-CoV-2 binding to ACE2 so that it can get into cells and kill them. So I'm going to leave it up to you whether ACE2 is a superhero or a supervillain. Thank you.
All right, cool. Give everybody a hand. That was good. Only a few buzzers.
Just give us 1 second. We are going to do some basic math. We have our official Olympic station. We have first, second, and third place. And then we also have Carlos's choice. I don't know if you guys have seen Dr. Perez. He is the amazing person who is handling pretty much everything going on with webinars that we've been having on. And Ms. Algeria will be giving away a host choice award. So I have 5 winners. You're all winners. Okay. Judges, are you ready?
No. Too much math.
Ew, math.
You guys are looking at math? Or math? Is anybody really good at math?
Yeah.
Can you just come up and help our judges?
Can you go back to the first slide where I have all your pictures?
Yep.
Just remember, if you're not happy with the results, these are the people to look for later.
Yeah, we've taken all the challengers in the bar.
For those of you that don't know, also Chris is a UFC boxer champion of the world. I'm really good at sports.
That was the best intro I've ever gotten.
Of the world.
Jamie, what's the tiebreaker? Okay, stop checking.
You got a tie?
Not yet.
Oh.
We make them arm wrestle.
Remember, there's a fourth and fifth. There's a host choice and a Carlos choice award.
I got one.
You get to crown them. Ready? There's three. Okay.
Yes.
So now, do you want to? Who wants to announce the winners? Do you want to tell Chris and he can announce them?
Yeah.
They're not going to mess with him because he is the world champion.
In UFC, MMA, whatever. Okay, cool. All right, so I'm going to go in reverse order, obviously, just like you would in any kind of contest. So our second runner-up, or number 3, Robert C. Speth, Ace 2 in COVID-19, superhero or supervillain.
I'm just happy you got it done in 2 minutes.
How long do I have for my acceptance speech?
So we have a gift card, a book, and your official medal. Oh wait, that's number 2. Hold on. You don't get that. You don't get that if you get a smaller gift.
Oh, then we have our host award. Okay. Our first runner-up, Kayla Thompson, Sex Matters, Anxiety and Aggression Predict Cortisol Responsivity in Men and Not Women. Nice job.
Let's notice that Kayla came in hot too, and she was like,
Came in hot, came in late.
That's good. Congratulations, Kayla. Here
Funny.
you go, take your okay, up there.
So far, the 2 people will be expected to go over. Okay. And for the grand champion and also the winner of my host award is Olivier Van Houwermaren. Dark triad and straight and mixed professional fighters. I like this one because he proved that us fighters aren't crazy.
Thank you, Olivia. And you also the first place in the poster and the first place in the video is Gary Fancy NeuroSports.
Crown champion. Thank you. Congrats, champ.
Okay, yay, thank you.
All right, I think we're good to go. Okay, good morning. For the first session, we have a sort of a unique blend on athletics, the corporate athlete, collegiate, professional, and the corporate athlete. So a little bit of a mix. We're going to start off with Camille Selich. He is the CEO and founder of KC Performance, and he'll be focusing his application on the corporate athlete, the CEO, the business man and woman that you might see. Second, we're going to have Dr. Gabriel Sanders, who's over here. He's the program director at Northern Kentucky University and also the director of applied science with their athletic program, where he's going to be talking about workload in specific athletic populations, football, basketball, volleyball, and a few more. And then we'll wrap it up with Dr. Doug Gibson. Dr. Gibson has a very diverse background in both academia and the professional setting. He's been at Nova Southeastern University, Virginia University, and also the CIA, where he's developed basically the TBI support system there as well. And he's actually going to be providing us concussion data in NFL athletes. So without further ado, we'll start with Camille.
Attributable to a lot of other lifestyle factors over which they've got great degree of control. And yesterday we had a very good discussion about the importance of taking control of certain variables such as sleep, for example, and I will hope to touch upon it also in subsequent slides. Now, corporate athlete is perhaps not the topic that we normally associate with sports neuroscience, but there are some parallels that can be drawn and will be drawn, in fact, in the course of this presentation. I'd like to point out that a lot of the athletes and high-level executives, they all need a tremendous amount of brain power in order to achieve the highest level of performance in their respective careers. And in my presentation, I will tell you a little bit more about how you can successfully apply subcomponents of sports neuroscience, exercise science, nutritional aspect of things also be covered in order to maximize performance outcomes working with this type of population. I'd like to also point out that the certification of it by NeuroSports has been tremendously helpful in expanding my own understanding of how we can actually maximize performance. And that is because understanding how the brain interacts with the periphery and the impact it has on the athletic performance offers a lot of interesting insights into how can one achieve peak mental and physical performance. Okay, so putting it all together, when we look at athletes and compare them with corporate athletes, you will see that clearly there's some differences. But today, we're going to focus a bit more on what they have in common. And they have a little bit more in common than one could typically assume. And to name the first thing that comes to my mind is that they've got tremendous amount of work ethic, okay? They fully dedicated to what they do. They're extremely good at what they do. That's because they put in the time and the energy. And when you look at the average CEO and the amount of hours he works, it's a non-negligible amount. A Harvard study from 2006 actually concluded that on average that amount is 62.5 hours per week compared to 44 hours, which is national average. And I believe that now is perhaps not the best time to be drawing any type of conclusive remarks about the burnout rates when it comes to this subset of population, but in general, it's fairly high, at least on my side of the Atlantic. And we also see that the same could be said for professional athletes, as they encounter levels of depression, anxiety higher than general population, which is perhaps surprising to some people. Where it's extremely important that we get things right is how can one actually bridge the gap between performing to the best of their ability in competition versus a training situation. So when you're having someone that is facing a tremendous amount of pressure, and he or she could be working on a multi-million-dollar deal, well, clearly the amount of pressure is going to be relatively high, and therefore it is my job to ensure that that individual can actually get the job done, as well as he or she will be performing under much less stressful circumstances. Now, another similarity is that whether you're an athlete or highly professional, you only have so much in the way of capacity to deal with any type of stressor, and therefore it's extremely important that we pick only the most effective strategies. So the things that offer the best return on investment is something that I look to incorporate with all of my clients. Speaking of which, we're going to stratify the whole return on investment thing. And first of all, we'll look at it through the prism of physical performance. Okay, so number one factor, and no big surprises there, forcing adaptations is clearly a very important thing when it comes to physical training, perhaps the most important one. And that can only occur if we apply the right type of stimulus or stimuli, in fact. Now, the second big thing is sleep, and that subject has been covered extensively yesterday. And no big surprise there. Number three is nutrition. That means that you got a fuel for the effort ahead of the athlete. That might mean optimizing muscle protein synthesis and providing adequate energy balance. Okay, and obviously I'm speaking in very general terms, but I think just paints the picture nicely. And that's a picture of one of my former clients. We have now another area, which is of a lot of great deal of interest to me, that is cognitive performance. And I believe that Dr. Jonathan Banks will be talking about this topic extensively today. When we look at what offers the best return on investment in this category, well, exercise, no big surprises. We had very, very good discussion on some of the factors that actually underlie the beneficial effects of exercise yesterday. Sleep, once again, paramount importance. And likewise, nutrition, okay? Several interesting nutrients that were introduced in the diet. Dr. Forbes last year did a tremendous job by highlighting the importance of creatine. We also know that choline is another good one to bear in mind, as is caffeine, a phosphatidylserine, the only FDA-approved supplement when it comes to improving cognitive performance, as far as I'm aware. We've got the EPA, DHA, magnesium carotene, if you really want to go down the rabbit hole, obviously the polyphenols and serotonins. So just painting a very general picture here, and there's a lot of overlap here, so I'm sure you can tell. The wellness and well-being, which is a very broad field. Once again, exercise, sleep, and you might have guessed it by now, nutrition. Exercise is something that I believe a lot of people are mindful of, but perhaps it's not that obvious that when we introduce high amount of effort on a daily basis, what can happen, and absolutely does happen, based on my understanding of literature, it can improve the quality of life. Okay, so maybe it's not so much about extending the lifespan, but improving the quality of life, which is huge. Okay. So now we're going to delve into the specifics, and I really like this quote. It ought to be said that we are, I think generally speaking, relatively good at analyzing the things from our own perspective, but sometimes when you just remove yourself from the situation and look at it through the prism of something external, you will see that the work is a bit different. It's exactly why I'm a big fan of collecting data in my consulting practice. So Sharp Mind, Strong Body Solutions, the first thing that we do is I like to gather as much intel and initial data as possible in order to be less wrong, hopefully, over time. The whole process is very much akin to the scientific method, and hopefully be able to appreciate these similarities. We would be then looking at forming a hypothesis. What is exactly occurring, and then the priority. What can we do about it? So action time, but we also need to be mindful of the fact that there's so many things at play which there's I believe there's a sound issue, so maybe what we can do is I'll just see if hopefully would that be any better? Hopefully. I've just fingers crossed. Okay, lovely. Right, okay. So now number 4 is we're gonna model interventions and discuss them with the client. And I'm a big proponent of staying in my lane, so if there's anything that I cannot do, I would obviously make the point of referring to a qualified professional in the field. And then the board interventions is step number 6, and that's done with the view of collecting more data. Number 7, we'll be reviewing the hypothesis and see whether where it matches with the emerging data, and then final step, review the progress and revise if necessary. Now, I'd like to give you a more specific example of how I work with my clients. We're going to talk about sleep. Okay, I'm actually in a very fortunate position to be able to use data from an EEG device in the name of channel wave band, which allows me to record EEG signals from the brain. I need to say that with this specific case, the gentleman declared himself as a poor sleeper. He works a very highly cognitively demanding job, and he has excellent work ethic. Now, his alcohol intake is not exactly a target for emulation, and also identified that his cardiovascular health was a little bit, let's just say not 10 out of 10. Body composition equally worrying. So these are just generalities that I identified during the initial consult. Now, during the data collection, what I noticed is that there were no obvious sleep pathologies. So no narcolepsy, apnea, restless leg syndrome, nothing of the sort. So I was quite pleased about it. I like to make sure that I collect data at least several times, just so that I weed out any type of potential errors that can occur. And then the one thing that would jump out at me was that this gentleman here was waking up in the middle of the night, covered in sweat, which indicated, heightened sympathetic response. And indeed, upon closer examination, I discovered that the beta 3 oscillations were present upon waking, so the high beta power readings. The rest of the stats were quite non-remarkable. The N2 completely in range, 50%, rapid eye movements, sleep under 10%, so that's not something I was particularly happy about. Now that could well be linked to his less than ideal alcohol intake or the age, but still it's a little bit lower than I would have liked it to be. Sleep latency, owing very much to his great sleep hygiene, was very good, under 20 minutes. And then the efficiency of sleep, 85%. Another thing that was quite interesting to see and completely to be expected in my estimation, strong K complexes, sleep spindles. That's probably something you'd expect to see with someone that takes in a lot of information on a daily basis. Okay, so nothing remarkable here really. Then when I moved on to for my hypothesis, I was quite interested to see what the blood work would reveal when it comes to his blood glucose, because this type of midnight awakenings can occur when someone is experiencing blood glucose excursion, which is outside of the norm. And that state of high arousal in first thing up in waking was a bit of concern for me. So I did some more detective work and I found out that the blood glucose was way out of range. Okay, so probably need to speed up here because we are getting, the time is coming to talk about what can be done in such situations. And we know that sleep deprivation is absolutely a big factor which can drive insulin resistance. So it's important for me to delineate why this is occurring, whether it's because of the fact that he was consuming excessive calories, whether it's because he wasn't sleeping well. Now I tried to remedy the situation, I did in fact, with a variety of interventions, such as much higher activity levels. That was the first intervention. We also restricted calories in order to lower that blood glucose levels. So added lots of protein into the diet, very much in line with the ICEM recommendations, provided it also with the high fiber content for satiety. And then we also resorted to a couple of recovery techniques, such as emotional cognitive technique. Okay, so don't get into specifics of concentric training, which is something that can be employed in the situations where one is experiencing a lot of stress and is struggling to recover from the training sessions. And that's because we know that it's the eccentric work, so the lowering part when we're lifting weights, that leads to muscle damage, which is not a problem per se. And when you work with an individual that is already severely challenged, that could well exceed his capacity to deal with the allosteric load. So I will be showing my presentation to conclusion very quickly, just to tell you that with the help of some of those interventions, we're able to improve all the cardiovascular markers. And very proud to say also the gentleman in question managed to quit drinking, which is huge. Now, in the interest of time, I will just very quickly tell you about my next client. I believe that's got not a ton of time. So I'd like to just give you a quick breakdown of the things we can do when dealing with a situation where one's experiencing lower levels of motivation. And my time is up, so I'd like to thank everyone for attending this presentation. And I do hope that I'll get the opportunity to see all of you in person very soon. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, Camille. Second up, we have Dr. Sanders, who's going to be talking about basically accelerometry, heart rate variability, and polar heart rate monitoring in collegiate athletes.
Yeah, so basically what I do is I've been fortunate to work with Dr. Peacock. We've made some relationships. We look at doing daily tracking with wearables. So the wearables that we use ranges from, they could be wrist worn, they could be, you know, the catapult system, which is a small device that goes on your upper shoulder blades, and or polar heart rate. So polar has accelerometry, GPS, all this good stuff, right? So the whole point of what I'm going to get to today is just that, like, yes, we know certain things. We know that high training intensity, high training volumes, poor sleep, poor nutrition. We understand that's not good for performance. So like the purpose of what we do is to not just say, hey, this is bad, but we're trying to really identify some thresholds. So it takes a lot of years worth of data. It takes good practice as far as a quote unquote experimental research design throughout a sports season. So anybody can sit here and probably think about like all the challenges that might be involved with a college athlete. They party, they don't sleep, they eat bad, blah, 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 blah. You know, the list goes on. So we got to control or try to manage what we can manage. And that's kind of what we attempt to do. So with all this stuff, if anybody's ever seen some, I mean, if you just took your watch and the amount of data that it collects each day, it's overwhelming. So we get a whole season of data, and we got to try to break this down, and we got to try to look at things in a way that we can make sense of this big picture. All right. What are they doing 4 days before a game, 3 days, 2 days, 1 day? What are they doing game day? And then how can we make small adjustments to everything that's going on to really improve performance? All right. So this is stuff, again, you know, NKU, we're doing this at NKU. It's going on everywhere at every, you know, Power 5, every professional level. And again, even at NKU, some of these smaller schools are starting to implement this stuff. So it is extremely valuable, but it does take time, and it is a lot of data, as you'll see from some of the stuff that I'm going to present. But anyways, you can do this high tech, low tech. You can do athlete monitoring with no tech, all right, through surveys, through just simple heart rates. I mean, obviously, the low tech or no tech way is not as effective as high tech, but I mean, everybody has a budget. So again, this is just some of the basic stuff that we've used and utilized. And the type of data that we're getting is extremely valuable. And so basically with what we did is we started, through Dr. Peacock, had a good connection at the University of Tennessee football team. And we got their data, and they weren't really sure, what to do with it, how they wanted to look at it. So we got that, and we started just doing some basic data analysis on looking at mean standard deviations. And when we started to look at that, we started to, I'm going to go ahead and a slide here to kind of highlight some of this. So this is just a small sample of what we kind of looked at. So when you look at like data analysis, you have your means and standard deviation, right? So in a lot of research, you as a researcher, you never want to get rid of data points, all right? But, we got to look at this in a very valuable way for the athlete. So like if I have an athlete that is, let's just say right up here at the total distance for defensive backs was 7,000 meters, that was his high, that was the maximum. And the average was 4,265 meters, whatever. So the difference, if we just went by means and standard deviations, and that's what we were quote unquote training for, they'd fall short, right? So it makes but the point of me saying this is like, that is the standard practice with a lot of the way that they present coaches' data, the way that some of the stuff is implemented. And it's, in my opinion, it's the wrong way of looking at it, because whenever you're preparing, whenever you're trying to get the most out of people, you want to know what the most or the max that they might encounter. If you can train people for, and again, this isn't like you train them this way every single day, but you want to stimulate them, right? So anyways, you can see the percent increases from the mean to the max. And I know if you know anything about data, which everybody in here does, you would expect that. But the point is that you really need to focus on this range between the average to the maximum. And so is what we do with some of our data is we get rid of those low level outliers. So like if we had an athlete that accumulated 1,000 yards, we just discard that data point because like, that athlete didn't do much in practice or a game. From a physical standpoint, that's really not that demanding. So why include it into the game or into the data? Because all that's going to do is bring it down. So that's the kind of stuff that we started with. All right, I'm going to try to keep going here, but this allowed us to think about a couple things as it related to, all right, how do we set up practice planning structures and whatnot. And what does the data show us if we were to look at like, what did they do? Did they meet their goals in football? You basically, I don't have I should have put a slide here, but So in football, basketball, volleyball, it doesn't matter what sport you're looking at. There's different periodization programmings that you could do. You know, some people might do a ramp program where you want to ramp up the intensity and stuff as you get closer to game day, back off the volume. Some people want to take a day off, that type of deal. So we just wanted to try to find out what was the best approach to maximizing readiness. So a lot of people will use readiness via counter movement jump or something like that, some type of high neural activity that's non-fatiguing to identify if somebody's ready to compete. All right, so that's the tool, the assessment that we implemented throughout the season with some of our athletes to see, like, are these workloads counterproductive to neuromuscular performance? All right, and so this was a case study that we did. Again, all we had is one catapult device. So a catapult device is going to measure jump loads, low, moderate, and high intensity jump loads. So I'm going to spare you on the thresholds because I can't exactly remember it, but a high intensity jump is what we really looked at because, and then as you can see from this data, we looked at what was this athlete doing 4, 3, 2 days, 1 day before a game, and then what were the games like on average for this athlete in terms of high intensity jump loads. So as you can see here, in a game, the athlete win or lose, and so I forgot to include that. So before, or as we broke the data down, we wanted to look at, like, what is this happening before winning and losing performances? So why not? I mean, that's the end goal, right? Win, lose. So we did that. And when we looked at this data, again, this is a case study. The athlete, you can see about 40, 44 jumps a game, win or lose. But if you look, there starts to become a divide, 4 days, 3 days, 2 days prior to games. And in fact, if you look at just 2 days before a game, I mean, this athlete, you know, especially 3 days, nearly doubled their amount of high intensity jump load. So the interesting thing with volleyball, it's more universal in terms of like a statistic, an on-court statistic. This athlete had 104% better hitting percentage when they won. So when we think about the neural stress or the neuromuscular stress that the athlete was under, it's pretty apparent that this excessive jump loads, the excessive amount of pounding that this athlete was doing was influencing her performance. So it's pretty interesting. So that led us to, and this data that I'm going to show you has to do with basketball, women's basketball athletes. So we do men's and women's monitoring, but the men's coach didn't want the guys to wear the polar monitors for games. So if I don't have game data, I don't have good data to act as a source of comparison because we need game data to compare. So anyways, this is on women's athletes, which it was pretty intriguing. So we looked at throughout the season, we tracked everything. We tracked their weight, we tracked their jump height, and we tried to do this strategically. All right. And we tried to identify workloads that would negatively impact performance or negatively impact counter movement jump height. All right. Because we were just trying to make sure that they're ready and try to figure out what is this practice workload. So anyways, with the polar heart rate monitors, all right, the threshold that is a good indicator for basketball intensity, high intensity work in basketball is anything greater than 85% of a heart rate max. That's kind of what the literature's shown. And then we adjusted our polar heart rate monitors for that. So then our thresholds that we look at is how much time in that 85% or greater was either good for performance or poor for performance. All right. So anyways, this was when we had 21 weeks of data, huge data set, but then we broke it down and we did a 3-day average of workloads. Then the athletes had a day off, and then we did the counter movement jumps. This was a good method for what we were doing and the way that the schedule worked out. So like, that's what you have to work with. This isn't like a true experimental study where you can control everything. So we had to control what we can control, and this was what worked out best. So if I can't really blow it up, I didn't realize it'd be that small on the screen. So the key number there is that when we looked at this data, athletes who did poorly on the counter movement jump had the athletes that did poorly. I'll start with the poorly. They had large weight fluctuations. They were not as aerobically fit before the season, and they also had higher workloads in that 85% range which, I guess you would expect because they're not as fit, maybe they're working harder day in and day out. So those were the three things that we took away from this. But the actual weight, when I talked about thresholds, if you looked at the changes in weight from week 1, it was about a 3% that was really, this had a real negative impact on these athletes. A fluctuation of 1 to 2% wasn't nearly it wasn't significant, but that fluctuation of 3% body weight throughout the season was significant. All right. So as we looked at the workloads, right? So the chart on the left shows the power, the difference in power. And I know sometimes showing a graph like this is a no-no, but because, if you start your dependent variable there on the left, if you don't start it at 0, some people don't like that, but whatever, it gets the point across. So the big take home from these graphs are that you can see on the graph on the right, on the very bottom, this 85% heart rate max. This is the workload range. So their time spent above that heart rate range. So is what was statistically significant was about 16.4 minutes as the 3-day average. So again, it's not perfect, but we wanted to take that 16.4. So basically is what we took from that is 15 minutes, less than 20 minutes. Again, you got to work with some of the coaches. High intensity work about 2 days before. If it's the day before a game, we're going to get in there, try to stimulate them pretty maximally quickly. All right. No long durations and whatnot. So basically your high intensity work needs to come 3 to 4 days prior. All right. So anyways, as we got into this data, we started looking at these thresholds and trying to identify workloads that they were doing in games. And as you can see here, throughout these quarter breakdowns, the fourth quarter was pretty challenging. All right. And I'm trying to get through this because time's running up here. But the point of this is you can see when we break down the quarters, we only looked at live time, but then we did look at like overall time as well. So essentially 10-minute quarters in basketball. And then if you look at the amount of time they spent in these heart rate ranges, it exceeds actual live time. So like we're able to break down like a typical practice if we're trying to go hard or mimic game-like situations. These are the amount of max time above 85% that we want. And this is the amount of time overall that we want, or the percentage of the whole time. There's different ways to look at it. All right. So that's the whole goal. Now, all right. As we talk about weight changes, all right, if I go back to that, the weight change when we looked at the caloric expenditure of these athletes. So this is from minimum, maximums to averages. The way that this works in sports is typically after a competition, the athletes all get the same thing. All right, but so the athletes get the same thing. So like what we try to do is we try to show the coach, hey, we got athletes all over the board here. So just doing an average, doing a basic, nutrition plan, which usually it's like fast food after a game. It's not good, but whatever, it's not effective. So basically too is what we'll get these large fluctuations in weight, which is counter to performance. So we've been able to use this data to try to implement like more individualized post-game nutrition from a caloric expenditure or from a calorie standpoint mostly. I mean, it's not the greatest stuff, but whatever, we're doing the best we can. And we are able to look at that now, like these polar heart rate monitors give you that data now. All right. So then this kind of led us to a new type of wearable technology that I think it's got a little ways to go. If you want my personal opinion, are these EMG compression shorts. They have EMG sensors on them and a little battery pack. The thing is, they're not, they basically heat press these electrodes in Nike compression shorts, but they aren't really expandable that well. It just, the wires in there, it's got a little ways to go. However, it could be a good way to look at neuromuscular fatigue in competition, real time, and you combine that with the heart rate stuff. It might be a good way in the future to really look at like maybe preventing injuries, because we might see some spikes in EMG frequency and whatnot. So when we did all this, is my last last slide here. This was more of an experimental study. We brought people in on a treadmill, had them wear the shorts, we're hooked up to metabolic cart. So we're trying to look at RER, VO2, as well as heart rate and how those physiological variables alter with the neuromuscular variables. And they weren't strong correlations, but they were significant across the board. And the lack of strength could be due to a couple reasons. And that could be to sample size, but also different compensations or synergies in the muscles and whatnot influencing or trying to overcome some of the fatigue of the actual muscles that we were recording. But in my opinion, to wrap this up, if we could implement some of this type of surface electro EMG technology, we might be able to really improve some of these thresholds from both an intensity and or looking at like, hey, this athlete's, this how their muscles are actually working or firing right now. Fatigue's really setting in, let's pull the plug or change it or whatever. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Sanders. And lastly, we're gonna have Dr. Gibson making that transition from the collegiate athlete into the professional athlete, looking at concussion data, NFL athletes.
You can just start talking.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to be talking a little bit about validity. And validity is a topic that sort of makes me the bad guy when it comes to concussion. And why do I say that? Well, yesterday we heard some really, really nice talks about concussion and about the pathophysiology and how some people don't get better. And we heard one case where it was even said that the woman went on for 37 years, saw 22 doctors from a concussion. Okay, I believe that. But there is a question. What were you assessing? And what was she doing for 22 years? And was it a concussion we were talking about? And in fairness, when we talk about validity, we have a couple things we have to assess. One, can you hear me okay without the microphone? I like to move a lot. And it's not because those donuts in the back of the room. We're good. So, did anyone else find it funny that there's donuts in the back of the room, like there's fitness and everyone's all into fitness and power and shit? All right, so why do we assess validity? We assess validity because why? I don't know when you come in if you're being legit with me. I just don't know this. Now, in some cases, it may not matter. If you're treating a patient for concussion, then I guess whatever they tell you, they tell you. I have headaches, dizziness, I can't remember things. That's fine. And you can just treat the patient. Makes perfect sense. But there's a lot of situations where we assess a patient and causality actually does matter. What are those situations? Well, am I going to give you a top secret security clearance? Hold the nation's secrets in your pocket? Am I going to allow you to get back onto the battlefield? Am I going to allow you to get back into the game? Am I going to allow you to get that $2.5 million, or a case I'm on right now, $100 million from a single concussion? Oh, thanks. Everyone's like, wait, we can do that? Shit, we can do that. So there's a case right now, there's a real case, concussion. What I do is I go around the country and they hire me because why? A person says they have a concussion, we believe you sometimes, and derived of that concussion, they say things like, I can't remember anything anymore. I'm on a case right now where the person purports to not be able to remember entire days of her life. Not possible. I'm on a case where a person says, I can't remember my kids' names. Not possible. Same woman knew the name of 13 doctors when I asked her. So here's why we do validity. I only know what you're willing to tell me when I evaluate you. Unlike other lab tests and EKGs and things, I get what you give me. That's all I get. So let's talk a little bit about concussion. Being that it was nicely defined yesterday, I don't feel like I need to necessarily go through and redefine it, but we all know that a concussion is indeed an injury to the brain and a disruption, a physiologic disruption in our functioning. We would all agree to that definition. And another thing is that we tend to use things like loss of consciousness and post-traumatic amnesia as ways of saying how bad was it. And we all agree that the symptoms may or may not be transient. But where we have a lot of disagreement in this field Let me just go over some epidemiology. We went over some of this yesterday, so I don't want to reinvent the wheel. It's a bad problem. Millions of people a year get concussed. And our data, by the way, when we look at it, is probably very inaccurate. Why do you think that is? Yeah, well, it's self-report, excellent, very, very good. And most people who get concussed probably don't even go to the hospital. Everyone in this room's probably had their bell rung, we call it sometimes, right? Okay, so if everyone doesn't go to the hospital, our numbers are probably fairly deflated. And I want to talk now about something called post-concussive syndrome. We hear a lot about this, and it's used the wrong way, almost always. This was not meant to be. You had a concussion, you have symptoms, ergo, now you have post-concussion syndrome. So let me ask everyone in this room, you can either raise your hands or just think to yourself or go to sleep. How many people have a headache right now or had one in the last day or two? Actually, I got a bad one. I drank way too much last time. I did liquid IV and it didn't do shit. So how many people had a bad night's sleep? How many people say I'd love to sleep better? How many people feel a little bit irritable? How many people were told you're a little bit irritable? Fatigued? Okay, congratulations, you all have post-concussion syndrome. And what is the point to that? The point to that is this, that post-concussion syndrome is not specific to brain injury. I'll say it again, post-concussion syndrome is not specific to brain injury. It's specific to a whole lot of things. And I was once pressed in a deposition. I'm doing one Monday, so I'm glad we're doing this. And I once came up with 118 other things. And the lawyer actually eventually just cut me off because we both got exhausted. But 118 other things that I know for a fact can cause that constellation of symptoms, by the way, that we saw on the board yesterday. And the speaker, who was brilliant, yeah, he admitted it's a big list. I'm not going to go through it. It's a big list. And the first thing I thought to myself was I could think of 500 other things that can cause those things, GI symptoms, headaches, and all that. So before we jump to this conclusion that a person who had a concussion and then subsequently had symptoms has post-concussive syndrome, we might do well to look at some of these other possibilities. What else might be explaining the phenomena? These are called comorbidities. So let's look at our NFL groups. These guys get a lot of concussions. I don't think that's a big mystery. And if you look at the years, our data, it's not necessarily improving all that much. You'll see that the practice ones seem to be going down a little bit, but for the most part, they're getting concussed. Big, strong, grown men, like this guy, plow into each other at high rates of speed for a living and think this is a good idea. Like this is a smart vocation. And in the end, when they get injured, we go, oh my God, a concussion. Well, here's what I say to the people who say concussions don't resolve. When was the last time your favorite football player got a concussion and stayed out for 3 to 5 seasons, derived of one concussion? And the answer is never. And yet, in the cases I see, that's what we're claiming. So we heard another speaker yesterday, Dr. Clark, I believe, did a brilliant presentation about his data. And he says return to play is about 6.5 days. That is what happens to a concussion. Now, are there some people who seem to linger? Yes. Why is my thing not advancing? Well, there's other reasons we need to consider. And we hear things like CTE now is a big deal. We hear a lot about concussion in our NFL players. Are we considering other factors? Are we considering substance use and abuse in this population and in every population? Have we considered anabolic steroids in this population as a causal agent to some of those symptoms? Have we considered psychiatric conditions? Yes, you're an NFL football player. Yes, your chances of having a mental illness are as good as anybody else's. Have we considered the abuse that the person puts on their body before we do these VNGs and all these fancy techniques for eye tracking and all that? How do we know it's from the concussion? And by the way, when I get deposed, and I will Monday again, as you can see, something's on my mind here. They're going to ask me about that. And I'm going to say, really, what was the VNG before the concussion? Well, the answer is you don't know. You have a DTI, diffusion tensor imaging, fancy MRI. It's got like white track changes. Juries get impressed. It's like shiny keys to a dog. And then I'm going to go, yeah, let's see the one before the concussion. Get it? We don't know. And we jump to conclusions and we infer, and that is called in our field, what kind of bias? Confirmation bias. So what happens with a concussion? And when we argue about this, and I do it all day, every day. Well, the fact is the overwhelming majority will get better, and they'll get better in days to weeks. Fact, not a Doug Gibson fact, a fact. How do I know this? Well, my Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, 5th edition, 2013, tells me this on page 626. How do I have it committed to memory? Because I'm constantly making this argument. And if you go to literature and ask in the literature, what does it say about neurocognitive functioning and concussions? Find the study, and I challenge you to do this, find the study that says a person who sustains a single concussive event goes on to have significant cognitive impairment 1, 2, 3, and 5 years later. I'll save you the work. There are none. There are none. And yet we have cases where people are asking for $23 million because FedEx tapped their bumper and gave them a concussion. That's a true story. But I keep hearing this about the group that goes on to have the symptoms. Isn't it 10, 15, 20%? They go on and have symptoms permanently, long-term. Isn't that true? And here's the answer to that question. It's a very important word. That percentage of people go on to, all caps, bold, italics, report symptoms long-term. But when we go and actually assess these patients neurocognitively, they don't have symptoms. So we have something called subjective cognitive complaints. That is why this group is referred to as the miserable minority. I didn't make that up. But it's a group that seems to be not responding well to treatments no matter what we do. And we often wonder, is this like a somatization disorder? Is there something else going on here? The word here is comorbidities, my friends. So here's what I do. I get your medical records. It's usually in the 3,000 to 5,000 page range. And let's take a look before we go and give you that $23 million for your single concussive event because FedEx did this wrong thing to you. And I look for things like obstructive sleep apnea, known to cause cognitive problems. I look for things like substance abuse, other head injuries, anxiety, depression, obesity, hypertension, hypercholesterolemia. The list goes on and on and on. Sleep, insomnia, fatigue, pain, your medication side effects. And guess what? By the time I end up presenting this list, even a jury is like, shit, man, I don't even know if I believe in concussions anymore. So if we're going to have the discussion, let's have the discussion. But let's look at all the data. And all the data is very, very compelling that concussions, yes, they're a massive problem. But when we look at patients with concussions as simply a treating provider and not asking the question, are they being valid? This is where we run into a bit of a problem. And let me get into validity. What time does the hook come? 5 minutes. All right. Let me just go through. We all know what a neuropsych eval is. So you don't need to go and tell you what we do, but we assess cognitive functioning. And what do? We assess your memory and your attention and all that. But here's a problem with a neuropsych eval. I only know what you told me. I have no way of knowing if you're being legit. And here's what I see in reports. The patient appeared to put forth good effort. How did you come to that conclusion? Ask me the capital of Florida. It's I knew this. It's Orlando. Okay, I look like I gave you some effort. That was your observation, except I was full of shit. So this idea that I observed your effort is not valid. What's valid is assessing effort and we're using valid measures. And how do we do that? Well, first let's understand one fact of neuropsychology and concussions and brain injuries and all that, that there is a significant group of people who aren't being straight with you. I told you I was going to be the bad guy for concussions. And what is that significant group of people? Well, it's in the range of 30 to 70% are faking on your tests. Faking meaning I fail your validity test. Am I ever getting this back or how's this going to work out?
You're better live, bro. You're good.
Yeah? I don't need that thing. Don't ever give me like free reign to do shit. Stupid idea. It's a dumb idea. All right, so when we look at our rates of malingering, all right, base rates say on the low end, a third of your people coming in are malingering. That's on the low end. We all agree about 50%. And a very nice study in the VAMC says about 70% of people are faking on neuropsych testing. Now, again, if you're just treating, that's fine. Take them at their word. But now sometimes there's things on the line, like what, Doug? Disability, workers' comp claims, the $23 million from FedEx. Wait, what's happening now? I thought I did something.
You're giving a great talk,
This
man.
guy's killing it. He's killing it out there.
Hang on.
Now you're gonna get booed.
Yeah. It's fine. I don't even need that exercise. When there's something on the line, now I need to know what your validity is. Are you giving me good responses? How do we do that? Let me give you a couple examples of what we do. I give you a test that looks like a memory test, except it's not a memory test, but you think it's a memory test. What do I know about this memory test that's not a memory test? Well, I know if I give it to a person with a real memory problem, they pass it. They pass it every time. That'd be Alzheimer's disease. That'd be severe brain injury, way worse than yours. That'd be tumors. That'd be everything you can think of. We've given this test to, including a child with Down syndrome with a 49 IQ. And what they all have in common is they pass the test. Now I give that memory test to you and your $23 million concussion. And you fail the test. And when you fail the test, that tells me there's only one way to fail that test. You had to put effort into it. You actually had to go out of your way to prove to me that you have memory problems that you, by the way, don't really have. That is what a validity test does. So that's our performance validity. And then there's something called symptom validity. And symptom validity is whatever symptoms you're telling me must be legit, right? So we have MMPIs, and we have all these other tests. Oh man, I didn't see anybody behind that. And we have all these other tests that can tell us whether or not your symptoms make any sense. Are they credible? Are they plausible? Compared to people with that known disorder, do yours even make sense? All right. And so we have symptom validity measures. And in the absence of these, I'm going to tell you right now, if you do a neuropsych eval or a cognitive assessment and you have no validity measures, you might as well flip a coin and decide maybe my data is good, maybe it's not. That's literally what we're talking about. At best, because we already said malingering rates are probably in more like 50, 60% range. So let's talk about our NFL players. Would they be exempt from such a phenomenon? We looked at 137 of them. Not we, someone else did. I just stole the database. It's called being a professor. You just do shit and people did the hard work. 137 of them. They were all given a full battery of tests, but it included validity measures. And we used established cutoff scores. And these are fake memory tests, but they look like real memory tests. And our rate of failure was 59% of the people, retired NFL players seeking compensation, attorney referred. We dangled some big money there in the NFL. 60% failed one or both. You cannot fail one or both and not be exaggerating, if not faking. Now, is that a big shocker that the only way for you to get the money is to be brain injured? No, of course, every normal human being would be, at least enticed a little bit into not performing their best, right? That's normal. And are those numbers similar to the numbers I already showed you? Yeah, I already said, in my opinion, I think it's more like 60 or 70% baseline. So why should we be shocked here? We shouldn't, but what we should be is cautious. And when we evaluate concussion, and you hear all the things about CTE, we have a lot of litigation, and it's a very, very hot topic right now. If we do that evaluation in the absence of validity measures, we are literally doing a substandard evaluation. All of our academies implore us to use validity measures, including the Institute of Medicine. So moving forward, when we discuss concussion, couple takeaways I just want to finish up with. Serious problem, yes. The natural history of it, it resolves in days to weeks. Very rarely does it go beyond that. The DSM says that. Individuals have to be evaluated in a holistic fashion. That's true, but it also means we need to get at your sleep apnea and all the other things you brought to the table besides just a concussion. And if you don't take into account all of those comorbidities and the person's motivation, you're really missing something here. Validity testing must be included on any neurocognitive assessment. And without them, you are literally flipping a coin, I can promise you. I do this for a living. Failure doesn't mean a person's faking. If a person fails validity test, that is not saying they're malingering. There are a lot of reasons a person can fail a validity test. One is, I want money. That's true. One is, I really want my disability benefits. One is I have a psychiatric condition like somatization, where I actually believe that I have something wrong with me. Okay, and it's not you're faking, you actually believe this. And there's another one I'm entertaining right now and writing a paper on called the nocebo effect. And the nocebo effect is the polar opposite of the placebo effect, which, by the way, is about 37% of our positive effect. The nocebo effect is a very powerful event as well. So something else that we need to consider when we evaluate these patients. At the end of the day, I will finish with this last statement. At the end of the day, if we do an assessment, don't include those measures, we are literally not going to have an assessment with any credibility or validity. And if we're going to better assess and understand concussion, which we all agree we want to, we must have some kind of uniformity in terms of how we assess it, and including performance validity measures is an absolute. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Corey, my guy, appreciate you coming to answer some questions about that last session. It was great, a lot of valuable information. One thing specifically that I have a question in is, how receptive are coaches in your experience with the sports science recommendations, whether that be at the collegiate level or the professional level with fighters that you work with?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting dynamic because you obviously have your skill coaches. The objective of the game is to win. This idea of being able to provide objective data to these coaches that's a little bit out of their specialization or out of their wheelhouse, I think it's an interesting dynamic. And I'll give an example from my personal experience. So about 6 years ago, I was working, I'm gonna pull this down.
Yeah.
I was working on a title camp with a UFC fighter.
Mm-hmm.
And we were measuring a couple of the different things that Dr. Sanders talked about. We were talking about heart rate.
Yep.
We were using sleep, we were using heart rate variability, and then we were using some subjective reporting. And essentially what we were doing is building sort of an algorithm based on those things and providing it to the coaches and saying, this is sort of the level that your athlete's at. And I remember one day I actually went up to the head striking coach and said, you know, listen, I think sparring's a really bad idea right now. Your athlete's sort of kind of redlining. And I think it'd be best to do an active recovery, maybe let him come do strength and conditioning, whatever it was. And I remember the coach saying, stick your computer up your ass. I've been doing this for 10 years and I fought 100 times in my life. And I laugh about that because, you know, it's an interesting dynamic because that day, and again, this isn't a good thing, but it was a beneficial thing for me in my career. The athlete got hurt that day. Me and that coach have never talked about it, but we've worked together for 6 years ever since, and any sort of recommendation I make, he follows through with.
That's job stability right there.
Yeah, so, you know, I think that's the biggest thing. I think with this, I think coaches understand that this can provide some very beneficial data, but you have to be able to speak the language to the actual coaches. And I think that's a lot of times where Dr. Sanders excels is this idea that, you know, he was a collegiate football player. He's been in athletics, and he understands that he can take this very difficult topic and speak to the level of his audience and be able to communicate with not only the athletes, but also the coaches.
Take that information, like he talked about, it was an enormous amount of data, strain it down to these variables that are important for performance, and then communicate it to coaches so they go, wow, this is valuable information.
Right.
There's a couple of things you said that I wanted you to talk a little bit more about. You said that when you approach a coach and you say, this is the level of your athlete, and then you mentioned redlining. What do you mean by redlining, and how do you make that decision?
Again, I think that for me, being in an individualized sport like MMA, it's a little bit easier to sort of have a grasp on where your athlete's at. What sort of, again, with all of these monitoring tools, athletes are receptive, or you get more insight on specific athletes based on certain tools.
Yep.
I mean, and that's the kind of thing, like I look at this in my aspect. I have the welterweight champion, Kamaru Usman.
Yep.
If you look at him in terms of like his sleep data and you try to provide a readiness score based on that, he'd be redlined every day, meaning like he sleeps 4 hours a day.
Yep.
But yet he's the best in the world.
Yep.
So it's kind of one of those things where I have to take this data and sort of put that aside and find the data that's more specific to him and be able to put that score around. I mean, it's just one of those things. I mean, in your situation, you've used it before.
Yep.
I mean, how do you feel? Have your coaches, you know, in your situation, using Catapult, using those things, did you ever have a coach that was able to communicate the purpose of why they were doing this to you?
Yeah, I mean, from my experience with the catapult, I've had a lot of frustrations, especially with the field of science, because when we do our research, we're creating general findings. Like we make group findings, and sometimes it doesn't always apply to the individual. So you take a guy like Kamaru Usman, you said that his sleep is going to be consistently lower than general recommendations, but his performance is high.
Right.
So for myself, it was sprint yards plus 16 miles an hour. So they're coming in here saying a guy that weighs 255 pounds, you got to stop running go routes, and you got to stop running after the catch in practice. And I'm like, well, fuck off.
Right.
I'm not going to stop running after the catch. I'm not going to ever stop running full speed go routes because I don't want to train my mind to put on a limiter during this go route. So I have found it hard, and it seemed a little bit to me like some of the strength coaches, they didn't fully understand the metric that they were measuring to communicate it to me so that I thought it had value. And it sounds like that's the skill part, and that's what takes the training that you've done and Dr. Sanders have done to be able to make those associations.
I agree with that. And I think a lot of times too, when you look at this, you know, quote unquote sports science role, that's kind of what the position is in the NFL, whatever the case might be. And I think a lot of times because of catapult being so dominant in the sports science world, they're bringing practitioners from rugby and soccer and European, you know, bringing that European model over here, where that's just not the culture you're going to find in an NFL locker room.
Yep.
I mean, that's the biggest thing. And it's like, you have to make this a tool that's beneficial to the athlete, a tool that's beneficial to the coach. This is what I found. This is what I recommend, but you're still the coach.
Yeah.
Go coach it. Do the best that you can to limit this and those kind of things where, like, in your case, you're saying, somebody's saying you shouldn't be running 16 miles an hour for X amount of reps, but you're also a former basketball player. You're also faster than the majority of the tight ends. Like 18 miles an hour to you is 16 miles an hour to the other athlete. So it doesn't apply. And that's where I think, but again, I don't want to kind of shit on anybody in the regard that I understand you're dealing with 55 athletes and that many data sets. It is hard to individualize that.
Yeah, and it's also important, I think, that adding those self-report measures of, I mean, always taking the athlete's opinion into consideration. When you come to an athlete, trust me, we'll tell you if we're burnt out. You never have to ask an athlete twice, are you burnt out? But when the athlete feels like the science is limiting them or changing their routine too much, when they're not experiencing problems, why fix something that's not broke?
Correct.
But I do think that sports science and measuring large amounts of data that we know have an effect on performance is really important.
For sure.
And I think athletes will like things if they feel like it's making them better.
Absolutely. And that's the thing. I think when done properly, when communication is proper and implementation is correct. And I think that was one of the interesting things. I know Dr. Sanders kind of went through it quickly, but if you looked at that first data set where he was talking about workload and function, what he actually saw is, you know, this was a comparison. I believe he said it was an SEC school in that regard. And what we actually found was the workload was much lower than some of the elite workloads that you were seeing in the SEC. And if you look at record and things like that, there you go. We can work more.
Yeah.
You know, and that's one of those things where I think a lot of times sports science wants to limit, you know, it's injury prevention, that's all. But no, that's not the case. If we can actually take that step and say, listen, we need 500 more yards. We need X amount of reps at this intensity more, you know, and I actually look at that study and I think this was a cool study. If you look at it, you know, in that regard, it was, are they getting ready to go?
Yeah, they're getting ready to kick us.
All right.
So we'll talk more. I mean, this is a good stuff. Maybe later this afternoon.
We'll do it this afternoon.
My guy.
All right, buddy.
Have a good
Appreciate you.
Yep.
All right. Good morning. Thank you all for being here. I'm looking forward to talking to you today with this really cool session on cognition and performance. Can everyone hear me? So I don't have to stick too close to the mic? Okay. All right. And I have to juggle too many things, Julius. I'm not as talented as you. So, all right. So what you're going to hear today in this session is a set of really cool talks, right? 3 talks. I'm kind of biased. I think the first one might be really cool, but I think the others are going to be probably better. So I'm going to talk to you today about
how attention helps with athletic performance, right? What's the role of attention for athletes? We're going to talk about some times that attention may be impaired, right? So we all experience stress. We know that that starts impairing attention. So what are some of the costs? Why does that happen? And then we're going to talk maybe a little bit about a possible way we can buffer some of those effects. And then next we're going to hear from Jennifer Goldsmead about the role of sleep in emotion and mood processing, right? And so we're going to hear a little bit about exactly how mood may be affected by sleep. We heard some really cool sleep talks yesterday, so this will be a nice addition. And then Dr. Matthew Collins is going to talk a little bit about how getting moving may be helping our brain. And as a cognitive psychologist, we'll be talking a little bit about those cognitive mechanisms that are involved in brief bouts of exercise. We heard a lot of really cool talks yesterday about exercise training and things of that nature, but we're going to hear a little bit about some brief bouts of exercise. So 10:20, I'll go ahead and get started with my talk. Okay, so like I said, we're going to be talking about focusing your attention. And I'm hoping we can all do that right now, at least for the next hour or so, right? We're going to be able to focus our attention to coffee and sugar in the back. That might be hopeful, that we can help increase that focus of attention. All right, so before we get into this, I want to make sure we're all clear about what type of attention we're talking about, because there are lots of different types of attention. We can think about our ability to sustain our attention or maybe split our attention. So if you're trying to listen to me and text on your phone or do anything like that, you're dividing those resources. But what we're going to talk about right now, and the purpose of this, is that maintenance of attention or sustaining attention in a spotlight type model, right? So we should be able to, and we're actually pretty good at this for the most part. We're pretty good at being able to focus our attention on one thing at a time, right? So for instance, right now, I'm trying to think about my talk and I'm thinking about the feedback I'm getting from you guys as we're going through this. So our attentional system has evolved to be really, really good at focusing, but at the same time, noticing threats, right? So when a threat pops up and says, hey, pay attention to me, we should be really good at doing that. If we're not, there are some consequences, right? Especially for our ancestors who might have had these threats pop out in the environment, lions and tigers and bears and things like that, that are going to jump out and eat them. Now, I'm betting, show of hands, anyone had to run from a lion, tiger, or bear recently? Okay, maybe a couple. Maybe in South Florida, we talk about like running from, I don't know, alligators, things like that. We have this negativity bias because it is beneficial, right? While I'm trying to focus on this talk, if there's some threat in my environment, I should pay attention to it. It's really beneficial for adults to be able to focus their attention on those threats. The problem is most of us don't run from lions and tigers and bears anymore, right? That's not something that is a usual threat in our environment. Instead, we have lots of other things, other negative stimuli that tend to capture our attention. Right? So whether it's schoolwork, whether it is work, your boss wanting something from you, if it's a collaborator wanting to know why your PowerPoints haven't been uploaded for the NeuroSports talk in time, any of those sorts of stressors, right? Those things capture our attention. And they don't just capture every normal person's attention, but we want to think about this with athletes too, right? Athletes should be able to focus their attention. They need to focus their attention on the task at hand. The problem is fans tend to try to distract them at points, right? A nice image here of the Duke Blue Devils taunting a University of North Carolina player trying to get in his head, right? Trying to distract that focus of attention. Okay, so let's think about attention and athletes. I'm going to say most, and maybe even all sports require an individual to focus their attention at some point. Obviously, you can think about some skill positions where that might be more important. A quarterback really needs to be able to focus their attention on what they should be looking at the defense, looking at where the receivers are maybe. But even the big linemen, right? The big guys, they still have to focus their attention. And we notice the cost when they fail, right? We notice the cost when those linemen fail and you get offsides penalties. They started before the ball was snapped. Even they have to really focus that attention. Okay. Now, what's interesting when you look in the literature is there's a lot of work that does suggest that paying attention matters in a variety of different sports. So Kona et al. actually looked at inhibitory control, a function of attention control, right? Our ability to inhibit thoughts that are not relevant. Interestingly, they found that these ultra marathon runners who finished in the top half of the race had better inhibitory control than the slower runners. So again, we're getting a little bit of evidence that our attention control, our ability to inhibit those thoughts is important and pays off in athletic performance. The other domain that we see a lot of this happen with actually looks at comparing differences in sports. And some of that literature is mixed. There's some evidence that maybe elite soccer players aren't actually a lot better than novice soccer players at attention control and things of that nature. There's some really cool work by Sanchez and Lopez suggesting that there are differences in different types of martial arts, right? And their suggestion is that by participating in something like Kung Fu, you're training attention control as a result of the work you have to do with sparring, right? And so they find that Kung Fu athletes tend to have a little bit better attention control than Judo or Taekwondo athletes. Again, small differences because all of these sports involve sparring, but it's possible that there's something in Kung Fu sparring that may be a little different or emphasized. So as a result of the training, they improve their attention control. Okay, so let's think about a couple sets of athletes, right? When I think about attention control and that need to focus, I often think about baseball players who are up to bat, right? They're up to bat and they need to focus on the pitcher. Maybe they need to focus on the runners as well on base. They have to focus their attention. It's March. Anyone else excited about March Madness? Their brackets completely busted. Yeah. Okay. So when I think about this, I talk to my students about this. We think about what's happening for those free throw shooters, right? That's a time where performance should be pretty close to maximum. There's no one guarding you. You are simply up at the line. Now, yes, there are lots of physiological issues. You're tired, all of those things. But I'm going to argue that performance there is about attention control. Performance there is about attention control because all you need to do is focus on the mechanics that you should be doing, right? Just get up there and do it. The problem is fans like to make sure that we can distract you, right? Those nice rabid NC State fans that we can see, I'm a proud NC State alumni, those NC State fans you see in one of those images holding big heads, other fans with signs, lots of waving. All of those are distractors for your visual system. If I'm trying simply to focus on the goal, right? Focus on the net, focus on the rim, anything that's going on behind me is going to be capturing my visual attention, right? Again, focus the spotlight totally on the goal. Ignore everything behind, but sometimes that doesn't work so well, right? One of the earlier models for how attention may be related to sports performance by Furley and Memmert suggested that working memory, a function that's heavily involved in attention control, and attention can influence performance through a whole variety of different pathways. Ability to engage in imagery during practice, perception and anticipation. Think about the perception as you're sitting there on the free throw line, trying to shoot that free throw, and you've got fans causing a great distraction behind you. The other phenomenon of choking under pressure. You may all be familiar with this. I heard Julius talk about this in one of the sports chats. Is that the right name we're going with? Okay, good. So talking about this yesterday with some players that are kind of good practice players versus others that can perform in the game, right? When we get to the line, when we start performing, when the pressure is there, some people perform at a lower level, right? When that pressure is applied, when we're under a period of stress, we see some poorer performance. So let's think about stress, right? What happens when we're under stress? I know we've all experienced stress, right? That's something we all experience on a daily basis. And we know that psychological stress, not always physical stress, but psychological stress impairs performance on a wide variety of cognitive functions, right? So the ones I'm interested in today really are sustained attention and working memory, our ability to focus our attention when it matters. Yes, stress impairs judgment and decision-making and a whole host of other things, but we're going to focus on these kind of core pieces of attention. So we know that psychological stress impairs attention. For about 10 years, I've been interested in identifying why. right? And there are all sorts of biological mechanisms that are involved. When we experience psychological stress, we can experience higher levels of cortisol, and that can have problematic impact on different areas of the brain. But again, I only do neuroscience when I work with Dr. Tarter. From a cognitive standpoint, I'm interested in some of the cognitive mechanisms for this. One cognitive mechanism we've identified is the mechanism of mind wandering. Again, this is something we're all pretty much used to doing. Mind wandering refers to any sort of thought that's off task. So right now, hopefully your task is still listening to me and thinking about this. But if you're instead thinking about the fact that maybe you wanted some donuts or coffee, or you're thinking about lunch, or man, the beach looks pretty good, any of those kind of thoughts are considered mind wandering or off task thoughts. Okay. And we know that mind wandering, well, hurts performance. I'll get to that in just a minute. But negatively valence mind wandering, right? So when we're having a thought that's negative in content, seems to be more harmful, right? So if I'm thinking about some traumatic event that happened, that is associated with greater performance impairments. If I'm thinking about, I don't know, going to Disney later, that seems to not impair our performance at the same level, okay? Now, one idea for why psychological stress seems to have a much longer impact on performance is that we tend to mind wander, or potentially, if we want to go to a more clinical view, we ruminate about that negative event. And so that really prolongs the impact of the stressor, right? The acute stressor may happen, it may be a one-day event, but it may impair our performance for a longer period of time. So let's get back to those athletes. Now, before I tell you that all mind wandering is bad, or mind wandering is always bad, let's look at maybe some beneficial points, right? So there is some really cool work with athletes that suggest that, and this work was done in runners, that when individuals are mind wandering during some endurance event, especially during training, that may be beneficial, right? We can distract ourselves from whatever event we're engaging in at that point. So if I'm out on a long run, or more likely I'm out on my bike and I'm going up a long climb, or it's South Florida, so there are no long climbs, right? I'm headed into a 10-mile slog, straight slog with a headwind, 20-mile-an-hour headwind, and I know that's gonna hurt, but I know I've got to go that way, right? It can be helpful to mind wander and kind of drift off and think about maybe what I'm doing later, or the lunch I'm gonna have, and reward myself for this long ride, things like that. The problem is, even with those benefits, we might have some drawbacks, right? If I'm thinking about, I don't know, what I'm having for lunch later to reward myself for the ride, I might not notice if I've drifted into the lane of traffic, right? So even when it might be beneficial, right? So we see increased post-run mood if we've been mind wandering while we run, there still can be some drawbacks. And I'd say that for the majority of what we're thinking about with sports, if we're mind wandering while we're trying to engage in that sport, that's going to be harmful, right? We see performance impairments when people indicate that they're mind wandering on sustained attention tasks, on working memory tasks, reading comprehension, driving, even performance in a classroom. When students indicate that they've been mind wandering during a lecture, we see poorer performance on the material that was covered. So if you're mind wandering now, you might not remember what we're talking about as well later. We think about lots of these performance impacts. So if you think about an archer, right? An archer has to be extremely focused while they're about to make that shot. If they drift off, if they start thinking about the weather or what they're having for lunch, that's going to impact their performance. This also helps to explain why individuals choke under pressure, right? When we choke under pressure, it's because we're now thinking about maybe the impact of poor performance. If I'm at the free throw line and I'm getting ready to shoot and I know the game's on the line, and instead of thinking about just go through the mechanics, just do it. Instead, I start thinking about, well, if I miss, my team loses. We don't go on to the next round of March Madness. We go home and it's my fault. My teammates are going to blame me and everyone's going to hate me. At that point, we start choking under pressure, right? It's the mind wandering that seems to be the problem here. Again, the path of attention to performance might be due to things like choking under pressure, as Furley and Nemert suggested. So stress impairs performance through mind wandering, right? We see that to be a relatively robust phenomenon. I can't take away your stressors. I'm sorry. That's not something we can do. I can't prevent stress from occurring. But maybe we can find a way to alter the impact of stress, right? Maybe we can find a way that we can experience a stressor, but not have performance impairments. So one possible way to do this is through mindfulness. And I know everyone's probably heard a lot about mindfulness. I want to be really clear about what I'm talking about when I'm talking about mindfulness, right? We're talking about this mindfulness-based stress reduction technique by John Kabat-Zinn years ago. Really what we're focused on in this original definition by Davidson and Goleman is improving awareness through increases in focused attention and through open monitoring of sensations without reacting to the thoughts. Ultimately, what are we doing? We're training attention, right? We're trying to train that spotlight of attention so it can be maintained during task performance, right? Think about this as mental fitness training. We're training that attention muscle. And if we can strengthen that attention muscle, then maybe that spotlight is going to be a little more well-defined, and we're going to be less likely to have other threats capture our attention, right? We're less likely to drift off and have impairments in performance. Okay. So let's talk about some evidence that mindfulness training, this type of strengthening attention mindfulness training, helps. And first, we're going to look at some high stress populations, right? So my colleague Amishi Jha has done a lot of work looking at high stress populations, specifically a US military population during a pre-deployment period, right? 8-week pre-deployment period. US Marine reservists completed a 8-week mindfulness training, MMFT, mindful-based mind fitness training. And what they found, I'm sorry if that's too small to see, what they found was that the individuals that practiced the most, high practice group, actually showed increases in working memory during this stressful period, right? Stress should be impairing working memory and attention. And that's what you see in the military control group. In the low practice group, you see impairments in performance. In the high practice group, you see increases in performance. And what you see in figure B is that those increases tend to be predicted by practice time. The more time people practice, the higher their scores. I'll show you a couple other effects, the same basic effect, but here in football players, right? At UM football team, 4-week mindfulness training, again, by Rooks and colleagues, Jha's lab group, showing that during this high stress preseason training, we see increases in sustained attention performance that's predicted by the amount of time individuals spend practicing. Recent study looking at firefighters, again, another really high stress group who need to be able to focus their attention when they need to do their jobs, right? And we see as a result of a 4-week mindfulness training, increases in positive affect, increases in sustained attention, again, predicted by the amount of time they spend practicing. Okay, so 2 really quick studies in the time we've got, time I have left. I want to talk to you about some work we've done in my lab where we're interested in examining maybe why mindfulness is helping, right? If we can identify that mechanism, we may be a little bit closer. So we were interested in a quick mindfulness induction, and we were wondering whether this mindfulness induction, again, a 15-minute training, resulted in decreases in rates of negatively valence touch. Remember, I said those negatively valence touch, those negatively valence off-task thoughts are the ones that are hurting performance, right? So we're interested in whether mindfulness inductions reduce those in the face of stress. So we did ask people to nominate a negative life event and write about it. So we're trying to induce some stress in the lab. And what we see really quickly in our green bar right here, the mindfulness group, is that we see a reduced rate of negative off-task thoughts as a result of this mindfulness training compared to our control group and relaxation group. So it looks like one reason mindfulness may be helping in the face of stress is not just a reduction in mind wandering, but specifically a reduction in negatively valence mind wandering. Okay, so some other colleagues of mine here at Nova Southeastern University, we were interested in whether we could deliver a mindfulness training online, right? During a pandemic, we've had a lot of stress, and unfortunately, mindfulness training typically involves once a week classes or twice a week classes in person, right? And the effects are really nice. Our question was, can we do this online? are the effects sustained there? So can we produce similar training effects online that we see in person? So we had individuals that were recruited from the Nova Southeastern University community, not just 18-year-old college students. We had college students, staff, faculty that attended 1 hour a week, weekly classes on Zoom. They completed pre-training measures of perceived stress, COVID-related distress, mind wandering, self-report mindfulness, and cognitive failures. What we see overall really quickly, the green is the pre, the blue is the post. What you'll notice in all of these is we see a decrease. So we see decreases in perceived stress, decreases in COVID-related distress, increases in mindfulness, and I'll finish here. We also show decreases in mind wandering, right? So that mechanism that we think matters. Okay, summing up, attention matters for athletes. Stress may impair attention, but we might be able to prevent some of those impairments through mindfulness. I just want to quickly thank my collaborators who have all played a role in all of the studies we talked about, Dr. Tarter, Dr. Bowles, Dr. Jaw, Dr. Pan, and then the very large number of undergrads and grad students that have helped. And I want to thank everyone here for your attention.
Can y'all hear me? Yeah, if I step a little bit away, can you still hear me? I have kind of a booming voice. Okay, so hi. I'm Dr. Jen Goldschmied. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Psychiatry and the Chronobiology and Sleep Institute at the University of Pennsylvania. And I'm here to talk to you today about sleep and mood. And really what my argument is going to be, if you want to have a really good performance, it's going to start with sleep, it's going to go through mood, and then you're going to increase your performance. So hopefully I can convince you of that. So I'm going to start here. I hope it's going to work. So we're going to watch a video. See.
Did you have a nap today? I didn't. Well, you need one. I don't.
So I really like starting with that video because what I think it shows is that there's this really intuitive sense that we all have between the relationship between sleep loss and mood. And you know, before we get into the impact of sleep loss on mood, I really want to start with just what is healthy sleep. Okay. So what is healthy sleep? So most of us, when we think about sleep, we're really thinking about the duration, how many hours of sleep that you get. I'm going to try to move you away from that. But if you really do want a number, the Sleep Research Society and the American Academy of Sleep Medicine had a consensus statement. They looked at all of the research done over the past 20 to 30 years, and their conclusion is between 7 and 9 hours. What I like to say to people is that, you know, sleep duration is kind of like a shoe size. It's not one size fits all. Everybody's going to be different. We know that there's a group of people that need far less sleep than 7 hours, and they do just fine. But that's a very small proportion of people. So if you're looking to get a good night of sleep, aim for between 7 and 9 hours. And you'll know if you're getting enough sleep. People ask me this all the time. If you feel sleepy the next day, then you're not getting enough sleep. It really is that simple. So just think about how you feel the next day. Do you feel refreshed? Do you feel awake? Can you concentrate? And if the answer is yes, if you can get through most of your day, then you're probably doing just fine. But that's not the only metric we use. So we also look at how long it takes you to fall asleep. So the average here for a typical normal healthy sleeper is between 15 and 20 minutes. And a lot of people say, well, I fall asleep in less than 10 minutes. And what my answer to that is, well, then you're not getting enough sleep at night. So it's either one of two things if you're falling asleep in less than around 8 minutes. One, you're either chronically sleep deprived. So you're just not getting enough sleep from day to day. Or two, you have an underlying sleep or medical disorder. So when somebody tells me, you know, I put my head on the pillow and I fall right to sleep, I always know that there's something wrong there. We need to take a little bit of a further look. So the number of awakenings, that's for a typical normal sleeper is between 1 and 2 times a night. And a lot of people here will be like, well, I don't want to wake up in the middle of the night. And they say things like, I want to put my head on the pillow, fall right to sleep, and wake up 8 hours later. And what I say to that is, that's not sleep, that's a coma. Because really normal, healthy sleep, you're waking up in the middle of the night. And those 1 to 2 awakenings usually take about 15 to 20 minutes. So if you're spending 15 to 20 minutes awake in the middle of the night, you're doing just fine. Okay, so no loud snoring or pauses in breathing while you're sleeping. Waking feeling refreshed, that's a really important one. And feeling alert throughout waking hours. And we'll come back to this, but I want to kind of lay the groundwork for what is healthy sleep. Okay, so the question is, what about sleep loss on mood? Okay, so how does sleep loss affect mood? Well, I'm just going to ask somebody in the audience, how do you feel if you don't get enough sleep the next day? Cranky, right? That's like the first thing that people tell me. I feel really irritable. Well, so the research on, so we know that the relationship between sleep loss and mood, we've known about this for 50, 60 years. Since kind of research in sleep has been going on, we've noticed the relationship. But the research into what is the impact of sleep on actual like functioning mood is actually relatively new. And so you'd think that we would know what the relationship is between sleep loss is on irritability, but we don't. And that's probably because we don't have really great measures of irritability. We don't have good scales, self-report questionnaires. And so that research is kind of just getting started, but that really brings up an important point that it is how we measure mood that will inform the relationship between what sleep loss and mood is, right? Just depending on how you measure mood. Okay, so what do we know so far? So sleep loss increases self-reported depressed mood, anger, and frustration. Sleep deprivation limits coping skills and increases the perception of stress. And sleep restriction, which is sleep at around 4 to 5 hours a night, disturbs mood increasingly across 7 days. So what you're looking at here is a graph of 7 days of sleep restriction. And how on the left, we're going to be looking at subjective sleepiness. So what you can see is that it really kind of plateaus in that middle range. And that's because people stop being able to tell how sleepy they are in that middle ground, right? So if you really sleep deprive someone at some certain point, they're going to say they've reached a threshold and they really can't get much sleepier. So people are actually terrible at being able to recognize how poorly impaired, how impaired they are in terms of their sleepiness. But what you can see on the right side is that mood continues to degrade over the 7 days. And so people keep saying, I'm feeling worse and worse. I'm not sleepier, but I'm feeling worse and worse. Okay. So in the past, we really thought of positive mood and negative mood as orthogonal. That is, they can't exist at the same time. But now we know that they're actually independent constructs that can exist simultaneously. Okay, so we're really going to be looking at positive affect and a negative affect. So how does sleep loss impact those? Well, so sleep loss results in a decrease in positive mood, more so than an increase in negative mood. So it's really impairing your ability to feel positively. It's not actually making you feel much worse. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't impact negative mood at all. So short sleep duration is associated with lower positive affect, but poor sleep quality is associated with higher negative affect. And then sleep restriction is associated with higher negative affect than the control condition. And what you can see here is kind of very nuanced differences, which is terrible and why some of the relationships between sleep loss and mood have been really hard to kind of peg down, and why some of the research has slowed down a bit. Because it's really, there's lots of ways to measure mood. There's lots of ways to disturb sleep, right? We're talking about sleep restriction versus total sleep deprivation. So the research kind of continues. So the important question here is then, if we experience sleep loss, are we doomed, right? Or is there something that we can do? So the question that I'm interested in is, can napping improve mood? So napping has been identified as one of the most effective countermeasures to sleepiness and fatigue. So better than caffeine, better than alerting medications like modafinil. So really good to kind of help us with alertness in the middle of the day. Napping has been shown to increase positive emotions, including energy, motivation, and joy. And toddlers who were not permitted to nap showed more negative responses to an unsolvable task than toddlers who did nap. And this was really a cute finding that we really wanted to see if it would work in adults. So we conducted a study. Okay, so here's our study protocol. So before we had folks come into the lab, for 3 days before, we kept them on their habitual sleep schedule. So this is what the schedule that they were used to. They had to sleep between 6 and 9 hours. But we did make sure that they were sleeping the same every day by using a sleep diary. So just questions about their sleep that they filled out online, and calls to a time-stamped voicemail, so that they would call us and say, I'm going to sleep. They would call us and say, I'm waking up. So we can kind of see what times they were keeping. On the day of the study, they came into the lab and they had a task battery that looked at a lot of different functions of emotion, but the one we're going to be focusing on today is frustration tolerance. And then they filled out a battery of questionnaires, and we were really interested in state functions. So looking at how they feel in this very moment. Then they were randomized into one of two groups. They were randomized into a nap group that had a 60-minute nap opportunity, and a no nap group where they watched an emotionally neutral nature documentary. No animals were harmed in the nature documentary. Then after the nap, we asked them to fill out those same questionnaires again, and they did the task battery a second time. So I'll tell you a little bit about what measures we used. So like I said, we were really interested in how they were feeling in the moment, in that state measure. And so we wanted to look at state impulsivity. So impulsivity can be measured as a trait, right? How you're either impulsive or you're not. But we were also interested in how impulsive you feel, excuse me, in this very moment, because we know that that can change depending on the context. So we used this measure. It used a visual analog scale, which is really a lot, which is really just a line in which you move a sliding scale from 0 to 100. And we had 14 items designed to assess impulsive mood. So 5 items looked at impulsivity and control of behavior with items like, I tend not to think about consequences of actions. And we would end with right now. 2 was the control of thoughts. So right now I feel easily distracted. And 3 was feelings of impatience. So right now I want to get things done quickly. And then we did a frustration tolerance task. So our participants were shown images like this, and they were asked to copy the image without lifting up their pencil or crossing over any lines twice. You've probably seen this. Here's the cheat sheet answer. But so what we did was we gave 2 of these images before the nap, 2 of these images after the nap, and the second image, unbeknownst to our participants, was actually unsolvable. And so we just measured how long they stayed on task before they gave up. Okay, so what did we find? So first I'm going to be showing you those state impulsivity results. So what you'll see on the y-axis is their total score. So higher numbers mean they feel more impulsive. Okay, so first in the no nap group, so from pre to post, we see this increase in impulsivity. So they were feeling more impulsive following watching this nature documentary. However, in the nap group, they were feeling significantly less impulsive than they were before the nap. Okay, so what about frustration? So on the y-axis, what you're going to see here is how long they spent on the unsolvable task. So at pre, what you can see here and why you can only see one dot is that they were superimposed over one another in both groups. They spent exactly the same amount of time on the unsolvable task before the nap or movie condition. And afterwards, the nappers spent twice as long on the unsolvable task as the no nappers did. And so we were really excited about these findings because what it shows, and this was just a 60-minute nap opportunity. And a lot of folks, everybody did fall asleep, but some people took longer than others to fall asleep. So most of the people got between a 30 and 45-minute nap. And you can still see these performance improvements. So we were excited, and so was the media. They picked it up and ran with it. It was everywhere, even the New York Times, because it got kind of translated into the workplace. If you offer naps, your employees can be even more productive and efficient, and you can have them stay much longer during the day. But we were really happy that at least this information was getting out there that napping really can improve performance. Okay, so not getting enough sleep at night is not the only problem. Okay, there are also several sleep disorders that can result in mood dysfunction. So I want to take some time and talk a little bit about that because a lot of these sleep disorders are underdiagnosed. So the first is obstructive sleep apnea. So what is sleep apnea? It's when the muscles in your throat collapse and cover your airway. And this prevents you from being able to breathe appropriately during sleep. And it causes arousals that you may not be aware of. So some people will have up to 30, 40, 50 arousals every hour. And you can imagine what it would be like if I came into your room and woke you up every 2 to 3 minutes. You would probably feel pretty cranky in the morning. So obstructive sleep apnea, we know it's actually much more common. So for example, 25% of middle-aged men have obstructive sleep apnea. 1 in 5 adults will have mild sleep apnea. 1 in 15 adults will have severe apnea, and 75% of cases will go undiagnosed. And so a lot of people, if you've heard of obstructive sleep apnea, you think of this as being a disorder for old fat men. And that's not the case, right? I've known a lot of actually very slight, small, young women who also have apnea. It's less likely, but really we need to be aware kind of the dangers. So apnea can cause all sorts of mood dysfunction, from just, kind of mild crankiness to severe cases of depression being associated with apnea. But we do have a really gold standard treatment called continuous positive airway pressure. You wear a mask at night and it sends air, not oxygen, but air into your throat to kind of hold open that airway so that you can breathe easier. Now, it does take some getting used to, and a lot of people say they don't love using it. But within a couple of weeks, if you use it regularly, people usually say, I can't sleep without it. I take it on vacation and it's great. And just as a little plug, it doesn't count towards your number of carry-ons. So you can always take it with you when you're going on vacation. Okay. So aside from obstructive sleep apnea, another sleep disorder is insomnia. So insomnia is defined as a difficulty initiating or maintaining sleep. So that's sleep onset versus sleep maintenance. And what we usually define is about 30 minutes. So if it takes you longer than 30 minutes to fall asleep, if you're up for longer than 30 minutes in the middle of the night, you may have insomnia. But it also needs to be associated with daytime consequences. And those include irritability, fatigue, sleepiness, difficulty concentrating, worrying about sleep. And so if you don't have these daytime consequences, we don't consider it insomnia. So I had somebody come in to my office because I'm a clinical psychologist, and they said, I have a lot of trouble falling asleep. And I asked them, what kinds of difficulties are you having during the day? And they're like, well, I'm not really. And I'm like, all right, we're not gonna worry about it then, right? Because if you're not experiencing any consequences, then it may not be a problem, okay? So it's not, remember, I wanna take your focus away from how much you're sleeping to what the quality of your sleep is. So we also have a really gold standard treatment for insomnia as well. So cognitive behavioral therapy for insomnia it takes about 6 to 12 sessions. And we go through kind of these 5 component areas: stimulus control, sleep restriction, sleep hygiene, relaxation therapy, cognitive strategies. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through each one of these, but there's lots of information out there. And if you're interested, just ask me afterwards. Okay, so how effective is CBTI? Well, it's so effective that the American College of Physicians several years ago came out and said, CBTI should be the first line treatment for insomnia. So don't start medications, don't do anything else, start CBTI. So there have been many, many treatment studies since the 1970s. Were tested with both research populations and clinical populations. Meta-analyses are available that just show CBTI works. And it works in all sorts of populations: cancer patients, menopausal women, everybody can benefit from CBTI. Okay, so again, how effective is it? This is just a few different metrics of the way that we look at insomnia symptoms. So there's how long it takes you to fall asleep, or sleep onset latency, total sleep time, number of awakenings, and quality of sleep. And in these, you can see in the dark purple bar compared to the yellow bar is hypnotics or sleep aids, any kind of sleep medication. CBTI just outperforms them. And with pre-treatment expectations. So when you ask people, do you want to use CBTI? They would much rather use CBTI than start a medication. So it's much easier to get people on board with doing a behavioral treatment. And remember, this can be in as short as 6 sessions. So if you're doing weekly treatment, you can see it like really large improvements and gains in 6 visits or 6 weeks. And so when I tell people I can get you sleeping better in 6 weeks, they're like, all right, let's do this. Okay, so let's sum up. So sleep loss negatively impacts positive mood. It also impacts negative mood, but much more so positive mood. Napping has the potential to improve emotion regulation. Sleep disorders are associated with mood dysfunction. And we have hope, right? We have gold standard treatments for sleep disorder. So CPAP for obstructive sleep apnea and CBTI for insomnia. So I want to thank everybody that I've been working with over the past several years at the University of Michigan and the University of Pennsylvania. And thank you all for your attention.
Hey, thanks for having me today. I'm Canadian, so I guess I give thank yous first. So I would just like to acknowledge my collaborators here. My faculty collaborator is at Nova Southeastern University, Dr. Leanne Boucher. And I've had a lot of undergraduate collaborators through the years that we've been working on this project. I would just like to point out one in particular that's been with the project since the beginning, Wilford Miranda, who's actually been working on it so long, he's already graduated and is actually teaching at the university school on campus now. So I'm very happy about that. And I'm going to start with sort of a radical statement here. Exercise is good. I talk over, I don't know. We see a lot of cognitive benefits from exercise. And I am a cognitive psychologist that's particularly interested in memory. And so, you know, I was always sort of interested in how exercise benefits memory, and not surprisingly, there are a lot of benefits from exercise on memory. So whether we're looking at older adults, whether we're looking at children with ADHD, whether we're looking at healthy young adults like college students, we see benefits from exercise on memory and learning. If we sort of delve into this as a cognitive psychologist, there are lots of different ways to talk about memory. So, you know, Dr. Banks was earlier sort of talking about working memory capacity. Exercise benefits working memory capacity functions, right? So helps you to focus your attention, helps you on potentially updating, helps you on potentially inhibiting those things that you shouldn't be focusing on. If we sort of just even think about sort of the capacity of working memory, just sort of holding on to information for a short period of time, we see benefits from exercise on your short-term memory. And of particular interest to me has always been sort of long-term recall, and not surprisingly, we see benefits from exercise on long-term recall of information. Now, there are a lot of possible explanations out here for why exercise would benefit cognition in these kinds of ways. And Dr. Suzuki actually did a great job, sort of our keynote yesterday, talking about sort of the biological reasons for why there would be these kinds of benefits from exercise on memory. So if we sort of talk about the role of brain-derived neurotropic factors, right? We're looking at one of a class of neurotropic factors that's associated with plasticity in the brain and increased neural connectedness, neurogenesis, these kinds of things. And that is one possible explanation for why exercise could provide these benefits on cognition, because we're essentially getting changes in the brain, right? And that's going to be important for learning and remembering things, right? There are other explanations out there as well. So for instance, this idea of exercise as a stressor that essentially arouses you. We can sort of think about exercise as serving this essentially this inverted U-shaped function, where if you exercise to an optimal arousal, right, not too hard, not too soft, that you're going to sort of get optimum benefits when it comes to your cognitive abilities here, right? So for instance, we've all had those exercises where we just completely worn ourselves out sometimes, maybe not the most beneficial when it comes to cognitive performance after that exercise session. But for me as a cognitive psychologist, I've never been so much interested in the biological mechanisms. I've always been more interested in the cognitive mechanisms that are impacted by exercise. And this is one of the major understudied areas in exercise science. So I've sort of just got a basic outline of how memory processes at a really, really gross level work, right? And so Dr. Banks has already talked to us a little bit about sort of this process here, right? Where exercise can potentially impact your ability to sustain your attention, to sort of update your memory. And if we sort of think about a couple of those theories that I was just talking about, right? The arousal hypothesis provides a really nice explanation for why that's the case, because, essentially you've exercised yourself, you've aroused yourself. What does that do? It helps you sustain your attention on the task that you're about to carry out after that exercise, right? And of course, BDNF, if we think about biological explanations, BDNF is going to be impacting everything, right? You got to have brain changes when you're learning something. So, exercising, plasticity, memory are beneficial, right? If we sort of think about how exercise has impacted long-term memory, BDF is a really, really nice explanation for this because, it's sort of increasing plasticity, right? Plasticity, if we sort of think about the underlying biological explanations, right? Long-term potentiation is happening. We've got to change our brain in order to store new things that we're learning, right? Really, really nice explanation for why exercise would provide these kinds of benefits for your long-term memory as well, if we just think about it in that biological way. And if you like the arousal hypothesis, you got to pay attention to learn stuff. I tell my students this all the time. Like, if you're going to come to class and just fall asleep on Zoom, that's okay. You don't have to be there, right? You got to be paying attention. So attention is going to be beneficial when it comes to that long-term memory as well. You got to get it in there if you're going to remember it, right? But I've always sort of been interested in this encoding things. And encoding is something that hasn't been examined in exercise and its benefits on memory before. And if I sort of think about it again in those two theories that I just introduced right there, there's reasons to believe that encoding would be the area that we should really be looking at when it comes to exercise impacts on memory, right? Because we've just talked about arousal, right? You've got to pay attention, you've got to sustain attention to your task in order to remember it. That's an encoding process, right? So you got to pay attention to encode that information. And again, right, plasticity, right? Once you've encoded it there, you've got to have changes in the brain to be able to hold on to that information, right? So encoding is really the key between all of these processes. So I just wanted to tell you guys today about a study that we've been working on in the lab for the last few years. And I say the last few years, this is how long it takes to do big studies at NSU, especially when you're thrown a pandemic in the middle of your research. And we really had sort of two major questions that we wanted to ask in this study. One question is, how our learning rate, right, because I'm interested in coding, right, how are learning rate and long-term memory impacted by acute short bouts of exercise? And secondly, my collaborator was always sort of interested in this. How does intensity of exercise impact learning rate and long-term memory? Okay, so it was a 2-day study, and we had 109 healthy young college students come into our lab. On day one, essentially what they do is they complete a couple of questionnaires, right? So one thing is we assess their readiness for physical activity because we don't want anyone passing out and dying on the treadmill, never a good thing for the IRB committee, right? And then we also control for their anxiety and their sleep. And then what we do is we assign them to one of 3 conditions, and each condition lasts 30 minutes. In one condition, it's just a simple control sitting condition. And what they do in this condition is for 30 minutes, they watch March of the Penguins. I don't know if you guys remember March of the Penguins, right? That soothing Morgan Freeman narration about the life of the Empire Penguin. Interesting, maybe, not arousing, at least in terms of exercise. So 30 minutes of that. Or they will be assigned to a walking condition. In the walking condition, they're walking on our treadmill for 30 minutes, and we actually get them to a target heart rate zone. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Fox formula. The Fox formula is just sort of quick and dirty way to sort of get at your max heart rate. Essentially what you do is you take 220, you minus the age, and then you can find the percentage of that max heart rate. So if you think a 20-year-old here, right, 220 minus 20, right, essentially if we're trying to get to 50% of max heart rate, essentially they're walking at about 100 beats per minute on that treadmill, okay? So that's our target heart rate zone for that walking, right? Sort of just low intensity exercise. Or they can be assigned to this running condition. And in this running condition, now we have 75% max heart rate that we're getting them to. And what we do is throughout that 30 minutes, even in our control condition, because we want to see how excited they get about those penguins, is we're taking heart rate every 5 minutes through the period to be sure that we're keeping people, at least in our walking and our running condition, within that target heart rate zone. Okay? After this 30-minute condition, either of watching the penguins, walking, or running, then we give them our dependent measure. And our dependent measure is what's called a paired associate learning task. And in this task, what you're presented with is you're presented with pairs of words. One is a cue word, one is a target word. The cue word is just there because on the recall portion of the task, you're going to be given that cue word and your job is to remember the target word. And in our particular list, we give you 40 word pairs. And you're presented with each of these word pairs one time and we go through that list. And then at the end of that learning phase, what we do is we test their memory for that list. But because we are specifically interested in asking questions about encoding, what we wanted to measure is we wanted to measure how learning rate was affected by the condition that they were in. So what we did is we repeated that list 10 times. So you go through that entire 40-word list where you're presented with a cue and the target, right? And you're just sort of like said, like, remember the target words here, guys. And then we test you through your memory on those target words. And then we do it again and again and again until we've done it 10 times so we can get at how did their learning rate potentially change by the condition that they were placed in. Okay? Then, 48 hours later, they come back into the lab. We give them some more questionnaires where we assess their anxiety. We assess the kind of sleep quality that they're getting so we can control for these kinds of factors. We assess for how much exercise they normally get because that's a really important question, right? We're talking about potentially young college students here, but college students, some are going to be more in shape, some are going to be less in shape, right? And so we want to be able to control for that factor just in case it's important. Some demographics information. And then we measure long-term recall of those target words again. So you're not presented with the learning phase again 2 days later. Now you're just presented with it. Okay, tell us what those target words were again. Okay. So we've got our two dependent measures with our paired associate learning task. We've got our measure of learning rate on that first day. How quickly were they able to learn those target words? And we've got our long-term recall as well. 2 days later, how many did they remember of those target words? So, what we do is we calculate the mean number of word pairs they correctly remember on each trial, right? Along my x-axis here, I've got the trial number. So that's each time they're going through that learning phase, each learning list that we're seeing here. And on my y there, I've got the number of pairs that they're remembering on the task. My blue group is my walking group. My orange group is my jogging group. And my gray group is my sitting group. And holy moly, is that a wonderful pattern. I love to see data like that because on every single trial, what is happening? My two exercise groups are performing better than my control sitting group. Wonderful, lovely pattern. But of course, because I'm a psychologist, I can't make conclusions on pattern like this. So I have to go and I have to calculate some numbers, right? And so what we do is we fit a regression model, a nonlinear regression model, an inverse curve to this data to calculate a couple variables. The learning rate is going to essentially be what the slope is in those conditions, right? So, steeper slope, the faster you're learning those pairs of words, less of the slope, the slower you're learning those pairs of words. And then what we also calculate is we calculate the theoretical best number of items that you remember, right? So this actually goes beyond the 40 trials. Like if we had kept going, how much would they have remembered theoretically based on the modeling of the data that we're doing here, right? And we just do this using a sort of simple Excel fit function, right? Where we're essentially sort of looking at the observed data, how many pairs they're remembering, right? What's their asymptote? How many theoretical best number of pairs could they remember? What their slope is and what their trial is. So we go and we calculate that for each subject. And we ask the question, is learning rate impacted by condition? And the short answer is no. Even with that really, really wonderful pattern, we do not see significant differences between our conditions, either when it comes to the slope or when it comes to the theoretical best number of pairs that they remember. But, thank God we have that other dependent variable, right? Because when we ask that question, is long-term memory impacted by the condition we in? And the answer is yes. Both walking and running significantly remember more words 48 hours later. And what's even more interesting is running significantly remembers more words than the walking group. And post-hoc LSD tests are confirming that these are significant differences. So what are our conclusions? Well, we see that our walking and our jogging groups are showing this improved long-term memory for words 48 hours later after learning compared to our control sitting group. And our jogging group, right, that higher intensity exercise has better long-term memory than that walking group. But unfortunately for us, even with that wonderful, clear, consistent pattern, I'm going to come back to it, that learning rate and mean theoretical pair slope don't significantly differ between our groups. So if we return to our hypotheses now, right, or our first hypothesis, how is learning rate impacted by exercise? And we see no significant difference, but like, my God, that is a wonderful pattern. Every time I look at that pattern, I'm like, how is that not showing a difference here, right? So I very much think that there is something more to investigate, specifically when it comes to how exercise is impacting encoding of information. And that second hypothesis of ours, right, intensity, right? Intensity is showing differences. And as far as I know, right, we have never actually shown these differences behaviorally before. Dr. Suzuki told us yesterday about short as a 10-minute walking episode can improve mood, but we've never seen something as short as 30 minutes of walking impacting behavior, in this case, memory. That's something that's just a short 30 minutes of walking can potentially improve what you're about to do and remember from that kind of task. So I think there's sort of a lot of implications for this, right? As a cognitive psychologist, I don't usually think about applications because I'm just sort of interested in the basics of cognition, right? But like if we think about sport here, think about what happens in different sports contexts, right? So if we think about basketball, we think about football, right? There's a lot of memorization that happens in these kinds of sports, whether it comes to specific plays that they're doing. There very much might be a way to organize training to sort of get best benefits when it comes to the kind of learning and memorization when it comes to plays, right? Maybe we want to do some cardio work before we're sitting down and sort of doing that classroom work that happens in those kinds of sessions. It also really sort of opens up questions about, are there sort of differences in memory that are impacted by exercise in different ways, right? Because we also sort of have to think about all kinds of procedural things, right? So think about a diver, think about a gymnast, right? They very much have to practice these procedural skills that they're doing. Are we potentially going to see better encoding, better memory performance when it comes to these skills if before they're practicing these, they're getting some cardio, they're getting some resistance training in to sort of optimize, to put them in a place where they're going to best perform, best benefit from the learning episodes that they're about to have. So beyond just sort of the wonderfulness that comes with exercise, right? The learning, the more brilliant all of us become after memory, I think there are some real applications when it comes to this particular work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Banks.
Absolutely.
One of my former professors, research collaborator, a guy that I really appreciate a lot, and I appreciate you taking this time to answer some questions about the previous session.
Well, thank you. I always enjoy talking to you and talking about the impact of exercise and cognition.
Perfect. So you said something that I thought was really interesting. Stress impairs performance.
Yes.
And then I thought about the show that I've been watching, and it's about Formula One racing.
Okay.
And the head of the racing team said, the best either sink or they swim. So then I thought, does stress impair performance, or does stress impair for performance for people that aren't elite? And I would like to know your thoughts about that.
Sure. I think that's a good idea and a good catch when I talk about stress impairing performance. That's probably not 100% the best way to say that. We see all sorts of instances where the exact same stressor occurs to two different people, yet one seems to have no effect.
Wow.
And the other does, right? Even in the lab, when we try to manipulate stress, we use kind of heavy methods to manipulate stress. And even then, we still don't necessarily see performance impairments from everyone. So we often talk about responders and non-responders, that some people just don't seem to be as affected. And I think that's where attention control and mind wandering really come in. And that's where I think the role of mindfulness may help, in that if we've experienced some psychological stressor, we're able to cope with it and not have those kind of prolonged episodes of mind wandering. So kind of getting back to the athlete and thinking about Formula One racing or anything where you have high demands. I mean, we can think about someone thinking about all the pressure and the stress that might be going on, and one person can tune it out, right? They can stop thinking about those, stop having those thoughts, and instead focus on performance.
Wow, that's I mean, that makes perfect sense. It's, you know, of course, there's individual differences in anything we look at, but one thing as you were saying that, I kept thinking in my mind, compartmentalization. What role do you think being able to compartmentalize things plays in that attention versus mind wandering ability?
I think that's an interesting idea. So while someone is experiencing that stressor, right, while they are in that performance setting, maybe they need to inhibit those thoughts about negative consequences for poor performance. We know that it's kind of problematic if we try to stop thinking about something, right? And so this whole ironic rebound effect, when we try to not think about something, we might be able to do that for a little while, and then those thoughts tend to pop back into our awareness at a much higher level.
It's like the what happens with mind wandering, like right before sleep, for example.
Absolutely, right? That's a perfect example. So right before sleep, we're like, okay, I'm just going to not think about all the stressful things that have happened today, or I'm not thinking about what I'm worried about tomorrow. And then, of course, you just end up thinking about it and you can't get to sleep. That's going on. I think if we can find a way to kind of compartmentalize it, or at least move those thoughts to the side and really focus our attention where it needs to be, then we can come back and think about those thoughts later, right? After the game, after the race, right? We can certainly think about those performance thoughts and the consequences after the event's over.
Yeah.
It's no longer hurting our performance at that point.
That makes sense. And basically, it sounds like, you know, from the compartmentalization standpoint, this may be something that is really effective short term, but it's not great long term, because you're missing a lot of the other valuable information that maybe negative mood states might be trying to tell you about what's going on in your environment.
And I think that's a great way to think about maybe one of the downsides, right? This negativity bias that I talked about is there for a reason, right? It is helpful that we see these threats in our environment. It's helpful that we may have these thoughts, and they help tune the organism, right? They help us know that we need to pay attention to it, and therefore we probably need to do something about it, right? So we're not running from lions and tigers, but when my colleague wants something from me, or my boss says, I have to have this now, if I just kind of don't think about it, there's going to be a problem, right? We can't run from those stressors the way we could run from lions and tigers.
Yeah.
But if we can not react to them, maybe, right? Understand that we've had that thought, understand that stressor is there, but right now, do I need to focus on it, or do I need to focus on the task?
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And so if we can make sure to
being able to discriminate between what's the most important thing right now,
absolutely,
to be paying attention to.
Yes.
And that kind of brings me into another question I had for you specifically, is that you talked about, all right, mindfulness training interventions and the positive effects associated with that. Can you tell us what goes into that mindfulness training? I kept on wondering, it's like, how do you deliver that intervention?
Absolutely. So there are a lot of different mindfulness meditation trainings that are out there. There's a really great meta-analysis that came out just a couple months ago that showed that the mindfulness training that's really based on the MBSR, the mindfulness-based stress reduction, that training does include lots of kind of focused attention and awareness training, but also includes lots of other things like yoga or things that are.
Correct me if I'm wrong. There's like a silence is a big part at the end of that, and
absolutely. So that the John Kabat-Zinn approved MBSR training is great, and the effects are real. They show reduced stress. It changes in mood. Some changes in attention. The training that I tend to work with, that we've just completed in the online study, the work by Mishi Jha, all of that and other colleagues, all of that is just about focusing attention. So the training is in some ways relatively simple, but yet hard.
Yeah.
So it's really about practicing focusing your attention on one thing. So maybe that's focusing your attention for 20 minutes on your breath, or focusing your attention on contact points that you have with the chair or something of that nature. It's really that increased focus of attention training and kind of like a muscle, right? If we do that more often, we get better at it. That shouldn't be shocking. If we do some task, we learn, right?
Yeah,
And we get better, whether that's Sudoku or crossword puzzles.
Old school behaviorism. If we condition something, then we'll see changes. So what kind of questions come up when you do these training? Because what I always hear people say, well, it's so hard to meditate.
Yes.
What kind of things are they asking, and how are you helping them through that process of learning how to pay attention to the breath or pay attention to contact points?
So I'll start by saying I'm not a trainer, right? So that's kind of a little outside of my wheelhouse, but I've worked with some trainers that do wonderful work with us. And so one thing that happens, one complaint we get sometimes people have is that they don't think it's working.
Yep.
Right. They're a weekend. They've done the first class. They've practiced the training every day.
Yeah.
And they don't see it's helping, or they can't do it. Right. They're trying to focus their attention on their breath, and they realize their mind is wandering off all the time.
Yeah.
And they keep having to redirect.
Yep.
Well, in some ways, what you're training is also your meta awareness, right? So meta awareness is simply our awareness of what we're thinking.
Yep.
And if we're becoming more aware that we're having these off-task thoughts, that's good.
It's telling you something.
Absolutely. So in the recent study we had, one of the results I didn't get to talk about much, we saw increases in reports of self-reported cognitive failures. So those are things like walking into a room and not remembering why you went in the room, or forgetting where you parked your car. I actually like the fact that we saw an increase in those, because I think that's a reflection of that increased meta awareness. People are now just more aware.
Yeah, you're paying attention.
Absolutely. And so it's possible that as they start this training, they think, oh, this isn't working, because now all of a sudden we're noticing we're mind wandering more, or I couldn't do the training. I really had trouble doing it. Well, just because you couldn't focus your attention on your breath the entire time does not mean you weren't doing it correctly.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean it's not going to benefit you.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really important thing for people to understand going in. And I also like to tell people, like, we're not curing cancer here, right? This isn't solving world peace.
Yeah.
We're training attention.
Yeah.
And if we can train our attention to be aware of those thoughts, and then the second piece of the awareness is kind of a non-judgment. So we know we've had the thought, but we're not hard on ourselves, right? We're not upset. We just gently but firmly redirect attention back to where we wanted it to be.
It would defeat the purpose if you've now brought so much attention to this metacognition or to everything that's going on, and now you've flooded with emotional, negative emotional reactions to this perceived difficulty paying attention.
Yes.
Now it's counterproductive.
Absolutely.
So that non-judgmental piece is important, or else humans tend to stuff these things out of our awareness for a reason. That's what Freud realized a long time ago. And now you brought your attention to it. Now you have to address it. Now you have to be non-judgmental.
And that's there's some emerging work that's suggesting that at points mindfulness training can be problematic for some individuals, right? So it makes you aware of your thoughts. That at points might be disconcerting, right? You're now aware that, I thought I was paying attention all the time. I thought I was doing a really good job. And you realize you're not. And that you're mind wandering a lot more than you thought. And you start to feel maybe some negative connotation to that. And so while we look at and find all these effects of increased positive affect and decreased negative affect, depending on what's happening, it could be a point where someone has more of an adverse reaction. And that's kind of part of that training.
And, we often have had this conversation a lot, and we talk about traditionally referring to it as a practice.
Yes.
And when you refer to it as a practice, that helps you make more sense of the journey aspect of I'm getting really good. I'm getting really good. Just like in any other skill. I kind of took a dip, or I moved into a new area of cultivating my attention that now has been difficult for me. And you move through that. And that's kind of the journey piece of becoming, I would call it, expert in mindfulness or attention?
Well, and I think I like that analogy of thinking about this really as training, because that's what it is. And it's in many ways not all that different from maybe what we would have for, say, training for a 5K or a half marathon, right?
Yeah.
So if I was going to find a half marathon I wanted to run and start training for that, I'm going to maybe see some improvements at first, right? Because I get off the couch, right? I'm actually running more. I'm doing those things. That's good. But I may hit a peak, right? I may hit a peak where I have to do something to my training plan to change it, or maybe I develop an injury, right? And I have to take a little bit of time off, reconfigure it so that I get to the point I'm able to run and complete that half marathon. I think the other thing that's important to remember is that what sometimes you hear from people who do these 6-week or 8-week classes, they finish the class and then they say, great, I'm done.
Yeah.
A mindfulness practice is no different. That training and that practice is no different than any other exercise. So if I go and I run a great half marathon and then I don't run for the next month, I'm not going to be in great shape and I'm not going to be able to go back and run again, right? We have to keep doing it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Those effects won't be stable if you don't continue to practice. Yes. Well, that brings our 10 minutes to an end, but we really thank you for these contributions. I mean, it's great to sit back and talk about some of the aspects that underlie increasing attention. And it's not easy to be able to let people know that this is something they got to put consistent effort towards.
And if I can really quickly, just say that a lot of the cognitive training programs that you see out there, the evidence is pretty clear that they don't really work, right? They make you better at that task.
Yes.
Mindfulness training seems to make you better at the task of attention control. And that has all sorts of downstream effects and they go beyond that. So I think that's maybe where we have some hope that this might help.
Perfect.
It's great to talk to you.
Thank you again. Yeah,
absolutely.
We'll talk more.
Okay.
JD, I was just asking JT if you knew that we were hopping on right now. How's it going, man? It's great to see you. Oh, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Newbie mistake. Yeah, doing well over here. Doing well. It's great to see you guys as well. The conference, man, fantastic turnout.
I appreciate it. This, I think, is going to be one of the coolest parts of the conference, just in my opinion, because I thought it'd be really great is to leverage our insight in athletics, but then also to talk about some of the things that maybe in the athletes you work with or in your experience in the past, what are these things that scientists and researchers can start investigating that people from sports could really use in either their career or in their training, and to kind of add some inspiration to some of the researchers that are here and to find out on the sports end, hey, this is the stuff that matters to us. These are the things that would be really beneficial to have a better understanding of, and then just to really make it conversational and talk about kind of from the athlete side, maybe how we perceive science and how we use it to become better at what we do.
Sounds fantastic. Yeah. Let's knock it up.
How about you start with the introduction, and then we'll go to Chris and myself, and then we'll just start flowing.
Wonderful. Okay. All right. So I'll get rolling here. My name is Katie Snyder. I'm a high performance coach here in Taiwan. I've had experience in mainland China working with the national track team in Guangzhou, China. Track cycling. I also have experience working with the national shooting team. So going back and forth with a lot of, I was super intrigued with Dr. Banks's, talk on mindfulness. And I can't tell you how valuable, that concept was working with, someone who was dedicating so much of that mind power, into their performance like a shooter. Going in more into the physical performance of the track cyclist, seeing, how, dedicated that focus needs to be for such high intensity bouts and how prone they are to things like overtraining. And, my goal is to, work on the balance between, that cognitive performance and motor performance and how it can give a fair balance in strength conditioning. From mainland China, coming back over here to Taiwan, I started working with various amounts of athletes from Paralympic swimmers, table tennis, rhythmic gymnasts, currently working with track cycling and endurance cyclists from a junior level all the way to an elite level. Right now, we're in the middle of a awesome competition season this week, so it's fantastic to see everyone crushing it through the mountains of Yunlin, Taiwan. Weather over here finally starting to clear up, so definitely not as beautiful as Deerfield. Oh my goodness, a couple of those stories crushing.
Yeah, we'll have to have you come stateside next year.
I can't wait, man. I can't wait.
Yeah.
So over here, my the passion kind of started up last year, seeing the Society for NeuroSports and the conference and the passion that everyone has to not only excelling, but trying to protect these athletes and their well-being. That's what I'm, trying to raise my standard to. One of the things that had occurred after about a 6-month bout of working with just my cyclists, fantastic example. Coach comes up, and I'm very grateful. His English is very, very good. And we had a great conversation in the stands at their track cycling event, and just telling me how the high school athletes alone, going through a very generic, strength plan, but, we integrated a little bit of breath work. We integrated a lot of, mindfulness when I had, the necessary resources where I could really translate, what are we feeling? How can we get that muscle to tense up? How can we get our breathing to increase? How can we think about the stress of the race and then just be able to wash it away with a deep exhale? Things like that, and tactics, prior to their race day, and seeing them do that one race day was what just amazed me. And, the coach reflected on the psychology of the athletes, whether it's something like, attacking a downhill or, rounding about before a flying 200, all of those things just, made me so ecstatic to see that I'm not just responsible for the impact of their physical performance. I have the ability, and now I have the responsibility to make sure that I can, capitalize on any type of mental, mental gains as well as the strength gains. So.
Perfect. Yeah. Well, I think that, throughout this talk, we can talk a little bit about maybe some of the differences in those cultures and in the athlete and the different things that you have to work on over there in Taiwan. So, Chris, man, give us an introduction into, yourself as an athlete and your interest in sports and sports science.
Yeah. So, hi everyone. I'm Chris Algieri. I'm a 2-time world kickboxing champion and the former super lightweight WBO world boxing champion. But I have a master's degree in clinical nutrition, and I'm a certified sports nutritionist with the ISSN. For me, nutrition was basically my leg up on the competition when I was coming up. So I started boxing very late. My first boxing match was my pro debut. Most guys have hundreds of amateur fights before they ever go pro, especially the guys at the highest level. I didn't have that, so I felt like I had to be much more of an athlete in order to bridge that gap. A lot of boxing training is very old school, and guys aren't really athletes. They're not used to being in a team situation. They're not used to structured or systematic training schedules. There's very little organization. It's kind of coach has a towel over their shoulder and a spit bucket, and they're going to, now they're a coach and they train people in gyms and, work harder, longer, tougher, everything like that. So for me, my ability, separated me from everybody else, was my brain. I was doing a lot of research to try to find out what was the best way for me to fuel my body for performance, to make weight, to feel good on fight night, to have enough fuel in the tank to perform my very best. And then I think later in my career, I've done a lot more psychological training, a lot more focusing on that aspect of it. My biggest fights, I had mantras. When I won the world title, our mantra throughout camp was "in the new," because when they announced the winner, if you're beating the champion and the new, and now you won. So for me, that was our entire camp. We had everybody in the camp chanting that during sparring sessions. Every workout we finished, and the new, and the new, and the new. So I had heard that word, that saying a million times before I stepped in the ring, fought, and then heard "and the new" when I won the title. Wow. And even in my last fight, I fought a very tough guy, but I had made it known in my mind and to my coaches, not only am I going to win this fight, I'm going to dominate, I'm going to score a knockout. Yeah. And it was a kind of a, I'm not really known for that. And it was a tough fight to get that done. But throughout the camp, I said, on June 1st,
2019, I will stop pounding foot in Madison Square Garden, and that over and over and over again. And that was something that became kind of like the mantra and the theme of the camp. And sure enough, when it came down to it, that's what happened. So I think there's a lot of power, in what JD said about, some of that mental training, kind of having the idea of what you're going to do before you do it, and then making it happen. So very, very interesting stuff, how powerful the mind is. And I think I've noticed that through dealing with the highest level guys in the world, from even a training aspect. I've been in countless camps with fighters at the very top of the line. Yeah, they're all great athletes, they all have great talent, but what separates the ultimate elite guys is their mindset and their brain. And that's been very interesting to witness as I've been able to experience other fighters, other camps, other champions, other sports. And that's why we're here today.
Yeah, no, that sounds great. It sounds it's interesting because you talked about kind of the discrepancy between your sport and their approach to incorporating science, as opposed to you individually and your openness to it and how you've used it to become the best possible boxer that you could be.
Mm-hmm.
And I definitely think we're going to spend some time talking about that. And we kind of talked a little earlier about different things that you're interested in. And I want to make sure we touch on that. Just to give the audience some background on myself, my name is Julius Thomas, Division I basketball player, did that for 4 years, played the NCAA tournament twice, decided to make a switch to football, played the NFL 7 years, two-time Pro Bowler, and then now getting my clinical degree, in clinical health psychology here at Nova. So my interests are in what's happening with the physiology of the brain and the body. How does mind influence the body? What's the connection between the two? And I'm just generally a nerd when it comes to stuff like that. But I always remain interested in performance because that's the proving ground. The lab is amazing, and I appreciate everything that we learn from research. But what do you do when you can't control down to one variable? And then how do you take these general concepts that we've learned from research and then apply them? And that's the tricky piece. So maybe we can each just go around and talk about one thing that maybe you notice from either your own training or the people you work with, that it's kind of a question that you've kind of always had in that back of your head, is like, when we're trying to get this accomplished, what difficulties come up, and then maybe what you've done to kind of work through that. And then we can start with you, JD.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal question. Over here in Asia, I find that my biggest hurdle is whether or not implicating the technology is going to have a meaningful impact on the athletes as well as the coaches. There's a big sense of pride in just tradition over here, and having all the resources in the world, all the tech, all the statistics. It's difficult if the coaches and the athletes don't really understand the process. So, I had this talk the other day with a coach, and being able to implement this technology, sometimes can be very valuable. The instant gratification, when we're going through coming up to competition, looking at smallest worthwhile changes and seeing that, volumes dropping and we're starting to peak, right before a competition, their faces lighting up, coaches coming around, we're getting excited for, things like mid-thigh pulls and counter movement jumps to just kind of prove to themselves that they put in the work, they followed this plan, and now they're starting to, feel good about what they're about to do at, in my case, the athletes, making another left-hand turn around the track. But I also find that there is, this transition between, the athletes having to kind of feel what kind of stress we're after, making the transition from China to Taiwan. One of the things that I try to spend more time on is the type of intent for the training. So something, something like an eccentric, block where, we're definitely trying to change the architecture. We're trying to really hone in on, some heavier loads, but we're also trying to increase, their tolerance for certain positions and the maintenance of those positions, and being able to transition into something like, speed, strength, speed, where we're, moving a slightly less intense load, but we're trying to move it a little bit faster. Same thing goes for different plyometrics, different types of ground contact time. Having that ability to show the athlete where that intent is taking their training. And I've started, we've gone through this process of, this wonderful Chinglish that I have going on for myself over here, and trying to do my best of simplifying this for athletes who are comprehending, quite a bit just from their various experiences and their level in their sport. But being able to drip feed, some of these, pieces of technology, and seeing how it's not something we depend on, but it's something that we can use as a tool. So that's something I'm looking forward to using for something like an EEG band, the Enchanted Wave. It's something that I'm hoping to experiment with in the future.
What would you specifically like? Why would you like to incorporate EEG into helping your athletes train?
So I think the first part is, it's not necessarily increasing their ability to train, but I think it's being able to show the coaches and even myself, like being able to see their own trends. We talk about this individual response to training, and I know there isn't going to be this perfect ID band for any type of readiness, but if we have athletes who are putting in the work, who are giving their highest amount of dedication to the training, those are the athletes that I want to spend more time implementing certain tools and techniques to show them, you're doing your job, I'm going to do more to help you. And I think that's how it should be. Athletes performing at an elite level deserve those opportunities where, if they're following the textbook, they're following those who are giving them the plan every day to the T. We need to be able to provide a little bit more information, so that, one, we're giving them working limits of stress that we're identifying they can tolerate, but also being able to show them, like, whether if trying to keep them honest in a way of, are you doing your best of taking care of managing your sleep. If you are taking that nap, how is that nap affecting your afternoon performance? It's just interesting boundaries of expanding their performance potential.
Yeah, and that was one thing that I really wanted to try and make this roundtable about, is how do we incorporate these new technologies, this new science? So are you saying that measuring EEG, you would want to use that to have like kind of like indications on how their sleep, or in what specific way?
I want to know. So this would be more for the start of my sprinters. So one, it's convenient. I have a smaller group. These are the athletes who are providing the most experience at the elite and international level, and just being able to determine their readiness. So doing things like a baseline 5 minutes of we'll say strictly mindfulness training, where we're looking to just focus on different types of attention to our tension within the muscle, our breath, things of that nature, and then being able to see how does that EEG reading change when doing things like an explosive counter movement jump or a mid-thigh pull, and then being able to make this a little bit more sports specific after we see the trends through a certain amount of time. Being able to take them to the bike. They're very explosive, so going through a certain amount of high volume power training, following that rest period, utilize that EEG to determine what did that stress do to the body, what was the acute effects, and then what are we going to see when that athlete is kind of hovering on that line of functional overreaching. We're pushing the threshold there. What what is that ID of the EEG doing, and how can we replicate that or modify it as we're getting closer to competition?
Perfect. I appreciate that. So Chris, I'll ask you the same question. Like, what technologies or what part of the science are you interested in? And what kind of maybe obstacles that maybe you have in your career, or you mentioned in the sport of boxing specifically, of kind of being antiquated in helping these guys understand you're not just a fighter, you're a high level athlete, and let's use what other high level athletes are using that you want to talk about, or you think that would add real value to athletes in your sport?
Yeah, absolutely. I think JD nailed it on the head there. We have all these abilities to collect the subjective data. What do you do with it? If the coaches and the athletes themselves aren't in line, they don't have that buy-in yet. What do you do with that information? And if you're able to have someone who's overseeing that data and able to analyze that and then have access to the coach and make adjustments, I think that's ideal. The athlete doesn't have to know everything that's going on. A guy like myself, who I actually care, like I love the wearables. I've got my polar watch on, whether you have your Whoop strap or I've done the Omega Wave as well. And I think that's helped me understand what's going on physiologically from what I'm doing to it in terms of training. And but that's where my brain's at. I know a lot of athletes might not be that way, and I've worked with other fighters and coaches who really they don't care.
Yeah.
They just want their guy to perform.
Yeah.
And then it becomes my job as a coach to oversee that and get in the coach's ear and be like, hey, listen, our guy's a little overworked. Maybe we pull back a little bit on this. We cut down the volume a little bit. Maybe we give him a day off. His sleep has been off. And I think that's one thing as myself, being a 37-year-old competitive athlete at a high level. I've really focused much more on my recovery, and the wearables have helped that tremendously. Being able, I mean, back in the day, all I used to worry about was my weight. My heart rate. I was early in the heart rate game. I had a polar strap. I think I was like 18 or 19 years old when I first turned pro, just to get an idea of heart rate training. But now, I've grown over the past. I've been a professional for going on 18 years, and over these years, going from just literally this to wearing something that can tell me exactly what's going on at the point that it's happening, to now wearing things at night that tell me how my sleep was. Yeah. And that's made a huge difference for me. I'm really focused on sleep. I think the future holds for things like that makes it easier for the athlete to monitor all that, get quantifiable data quickly, and then be able to utilize it. Like JD said, being able to speak to a coach, or maybe a coach is able to see that. And I know there's a lot of different things that are out there right now that can do that. I was using the Omega Wave. I just didn't like the application of it. It's like, I have to sit there. I got to put this thing here. I got to put this here. I got to sit still for, 10 minutes or whatever, or even a couple minutes. Whereas now I feel it's getting a lot more streamlined and easier for athletes to use. Like now I can wake up in the morning, I literally press it and I'm like, oh, I slept restfully 7 hours. I was in bed for 9. And I think that kind of data can really be beneficial. I just think it needs to be much more for athletes who are people. Like a Whoop strap's going to tell you, oh, you have this much strain, but that's not going to help me. My training volume is too high. My body's going to react much differently.
So which maybe metrics? I know that you talked about the ability to incorporate wearables into your training regimen. Which metrics are you looking at? Which maybe specific metrics would you like to see science get better at measuring that would even allow you to take your game further?
I love heart rate variability. It's something I've been working with for the last couple of years now, and that's become a lot easier to measure.
Yep.
And so that's having that at your fingertips, I think, is a phenomenal tool for an athlete, especially if they understand it. Understand like, hey, you might not be at your best today. Maybe we can shift your training today. And I think when I was younger, I know when I was younger, I didn't listen to anything. I just had to train hard. I knew that. Yeah. Hey, when's your day off? What's the day off? But now it's different as you age and as you deal with other athletes, and especially as you fine tune and you're working with elite guys. It's not just throwing darts in the dark anymore. It's not just train harder. Yeah. Smarter is really the key. So I think things like that, heart rate variability is a great tool. Any kind of sleep data that you can get, I think, is really beneficial. And I used to be really big on just recovery this, recovery that, body work, acupuncture, all these different things. But really, I started to realize that a lot of those things were beneficial to me because I got horizontal for an hour.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
just having that,
Got off your feet.
get off my feet, get off my phone, and just got horizontal. I think that made such a difference for me. And I started to realize, I was like, I got to go drive to go get this massage, or not a massage. A massage is great, but like go to do whatever kind of recovery modality that I was doing. I got to drive there. This, that. Okay, why not just spend 90 minutes in bed rather than 10 minutes of recovery work, but I drove, you know, I had to go and do things. So having that time off from mental, physical, everything, I think is really important. I think is really overlooked because this day and age, every athlete is attached to this all day. You're not resting when you're doing this. You're not recovering when you're doing this.
Right.
So I think those heart rate variability, sleep monitoring, I think are the two that I'm most interested now to see how they develop specifically for athletes.
No, I think that's amazing. And I think that, you know, what we continue to talk about, what we're alluding to is this new field of sports science, right? And we know that there's a need in sports because people are calling for it.
Mm-hmm.
But now as people that are practitioners and that work in that field, we're going to have to get better. And one thing that I've really appreciated from working through my doctorate is seeing how science improves accuracy. Science kind of opens the eyes, and then you kind of know what you're throwing at. And that's kind of what you said is I was kind of brought up in the times of more. It's just more, just
More is
load
better.
and continue to load. And then we started to realize, no, you don't always want to load any part of the body. You got to understand how you want to do this. And when I was listening to some of the talks throughout this weekend, I started asking myself, you know, what's important for sports science? Well, I think you first got to realize what are the important metrics you need to measure for each sport? Did you measure it accurately? How do you train what you've now figured out is important that you've measured accurately? And then what does it look like when you remeasure it? And I think that as a field of sports science, once we're granular enough about that, and when we're able to say, hey, you're riding bikes, we understand that it's going to be very important for us to understand the muscle tension pre-training, the amount of power you're able to generate. This is how we measure it, and we know we're measuring it really well. And I think that that's sometimes what gets missed in my mind from a sports science perspective is how'd you measure it and did they do the right job? Because if I'm making inferences and I'm giving recommendations based on what we measure and it's not measured right, that can impair somebody. And then you mess up that kind of trust,
it's gone.
You're done. So JD, what do you think about that? What metrics are important that you measure in your athletes, and do you know that you're measuring it well? And then what are you doing with those measurements?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. So lately, you know, we've getting ready for the track, we had all the sprinters go through a certain wind gate assessment. You know, looking at those, you know, peak power, you know, variables, you know, looking at the correlations between their differences in the last, you know, 10 to 12 weeks of things like, you know, their mid-thigh pull, their squat jump, counter movement jump, force outputs, you know, being able to see how all of them are, you know, going up, which is great. So, but again, so, you know, you talk about, you know, the consistency of, you know, the way the outcomes are being measured, and, you know, it's huge. So, you know, just making sure that you're trusting the technology. So I think that's the biggest thing. So, you know, there's so many different tools that you can choose from. So how can we balance the, you know, I'm going to bring the tech in, you know, from my perspective, the technology is really what's giving me an edge. You know, it was first, you know, me being able to show, you know, how I can modify movements for different levels, different age groups, athletes with, you know, different levels of injury, and then being able to implement certain types of technology to better show them, like, I can give you more information. So we're giving them that instant gratification, which is changing their behavior. They want to, you know, try a little bit harder at the fundamentals, the foundations of the lifts. They want to show up to practice. You know, they're putting in more effort into their warm-ups. You know, when we say we're going, everyone's lit up. We're, you know, all the athletes are racing to the edge of the, you know, garage before we, you know, head to the gym. You know, that type of excitement, because they know, you know, 3 to 4 weeks time, we're going to be here, and you get to show all your peers that you've been, you know, busting your ass with that, you know, I'm working hard, and this is why, because, you know, there's a trust within my, you know, within myself to the team that, the way that I'm measuring, if we're doing squat jumps, their tails are down, their knees are 90 degrees, so that we're getting a pure concentric jump, no counter movement. If we're doing a counter movement, they've got that quick eccentric, stretch. If we're doing mid-thigh pulls, you bet your bottom dollar, I'm going to be sitting there with a goney, making sure, everyone's there at a 130 at the knee. So, I mean, everything's very strategic. They're very on point with, the routine at this point, going into almost a year and a half of training this particular team. And I think, as we start seeing, the progresses and, them making these smallest worthwhile changes on a consistent basis, they're starting to understand that I can foresee their trends. Therefore, it's not numbers that I'm pulling out of my tail, but it's, goals that I'm reaching for. And as long as I provide those statistics in a way that, here's your good, here's your bad, if we can achieve these goals, that's great. If you're in between the gray area, you're okay. You're not falling through the cracks. But I can't be able to show that on day one. It's got to be something that they earn, and not, being able to kind of drip feed certain pieces of tech is going to lose a lot of interest. So it's trying to tread carefully on being able to utilize tools that you have a high degree of confidence in, and being able to use them consistently through the training process, not just your pre and post, that I think give you the best results and best buy-in.
Yeah, I think about it. I'm a firm believer that science makes sports better for the team, for just the whole sport in general, but it also has to work at the individual level as well. And I think of science as technology, and technology is like a scope. If you put a scope on a rifle, the target you can hit is so much further than the target you can hit without one. And essentially in sports science, what we're doing is we're developing that scope. And I know, Chris, that there was something you wanted to say about what JD was talking about.
That's a great analogy. I love that scope. I wanted to kind of differentiate boxing and fight sports in terms of like a measure.
Yeah.
There's not that many things to measure. And I like JD said, like how much is too much, and when did these actually fall into play? Like, I see some guys measuring their punching power. Honestly, that's not going to help. That's not going to make a fighter better. You can punch harder in a bag. I always like to use the information, the example of Conor McGregor fighting Floyd Mayweather. Yeah. Conor McGregor, this big knockout puncher in MMA. I bet you if you put him on that measurement, he's gonna hit harder than Floyd Mayweather. He's a bigger guy. He's great whip strength, very very strong, good puncher. But guess what? When they fight, Floyd knocked him out. And that's where boxing and fight sports are very different, because it is a skill-based sport. Mm-hmm. So your skill level, your footwork, there's so many variables that affect things like who can jump higher, who can run faster, who can this. That's why I really refer to the recovery items, mm-hmm. the heart rate variability, things you can monitor at the time, and really just training load, because it is an endurance-based sport, but it's also a skill sport. So making sure that your guys aren't overtaxing themselves is probably the most important aspect of that. And that makes it very different from other sports where measurables are important.
How has that been done? Like you just said, like they're so important in making sure you're not overtraining. Mm-hmm. And they're so important in boxing to understand how you're recovering, in the degree to the quality that you're recovering. How has that been incorporated in your maybe experience personally with boxing in general? And is that something you care to kind of take to boxing and kind of be an advocate for, hey, we have these areas that we can improve in?
Absolutely. So I've seen it in other camps, whether they're guys that I'm just friendly with camp-wise, whether I've been on the team as a coach, or just training partners that have been within the team. I think more often than not, guys are overtrained, because you got to think about, like I said, it's an endurance-based sport. You're usually looking at 2 workouts a day, 5-6 days a week, sparring sessions where it's a very high contact, high endurance load. Very intense. Everything in boxing is intense, so it's a lot of intensity work, a lot of speed work, a lot of explosion. And then also you're getting hit. So, but also on top of that, you're cutting weight. So these guys are now hypocaloric, trimming themselves down in a state that's going to be catabolic. They're breaking themselves down. And we've taken measures with Dr. Forty Peacock over the Nova Labs of fighters' VO2 maxes and their testosterone levels as they approach fight week, and they're all down, and which is wild. So,
the athlete who's stepping in the ring is not the best version of themselves, because of how damaging that training can be, that overworking can be. And most fighters that I've seen, they don't monitor that well. I think the high end guys do. Like me, like I said, like I've been making sure I was using heart rate for so long. Like I would notice my heart rate was raised in the morning, something was off, I'd pull back a little bit. And I think being able to pull back and get that buy-in from the coaches and the athletes that listen, just because this is on the schedule doesn't mean this workout has to be that workout or has to happen at all.
Yeah.
Xing, that's okay. You can have cancellations of workouts. You can have a session that is supposed to be a very, very intense session where it's not today because the athlete's not ready physically, psychologically, emotionally.
Yeah.
So I think there has to be that interplay of understanding what you're reading and being able to parlay that into communicating to the coach and the athlete in a way that it doesn't take away from them psychologically.
Yeah, that's great. JD, how do you manage overtraining in your athletes? I mean, I know you have several teams in several different sports. What? Give us some insight as to what goes into those decisions for you.
Well, I wanted to add to a couple of things that Chris said. So when we were looking at just testing, utilizing tech, he mentioned that not all the athletes need to know, and there's a time and place for it. But obviously,
not all athletes need to know all the information.
All the information, yes. Fair enough. So there are times where I'll just go to the coach. If there's a high-low, Chris brought up resting heart rate. It's a phenomenal tool. It's super easy. The amount of apps for your phone and just waking up, scanning your finger. I mean, it can't get much easier than that. And it's consistent. So it's got these athletes, I'm trusting them to make sure that, they're recording it the same way every morning. There's definitely that level of trust there. But at the same time, if they're, a couple beats, up, I'm going to send it to coach. I'm not going to red flag him and put him out on the group. But at the same time, I want him to know. And I think it goes to a great point of, I think the job as a strength coach is to be able to have as much information as possible. So, I actually have a friend of mine, a colleague who's working at the National Training Center here with one of the featherweights who just qualified for Tokyo as a boxer. And, they're counting, as many, hits to the bag. They have stats out, out the tail side for, trying to figure out, what makes her the best qualifier for, her weight class. And, I think at a time, there's going to be this paralysis by analysis where you just collect way too much. And, if you're just going to overwhelm the athlete or the coaching staff for that matter, with, Z-scores and these beautiful, graphs, I'm in a position where I've already got a huge language barrier. So I got to make these, some very, very simple, very effective and straight to the point for the coach. Things, that are going into his reports are strictly, percentages, maybe correlations between their peak force, rate of force development in their strength task, their velocities, if we have any type of control, through their high volume power training, for example, and then looking at, wing gait assessments or their peak power in shorter sprints. He's already seeing a big change in their times. So, as far as my job, it's kind of sealed when, they're at the track every day. But when it comes to any type of overtraining, the athletes are reporting on a 1 through 5. I've got it right here: fatigue, sleep, muscle soreness, stress level, mood. I start circling some 5s on this, and I'm sorry, 1s. It's a 1 out of 5. And I start showing the coach that I made some decisions because athletes coming to me, they don't circle 2 unless they're feeling absolute, reckless. And I see it. It's a simple conversation. And when I mean conversation, I've got, out of a group of 7, I've got 2 who are decent at English. So, I mean, body language is completely evident. And if you just don't find that extra half step to make this an objective value that you can justify when you're, doing things like trimming load or, telling the athlete like, hey, you're not doing any plyometrics today, time under tension, some quality, strength work with a modified load. That's fantastic. We're going to keep things simple, but this is why, coach.
I have a question. So it sounds like you're incorporating some self-report measures from the athletes to get kind of how they feel. What do you have one that you weight more than the other? And if not, do you see like convergence in, here's this athlete coming in saying, I'm dog tired today, but then you have these metrics to support that to kind of, I guess in a sense, have their back. One of the things I've always found hardest is, coach says, hey man, open line of communication, come talk to me, let me know how things are going. And you say, yeah, today I feel like my hamstring's coming off. And he goes, we got practice today and you got 50 go routes. And it's like, why do I talk to you anyways?
Yep.
Yep.
I think self-reporting is really, really important, and being able to, subjectively analyze that and then turn it into objective data, like JD said, I think is a phenomenal coaching tool and coaching skill that I think a lot of people probably miss out on.
Yeah, I think, it's just taking that extra time, which in most facilities, and this is one of the reasons why I chose to work abroad and I, fought to stay over here, is because I think the time that I had in facilities I worked at, back home in the States, I didn't feel like I had those resources, that time, that privilege of, coming in, having the ability to track that for a longer term. And it seems like the process in the States and in most settings, especially private setting, it's more upbeat. Everyone wants to come in and just get rolling. They don't want to spend time, going through a soreness chart. They don't want to spend time, dedicating to waking up and reporting their resting heart rate. Everyone's in such a rush. The time that I've had, I'll give you for example, I was working with high school and collegiate rhythmic gymnasts, and these girls, their work ethic is astonishing. We're talking 8 to 9 hours, some days for training. It's unbelievable. And, if they're coming in and just, it's the shoulder slope, the no eye contact, they're just beat. And, being able to show the coach, just being able to message the coach and say, this practice is way long. What are they doing coming to my training? This should not be happening. We modify, we go through some breath work, we go through some, very easy mobility, but at the end of the day, it's the soreness charts and those moods, it's the indication of mood, especially, for younger athletes, I think very irritable, and you just know they don't want to be there. Their attention is close to zero. So that is the biggest.
That one might be the most important one. Yeah,
Please say it one more time, Chris.
I said that when you're saying like those numbers, the soreness, whatever, when you said mood, I was like, that might be the most important one.
Yeah. So, I mean, most of them, I ask them all, the first two questions I ask is, especially if I'm seeing someone who's kind of outside of their norm of their personality, is how many hours of sleep did you get and how long did you practice today? Outside of that, I'll start going into RPEs, but sleep and their training time is usually all I need to really report that to the coach.
And how receptive are the coaches there? I mean, I'm sure there's some cultural differences, but what have you found as far as like in your experience of working maybe stateside versus Taiwan? Is there a difference in how open the coaches are to the science behind it, and how willing are they to implementing that?
It's fantastic. So it's going to vary. And I think there's a bigger difference within the culture of the sport than it is the culture with wherever you are in the world. For example, working with the Chinese Olympic Committee, working with the national shooters, I give them something like a mood score and they go, no, it's not a response that, mood equating to their performance. Mm-hmm. Whereas if I was to report from my cycling team here in Taiwan, and I show, moods highly irritable, their sleep, their resting heart rate, the physical determinants of a sprint cyclist compared to a national shooter are night and day. So, the fact that I'm giving them these metrics that, it's not necessarily this extensive literature review to explain how this resting heart rate deviates outside their smallest worthwhile change, which indicates, X amount of, fatigue and what we need to, increases in performance if their heart rate's decreasing. But being able to show them, this is their pattern, being able to lay out something like a very, simple plot and showing these, 2 lines outside of a month's view and saying, you guys trained your tails off. And, this athlete who's a former champion, she's riding the line on both the high and low. You guys barely brushed it. Let's push her a little bit more. She can handle it. And being able to kind of fall back on her subjective data. And, 2 months after she's coming back from, a wicked journey of, 2 Asian championships, and she's going for one more in 2022, with, her pushing and seeing things like peak force and rate of force development just blossom before her competition. It just kind of gives us all the right signals. And at the end of the day, we're not looking for noise. We're looking for those telltales. And if we can match the objective to the subjective to give us a better pattern, that's where, we refer to that scope that you mentioned, Julius, and being able to see, how that's changing our direction of our training plan, both within the sport specific realm and the physical preparation, that's where we're going to be able to create better decisions.
Yeah. Well, I think that brings our roundtable to a close, man. It's been great talking with you guys, talking about, how do we apply new science, new technologies to increase performance, not always just physical performance, but skill-based, emotion, sleep, these kind of areas that all contribute to the overall picture of performance. So it was great talking with you. JD, hope to have you here next year. And
Looking forward to it, guys.
All right, man. Have a good one.
You guys take care.
Take it easy.
We're going. All right. So my name is Omar Eldakar. I'm an evolutionary biologist at Nova Southeastern University. And I'm just going to introduce the evolution section in this conference. Now, I want to provide a little bit of background on evolution and natural selection. So it's just a simple process whereby traits that confer a survival and reproductive advantage are increased over time. It's a very simple framework, and it really helps us understand why things are the way they are, why we are the way we are. So for example, like sex. Sex feels good because compared to the alternatives. So ultimately, if individuals are motivated by this good feeling, they're going to engage in that behavior more, potentially leave more descendants than, again, the alternatives. And then their offspring, in turn, if they inherit that trait, then they're going to engage in this more, and they can see so on and so on and so on until it's basically how it is. You could think of things like our incessant craving for meat and fat, right? We crave that much more than like broccoli and carrots. It's not because broccoli and carrots aren't good for you. It's just that meat and fat have more calories. So pursuing that resource can allow individuals to have more calories to provision more offspring. And again, outcompete the alternatives. Also, meat and fat, especially animal fat, is very difficult to access. Hunter-gatherers, our ancestors, had to get up in the middle of Africa, middle of the day, in that high heat, and run after animals for miles and miles and miles until that animal passed out from heat exhaustion before they did. So ultimately, that incessant craving is going to drive that. It's going to drive that behavior. So if we think about exercise, there's been a lot of discussion about exercise in this conference. We really have to think of that in the context of hunting and gathering. That's why we were just talking with Jose was mentioning, that's why runners get the runner high. You don't get that in any other form of exercise, so that's going to be encouraged. So earlier, the keynote speech talked about the benefits of exercise. It makes you feel good. Again, you have to think about the benefits of hunting and gathering, right? It should make you feel good to reinforce that behavior. Again, it's going to allow you to provision your offspring better. and provision more offspring. And you can think about exercise also has an effect on two parts of the brain that were talked about, the prefrontal cortex and the hippocampus. Those play pivotal roles during hunting and gathering. And those two regions of the brain are also enlarged in our human species that's still here, and in comparison to the other human species like the Neanderthals that are extinct. And specifically, if you think about the hippocampus, that's really what drives spatial navigation, spatial memory. Again, and that's boosted during exercise, and it should be, because that will make you a better hunter-gatherer. So again, if you put this stuff, exercise and what have you, in the context of evolution, you can really help understand the why. So we're going to apply, next set of talks, we're going to apply evolutionary thinking or evolutionary perspective to sports. So first up is a dear friend of mine, Andrew Gallup, and close collaborator, and he's going to talk about lateralization in sports, lefty-righty, and now I'm going to follow up and talk about winner and loser effects. So Andrew, the screen is yours.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. So you can hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's a pleasure to be a part of this conference and to be a part of this session on evolution and performance. So today I'm going to talk to you about some research I've done over the last year or so with collaborator Rob Diener at Grand Valley State University, in which we've looked at handedness from an evolutionary perspective applied to sports and interactive sports in particular. So laterality, or an asymmetry or an imbalance bilaterally, appears to be a fundamental feature of animal life. So laterality of brain function and forelimb use, handedness, or footedness, we see that animals across the animal kingdom, including invertebrates as well as other primates like ourselves, show preferences in their forelimb use and also have lateralized specialization in their brain, which suggests that the ubiquity of these traits suggests that they hold an advantage over alternatives. Now, most notably for humans, we can identify forelimb laterality in terms of handedness, where we see consistently across geographic regions, populations of humans across the globe, there's about 9 out of 10 individuals sampled are right-handed on average. So it's about 90% of the population that's right-handed. Footedness, we don't have as much data to draw from, but it's quite similar. We see that about 60% of people are completely dominant in their right foot. 30% of people indicate a mixed or more balanced use of their feet. And again, 10% suggest that they're primarily left-footed. So this is really interesting, right? That the vast majority of people are righties, and a smaller proportion of individuals are lefties. What makes this even more interesting is that left-handed individuals appear to show reduced health and longevity. So a number of studies have identified kind of reduced immune system functioning and health outcomes among left-handed individuals. In addition, longevity appears to be reduced among lefties in part due to cultural innovations of things that are designed to be used by right-handed individuals. So that can contribute to some accidents and mortality. But generally, we see this kind of negative effect on fitness of lefties. And when I talk about fitness, I'm referring to evolutionary fitness, survival and reproduction. So that's really interesting, right? They're in the minority. They have this reduced fitness. If that was consistent over time, and if it wasn't compensated by any benefits, we would suggest it would indicate that the majority of the population would become right-handed. Yet we don't see that. Again, left-handedness remains prevalent at this roughly 10 to 12% frequency across different populations. So researchers have speculated that left-handedness, despite the negative fitness costs that it might entail, has some advantages And in particular, it's been proposed to have advantages in fighting among male-male competition. And this is thought to occur via frequency-dependent selection. And frequency-dependent selection suggests that a trait has advantages over alternatives when it is rare and in the minority. And this fits with our model of handedness in humans, as it is fairly uncommon, and individuals that are left-handed appear to have benefits in these types of physical bouts and contests. Now, initial support for this fighting hypothesis was examined within interactive sports, both combat sports and other forms of interactive sports. And the idea is that left-handed individuals might have certain advantages over their right-sided counterparts. In particular, they might have unfamiliar strategies or plans of attack. This is a great example of a really exciting but very short mixed martial arts fight with Conor McGregor, where the bell rings and he engages with this fighter, Jose Aldo, and he knocks him out within a few seconds. And Conor McGregor is left-handed, and he appears to have very distinctive, unique forms of attack and striking. In addition, lefties would have an advantage over the majority of the population, and that they commonly experience in fight other right-handed people. So they're familiar with how they're being attacked and how they're defended. And that's consistent with this frequency-dependent selection. And what we find is that lefties appear to have, again, advantages in combat sports as well as other forms of interactive sports, including things like fencing, baseball, and even tennis. Left-handed individuals are disproportionately represented in these contexts. Although they only represent about 10% of the population, within these interactive sports, they're much more common, much more prevalent. Depending on the sport, it can be anywhere from 30 to 40, or even a higher percentage of the contestants are left-handed, which suggests that being left-handed gives them an edge. Now, what's really interesting about this also is that left-handed individuals don't have an advantage just athletically. It's not that something about being left-handed makes people better athletes, because in non-interactive sports, such as gymnastics, for example, we don't see a disproportionate representation of left-handed folks. So, a lot of research has been done examining, these potential benefits, the different plans of attack, the frequency-dependent advantages that lefties might have. But people really haven't examined roles that might enhance the outcomes among the more prevalent right-handed folks. So this is where I'd like to introduce what I call the right-sided selection hypothesis. Now, due to the left-hand advantage, lefties have this inherent advantage in interactive sports and combat. This should lead to some fairly basic predictions about individuals that are right-handed, yet are still able to compete at higher levels. So this left-handed advantage should place first greater competition among right-sided athletes to differentiate themselves. They're represented in a much larger pool of potential athletes that could reach top performance, and they likely have to compete at a higher level to reach those elite stages, while just being pretty good at, as a lefty is likely to give you tremendous advantages and allow you to excel. You probably have to be really special as a right-handed individual to reach the upper limits of an interactive sport. So this should select for some superiority among righties along some other physical dimensions relevant to the features that make people more successful in the given interactive sport. And then lastly, the left-handed advantage that we see should likely produce a more asymmetry among left-handed athletes, that they would be more prone to use their dominant side during interactive sports because it is their dominant side that gives them an edge, right? Using their right side, not only is that their non-dominant, potentially weaker side, but it's going to be more easily recognizable because most people are right-sided. So we should expect that left-handed athletes will be more lateralized and really play on their dominant strengths. So what we did is we sought to examine some of these basic predictions of the right-sided selection hypothesis. And I'm going to present the work of two different studies. The first was done with a sample of baseball players, where we looked at handedness and various performance metrics in baseball. And we used an adolescent sample from what's called the Baseball Factory, which is an organization in the United States which tries to promote and enhance the skills of adolescent baseball players that have aspirations of playing Division I collegiate baseball, and with hopes of potentially being drafted. So it's basically an organization where it's a camp where these really top level baseball players will go, and they try and enhance their skills even further by competing amongst some of the very best adolescent players around the country. And there was open data on these samples, and they had information about different types of metrics. So what we did is we went through these data sets, and we collected data on over 3,500 adolescent baseball players registered with the Baseball Factory. And what we did is we took only the individuals that scored highest in a measure of physical strength and formidability, that being grip strength. Grip strength is correlated with baseball performance, and it's an indicator of formidability and strength and prowess among men. So we wanted to make sure that our sample was relatively controlled along that dimension. And then within that, we examined some of these performance metrics that are tied to outcomes in baseball. One was throwing velocity, how fast individuals can throw, and the other one was sprinting speed. Okay, representing 2 of the 5 tools that are examined among baseball players by scouts. And our hypothesis was that right-handed individuals might show an advantage in some of these performance metrics, right? They might, because they have this disadvantage of being right-handed, that they might have to compensate for that, and that they might therefore throw harder and potentially run faster. So we examined this. Moving rather quickly, here's what we found. Of the sample, roughly 10 to 11% of the players in this high strength bracket were left-handed, consistent with the proportions of the population. Among the larger sample, there was a larger number of left-handed players, but among the strongest players, lefties were at this frequency. And we look at throwing speed. Consistent with the right-sided selection hypothesis, right-handed players across the entire sample, independent of the position that they played, threw faster, significantly faster than the left-handed players. It's a relatively small effect over this large sample, but it is significant. When we look at sprinting speed, however, we show essentially no difference between right-handed and left-handed players. Looking at the number of seconds it takes to run a 60-yard dash, essentially no difference between the two groups. But for throwing velocity, there was. We then kind of broke down our sample between individuals that listed pitching as one of their primary positions in comparison to non-pitchers. And we found that about 38% of the players indicated that they were pitchers. And then we examined right-handed, left-handed frequency among that subset. And we found that left-handed players were much more likely to be pitchers. Okay, so something about the mechanics and the release of a left-handed throw and a pitch provided some advantages, right? They were disproportionately represented within this pitcher group in comparison to righties. And that's consistent with what we see at the higher levels, at the professional level as well. So then we went on to examine just pitchers in terms of how fast they threw and their sprinting speed. And we found that basically the same results applied to the larger sample. Right-handed pitchers threw significantly faster than left-handed pitchers, likely to compensate for their disadvantage that they have in their more traditional mechanics and release. However, the sprinting speed, again, no difference between those two groups. And again, this finding is also consistent with what we see with professional baseball players. In 2019, the 50 fastest pitches that were thrown all season, 47 out of those 50 were thrown by right-handed players. So although there's still a large proportion of left-handed pitchers in the major leagues, somewhere between 30 and 40%, they rarely throw fast, as fast as the righties, that is. And lefties that throw really, really hard are usually some of the most dominant pitchers in the league. Okay, so moving on to the second study, looking at a completely different sport and a completely different limb, moving from hands to feet. So here in this study, the right-sided selection hypothesis should apply both to handedness, when that is when hands are important for the sport, but also for feet and lower limbs, if those were important for the sport, as they would be for soccer. Okay, so what we did here is we looked at the relationship between handedness and how skilled individuals were with their weak foot. So we looked at footedness rather and weak foot ratings. So if I'm right-footed, how skilled am I with my left foot? And we also examined this across different positions on the pitch. And in this case, we sampled from professional athletes, adult males in the 5 best European leagues, individuals at the very, very top of the sport. And in this case, we used a FIFA data set where we acquired data on all players in these leagues, almost 3,000 players in total. And it lists what is their dominant foot. And then from that, we were also able to acquire FIFA ranked weak foot ratings. Okay, so FIFA uses a fairly complex and not completely transparent means of measuring and rating the players on various metrics, including how skilled they are with their weak foot. But it appears to be a lot of data goes into this, and a lot of analysis goes into these metrics. And these ratings are on a 1 to 5 scale. 1 represents a really weak foot, and a 5 is a very, very strong weak foot. And we predicted, based on the right-sided selection hypothesis, that righties would have stronger weak feet, okay? Because lefties might just simply have an advantage for being left-footed, that righties, in order to compensate for that, they likely have to be more balanced. They likely have to use their left more regularly to be competitive, okay? And lefties would probably hone in and focus on their left-footed skills and not have to use their right so much, and therefore show a difference in their weak foot as a result. So what we did is we looked at the weak foot ratings across the entire sample, and we bracketed it amongst ratings that were relatively low, 1s and 2s, in comparison to ratings of highly skilled weak feet, 4s and 5s. And we looked at among all outfield players, okay, minus goalkeepers, we show a really interesting effect. Consistent with the right-sided selection hypothesis, right-footed players were much more likely to have very skilled weak feet. In other words, they had very skilled left feet. Left-footed players were much more likely to be represented in that lower bracket and have weak non-dominant feet, okay, on the right side. Among goalkeepers, however, where perhaps laterality in their footedness doesn't play as great of a role in their performance, we show a similar effect, but it doesn't quite reach statistical significance, which is what we'd expect. We wouldn't expect that to be as large of an effect for goalkeepers. But to focus on these outfield players, we then broke the analysis down based on where they played. Okay, and we might expect that these advantages in laterality would be represented along the middle of the field. So starting with central defenders, the main finding across the sample holds. Left-footed players were much less likely to have really weak right feet, and right-footed players were more represented in having a really highly skilled weak foot. Right and left side defenders, the findings weren't statistically significant here because it's actually really uncommon for a left-footed player to play on the right side of the defense, and similarly for a right-footed player to play on the left side of the defense. I think only 8 players in the whole sample showed that. But again, among central midfielders, a consistent, really robust effect. Right-footed central midfielders tend to have really strong left feet. They were very balanced. The left-footed central defenders were much more likely to dominate with their left foot, and they had weak right feet. For both sides of the attack, these findings are also consistent, although the right side attackers didn't reach statistical significance, the left side attackers did, and the same was true for the center forwards. Right-footed center forwards were much more balanced in their use and had highly skilled non-dominant feet in comparison to their left-footed counterparts. So to wrap up here, together these findings provide some general support for the basic predictions of the right-sided selection hypothesis. Future research, we hope to examine different interactive sports and more closely examine specifically combat sports, as this would be the most explicit test of the fighting hypothesis. So I want to thank a number of students that helped contribute to acquiring these data that I presented here today. I want to thank all of you for your time and attention, and all the organizers of the Society for NeuroSports, and for having me here today. Thanks very much.
Good, man. All right. So obviously I'm Omar Eldikar, and I'm going to talk about winner and loser effects and how they play a role in the outcome of some sporting competitions. Okay, so there's a lot of factors, or I guess a few factors that influence the outcome of animal contests. You could think of difference in their physical ability. That's why you have weight classes, right? Larger individuals are going to generally have an advantage over smaller individuals, all things considered equal, right? Also, individuals' differences in their status, right? If these individuals are competing over food, the individual that's starving is going to have much more motivation than an individual that's full. So again, all things considered equal, that could be a separator. You also have like territoriality or territory ownership. Individuals that are basically the territory holder, again, all things considered equal, body size, all that, all things considered equal, the territory owner should actually have an advantage over the potential usurper. And then lastly, what I want to focus on today is actually going to be the prior experience. So again, all things considered equal, an individual coming off of a recent win is going to have an advantage compared to individuals that are coming off of a loss. All right, well, there we go. Okay, so now there's a great review paper, actually, giant meta-analysis that looked at animal contests across a variety of different taxa. So things range from insects to crustaceans to fish to mammals. And they find that all things considered equal, that winners, individuals coming off of a recent win, are twice as likely to win the successive bout against a naive opponent. Individuals coming off of a recent loss are 5 times more likely to lose against a naive opponent in a successive bout. And it's not just whether you won or lost, it's whether you know the individual you're going up against just came off of a win or a loss. So in the big claw snapping shrimp, when they can sense, they can smell that the individual that they're going up against was a previous winner or a loser. When they know it's a previous winner, they just get out of there. When they know it's a previous loser, they just go right after them. And also in the Siamese fighting fish, when they get to watch a fight happen in front of them, and then they now have to get placed against that previous winner, they're very apprehensive. However, when they're placed against a previous loser, again, they just go straight after them. And this obviously is witnessed in humans. This is an elegant analysis looking at tennis players. So they looked at evenly matched tennis players. They're within 5% of each other in rank. So it's pretty closely matched. And they also fought to a long first set tiebreak. That's about as closely matched as you get. Individuals that win the tiebreak are significantly more likely to win the second set. And the disparity in the score of the tie-breaking match makes them even more likely to win that second one. So these are very, very kind of acute, but very potent effects. And these effects are basically mediated or modulated by temporary differences in the release of certain hormones, like testosterone and stress hormones. So individuals coming off of a win have a temporary surge of testosterone, where individuals coming off a loss have sort of a decrease in testosterone, and also an elevation of stress hormones. Now this makes perfect sense, right? Because what does testosterone do? It makes you more aggressive, more willing to actually engage in a contest. If you just won, you should have a surge of testosterone to keep doing that, should reinforce that behavior. If you just lost, you need to probably take a step back and reassess what's going on here, or you might be injured. So ultimately, that decrease in testosterone should make individuals more apprehensive, more withdrawn to, again, not engage in future contests. Now, you can imagine that having these effects manifest and then going into a contest could dramatically impact your performance and also the outcome of that successive contest. When they look at these winner and loser effects across, again, a large meta-analysis, and look at these winner and loser effects in humans, and these are from contests ranging from chess, all the way to rugby and hockey and soccer. And you actually can routinely find winner effects and loser effects, but it's also quite dependent on the methodology. So what's the time gap between these events, and so on. So what we're going to look at today, or we focused on in our research, was looking at sports where they play contests in pretty close succession. And a great natural experiment already out there, great data sets that's already out there, are baseball and softball doubleheaders. They're playing 2 games in a single day. So we're going to kind of talk about 3 studies, which is 3 studies in succession, kind of checking out different factors in each one along the way. So first, we looked at Major League Baseball doubleheaders. It's kind of just occurred to say, hey, we should just check this out in doubleheaders. So we went on ESPN and they had 13 years of data available, and we just looked at that data set. And then we obviously went on to the next, after we found that result, we went, wow, that's cool. Let's conduct another study. And then we used college athletes on this in a much larger sample, because Major League Baseball, they don't play doubleheaders very often. They pay too much to play 2 games in one day. So the college athletes, they routinely play. They mostly play actually doubleheader contests. And then in the third study, we actually realized that they actually play a 3rd game usually. So then we went and then reanalyzed another data set for that. So I want to go through these right now. So in Major League Baseball, we again, the 13 years of data that we looked at, only 3 of the years were splits more common than sweeps. Again, if you're having a doubleheader, so you're playing 2 games, there's really 2 outcomes. You can either get a sweep or you can get a split. So if it's based on pure randomness, it should be 50-50. And we find is basically sweeps are a little bit more common than splits. Significantly more common, but just slightly more common. Interestingly enough, I mentioned the territoriality aspect, the home team advantage. There is a significant home team advantage where the home team is significantly more likely to be the sweeping team than the away team. Now, this Major League Baseball sample was a nice one to initially look at. However, it might be biased in a couple of reasons. It might be kind of weakened. The effect might be weakened for a couple of reasons. One, these are professionals. One of the reasons that make professionals are what's going on up here. They have to be able to forget what just happened. But amateur athletes, they should be more sort of prone to these carryover effects, like this more momentum effects. Also in Major League Baseball, they have about at least a 3-hour gap between these games. And that might be enough time to sort of, again, weaken these effects. So when we looked at a college sample, we said, let's check out the college sample next. In the college sample, they play these games immediately back to back, and they're amateurs, so they should be more vulnerable or more susceptible to these effects. So we picked a conference at random, which just ended up being the Big East, and we looked at both baseball and softball doubleheaders. And we looked at 5 years of data, and we could see that overwhelmingly, doubleheaders end up in sweeps. For baseball, 70% of doubleheaders end up in sweeps. And you'd expect 50% if it was just by random chance. In softball, 67% of doubleheaders ended up in sweeps as opposed to splits. That's 2-to-1 margin. However, it might also be the case, quite simply, that the better team is just always sweeping the weaker teams. You have to be able to control for the differences in the relative strength of these teams. So when we actually cut down this data set to only look at teams that were within 5% of each other in their win percentage, so pretty evenly matched. Those are the numbers represented in the parentheses. So it remains unchanged. There was still 70% of sweeps end up in baseball. So evenly matched teams, 70% of these doubleheaders are ending up in sweeps. On softball, it's again over 60%. Again, even when you're looking at just evenly matched teams, 60%. So it's still almost a 2-to-1 margin. Still a 2-to-1 margin. Actually showing that these things are ending up in sweeps versus splits. When we look at actually the margin of victory of the first game, because the margin of victory in the first game actually predicts whether it's going to end up as a sweep. So ultimately, the more you get pummeled in that first game, or the more you pummel your opponent in the first game, the more likely for it to result in a sweep. That's why you tend to see a larger margin of victory in the first game in the sweep data set than in the split data set. And that is true for both baseball and softball, college baseball and softball. Also, there's a significant, a massive home team advantage, where the home team on both baseball and baseball win the sweeps, but in a 3-to-1 margin. So basically, the home team is again 3-to-1 ratio essentially of the home team being the sweeping team versus the visiting team. So you're not really going to go and sweep someone if you're the visitor. Sorry. And softball, not a very significant effect. That's a very significant effect also for softball, but not as much an effect size as baseball. So then after having this data set and publishing this paper, we're presenting it, and I was presenting to a class, and then like, you play 3 games, right? And I was like, really? So I guess they play a game sometimes the day before they play the doubleheader, and sometimes they play the game the day after the doubleheader, and sometimes they play 4 games in a row. So we want to actually come and see, are the same effects we're seeing within a day, where the doubleheader is happening within a day, are we still seeing those same effects carrying over to the next day? So are doubleheaders swept more than expected? Are triple headers swept more than expected? And are quadruple headers swept more than expected? So we looked at 3 random conferences. We just chose these at random and went back and collected 5 years of data. We obviously just eliminated the COVID year. And then we looked at the same sort of statistics. Basically, are sweeps more common than expected, and double headers, 3-game series and 4-game series. Now, when you initially look at the data, the gray bars indicate what's happening if it was just by random chance. So in a double header, again, randomly you should get 50% of them should be sweeps. This is just random. And triple headers are 3 games, so it's like flipping a coin and getting 3 heads in a row. Should be 25% of the time should get sweeps. We found that actually occurs about 40% of the time. So it seems to be an effect there. And then for the 4-game set, it seems to be twice as common. You should only expect 12.5% of a 4-game series to result in sweeps. However, it seems to be happening twice as much. However, remember, there's also that difference in the strength of opponents. So when we control for the strength of the opponents using a binomial regression, actually the only one to still maintain that carryover effect are in the double headers. So another way of thinking about it is if we just cut down the data set down to only consider games where the opponents are within 5% of each other in win percentage, then only the doubleheader data remains significant. And the 3-game series and the 4-game series are almost exactly what you expect occurring at randomness. Also, we still maintain we replicate the previous finding that home field advantage is still quite profound. Again, the home team is more likely to be the sweeping team than the visiting team. And also, margin of victory seems to kind of show up a little bit. And we're still actually collecting this data. That's why I'm not presenting the softball data. We're still collecting this. We still have to see what happens here. But you see that it appears that the margin of victory is actually expanding as you're kind of losing these successive games. Now, there's quite a few implications to knowing all of this. For one, sports scheduling. You probably don't want to schedule multiple opponents on the same day. Also, tournament play, where individuals are playing multiple matches in the same day, can have a huge effect in those types of sports versus others. What about gambling and betting? And that's kind of the obvious one, right? And then what about behavioral priming or mitigation? Can you actually create or induce a winner effect before you even went out there and played? And if you just lost, can you try to circumvent that effect before you have to go out there again? So there is some evidence to this in the literature already. They had hockey players. They assayed their testosterone before and after watching a video of a previous victory or a previous defeat. And individuals that watched a previous victory actually had a significant increase in testosterone relative to individuals that watched a previous defeat. They replicated this again, but in rugby players. This is really cool. They had a positive experiment or a positive set where individuals watched a video where they performed a successful maneuver against an opponent and the good coaching feedback on top of it. Or they watched a video of an opponent performing a successful maneuver against them and critical coaches' feedback. And then they looked at and measured their differences in testosterone from before and after watching that video. And they found about a 12%, 12.5% increase in testosterone from a positive video. Imagine going to a match with that, and about no change in testosterone watching the negative video. So it's great evidence for behavioral priming. However, these individuals went and played a match after this. And so when they looked at the scoring of the player's performance on the field, then individuals that watched the positive video actually scored better. They performed better on the field. So this testosterone difference really actually manifested in better performance. And individuals that watched the negative video were the worst performers individuals on the field. This also relates to weight training. This is a really cool study, actually. I love this one. So they had individuals watch a series of videos. So each individual went through all the different experiments. So they watched a video that was either sad, like a little sad 4-minute video, a funny one, it's Big Bang Theory, like 4 minutes of that. They watched a neurotic video, then an aggressive video, or a training video of Brock Lesnar training. And then they assayed their testosterone before and after watching these videos, and then also measured their 3 squat rep performance. And what they find is that actually individuals that watched the sad video had a decrease in testosterone, and they were the worst. Their squat performance was the worst. Remember, each individual participated in all of these successful experiments. So their overall performance was worse after they watched that sad video. And second, I guess, erotic videos, also not something to watch. So I guess the take-home message from this study is don't watch sad porn before you're gonna go weightless. So in conclusion, winner and loser effects, they certainly apply to human competition and their performance and behavior. The influence of these outcomes, again, these winner and loser effects do influence the outcome, but only in contests that are played in close succession. So not a day after, these effects tend to sort of wash away. Now, this is interesting when you think about pre-game, post-game routines, as well as training schedules, right? It's ubiquitous in sports. You have that rah-rah hype speech before you go out there, that rah-rah halftime speech before you go out there, because it has a positive effect. However, the post-game stuff, not really. You have a lot of variability. You have some coaches that get down on their athletes after a loss. You have some that try to uplift them after a loss, because usually those effects are going to wash out by the time the next competition comes around. So you would expect more variability in post-game stuff. And obviously this has large implications to sports psychology. Imagine, priming an athlete, getting that testosterone surge, and then sending them out there could significantly impact their performance. All right. Thank you very much.
Take a quick 10-minute break and we'll be back for sports supplements, good for the noggin, with your chair, the one and only, Jose Antonio. Sometimes my fifth best friend. Sometimes.
Andrew's still here. Hey, buddy.
Nice job.
What do I put? What screen do I put up next? Okay.
Go with Julius.
All right.
Okay, Omar Eldakar will now be interviewed by Julius Thomas. So if you hang tight, that will happen, and he will give you a little bit of a post-talk review.
What is this chair do?
So here with Dr. Eldakar, a good friend of mine, who's somebody who I talk to a lot about evolutionary biology. And there was a couple questions I had in regards to the session, and thinking about the loser effect and how like the previous experience has such a large impact on the success, and it sounds like motivation of the subsequent experience. How do you think that affects the academic or professional environment for individuals based on how they've done previously? And you or Andrew could answer that question.
Yeah, I think I'll just go first, and maybe Andrew will be able to jump in and provide some insights too. But that's one thing is, yeah, it is heavily explored in the context, again, of performance. But they do find it in like even chess matches. That is direct competition, but that is something that's entirely sort of mental and not physical whatsoever. And they do find these significant testosterone effects from that sort of mental task. So you'd imagine that maybe just being disparaged or something by an advisor before you go up there and present, and it might just sort of reduce that testosterone, so you might not give as a confident filled performance, So you can imagine that, yeah, it should have the coaching up before you give a presentation can have the very could have obviously effects in the academic environment.
I like that. Andrew, yeah, go ahead, chime in.
Just to follow up on that, yeah, I think that winner and loser effects are probably pervasive across contexts in our lives. Things that go well for us are likely to enhance performance and perception of activities thereafter. Things that go poorly for us put us in a bad mood and likely have the same types of endocrine effects that make us more likely to fail subsequently in the future. So I agree. I think one of the interesting follow-ups to that line of research that Omar was talking about was how do we manipulate this? How do we use it to our advantage in terms of coaching, in terms of behavioral modifications that that can be induced via priming? And I think that's really exciting.
Yeah, and one thing I've always thought about this from kind of a neuroscience perspective is what is the role that that the loser effect has on dopamine production and therefore motivation and confidence to attain the following goal or going into the next competition? And if you guys have thought about that and that research, or if that's an interest of yours.
Yeah, you might know more of the dopamine effects than I would, being more of a neuroscientist. So I might just pass that on to you.
Yeah, I can't say I know of any research that has examined neurochemistry following winner and loser effects. It's mostly measures of hormone changes. Dopamine is complex though, right? It's going to be related to reward, but individuals that are wanting and seeking certain outcomes may also show rushes in dopamine. So I don't know. I guess there might not be so clear predictions as to what we'd expect based on winning or losing a subsequent contest.
One thing that kind of just popped in my head right now is thinking of relationships and friendships. If an individual is constantly put down by their group of friends, they're kind of the butt of all the jokes, that might have a very temporary effect. But if that is just chronic, what kind of effects would that have on an individual in relationships, in like romantic relationships as well? If individuals are constantly being the one being pummeled, then yeah, you could expect winner and loser effects to exist in the short term. But what happens to long-term exposure from those types of scenarios? And maybe that also is what contributes to things like depression as well. When you think about it,
I think that's very interesting to me too, because you hear about this phenomena that happens as people, they make it to the next rung of their athletic experience, say going from high school to college or college to pros, and they learn very quickly kind of where they stack from a performance standpoint in that hierarchy, and you start to see these reductions in confidence. It's kind of like we talk about group dynamics, how everything kind of falls into place. And you were the best running back at Ohio State in 2011, but now you're on the Chicago Bears and you're really struggling to be confident in your ability to even do something like play running back. Have you guys thought about kind of those effects of like constantly having to reshape kind of your identity and that belief you have in your ability?
Yeah, a couple interesting thoughts on that. And one is, yeah, maybe someone that wasn't challenged a lot and just kind of went undefeated and now they enter the pros, they might actually have, even though it might just be a normal winner and loser effect, but they have never really experienced that loser effect in quite some time. And sometimes the wheels fall off of these people. And another example, it was one of the papers that were cited on there, but I didn't really get into it, saying that the more you're kind of in that sport, the more you have experience, the less the effects are expected to have on you. So you've dealt with more wins and losses as your career goes on, and you're less likely to carry that in. And that might also be something why younger players are also more vulnerable to these, because they didn't experience this sort of back and forth to sort of dampen the effects over time.
What about how persistent do you think the loser effect is when it goes from like a team across seasons? You hear kind of about this difficulty to change the identity of the franchise. If you're known as a losing team, how does that kind of mediate in the season following that, or in the history of a franchise?
I think that's an interesting idea. And while clearly the effects are going to be temporally constrained to really short periods of time, as Omar suggested, if media outlets consistently promote this idea and athletes are exposed to that, and they hear how, they're not projected to win again this year, the bottom of the division, that could filter in to enhancing loser effects. So again, confidence, and these things could be modulated by environmental features, videos, media. So that's an interesting idea about how teams with a bad culture and how that could persist due to just the continuation of that dialogue.
Yeah, it's like in some of the research I've studied, it talks about kind of this cost benefit analysis that the brain is always doing leading up to any activity, and that's, you know, it's kind of can be called motivation. And you know, it's your brain's confidence that you're going to successfully complete that next task, and then the kind of the neurochemistry behind it that enables you to go into it. And I keep thinking about how that loser effect, it kind of plays out in kind of like in the neurobiology of these experiences.
And what about expectations? You know, if you're always just getting pummeled, or you're in a team that has a horrible culture, you already have reduced expectations. You just want to lose less.
Yeah.
In some of those regards. But yeah, and you can even imagine, what about the impact of social media?
Oh.
You know, individuals lose, and they might have had a loser effect, and now that's just being hammered home constantly when they even just check their, you know, Instagram or Facebook or Twitter, and they're just getting pummeled on there too.
Yeah, the loser effect actually is two-pronged. It seems that in non-human animal contests, it more so than winners enhancing their likelihood to win in the future, losers are more likely to continue losing. So while winners see a boost in testosterone, losers see decrements in testosterone, but they also see rises in stress hormones. So we have this coupled effect and the activation of the stress system, which produces or contributes to these negative outcomes. So individuals that are losing have just kind of heightened stress in addition to just being less competitive and formidable due to these other effects that they're experiencing. And again, all of these contextual factors could play into that.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of, I think maybe it was Jonathan, Dr. Banks that was speaking earlier today, and he talked about the human brain and kind of that propensity to ruminate on negative experiences and to psychologically continue to experience those within someone's own mind. So you think about, you know, like the social media or the media, that it's making it harder to ignore this kind of this personally negative beliefs. And then you start thinking about what that happens over a long time, because this is the first time in human history you've ever been able to have 1 million people tell you what you just did earlier today when you were trying your best was shit.
Yeah, yeah, and we know that one of the features of low mood is to actually ruminate and constantly think. And one of the things that really messes up athlete performance is getting caught thinking too much. And so you can see that prolonged stress, you know, in that state of stress of, let me ruminate, let me really think about what I did wrong, when that's like actually the worst thing you want to do in a physically demanding task. You want to ruminate when you're dealing with a mentally challenging task, like diffusing a bomb, but you don't want to be thinking about that stuff if you're like a fighter pilot. You don't want to be overthinking.
Mm-hmm. Well, it seems like the next speakers are getting ready to start their presentation. So thank you guys both for your contributions and taking us through that research. I think evolutionary biology is extremely exciting, and we'll hear more from you guys.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Julius Thomas, please stop talking. Oh, I don't see myself. Is everyone ready? Hey, I don't look like a psycho. Sorry. I welcome to the 155 session, Sports Supplements, Good for the Noggin. This is the 7th inning stretch. Looks like my speakers decided to go towards the front. So I have to commend anyone who's lasted this long, because I know conferences that end on a Saturday, at the end of the day, you really just want to drink beer, hang out by the pool, go to the beach. I mean, that's why we have these meetings on the beach, to accommodate folks like you. But I did want to do a brief introduction about the category of sports nutrition and sports supplements. For those of you who know me, most of my research really in the last 2 decades has focused on sports nutrition and supplements. And if you go back, 30, 40 years, the original sports supplement was actually Gatorade. And a lot of people don't look at Gatorade as a supplement, but there are no Gatorade trees. So it is a supplement. I know people don't view it that way. Also, most of the common packaged foods you eat are basically a delivery vehicle for supplement. Whether it's milk, they put vitamin D in it. There's no vitamin D in milk. Orange juice, they add calcium. There's no calcium in orange juice. If your kid eats breakfast cereal, I mean, a lot of people don't eat breakfast cereal anymore, but those are also supplemented. So when we talk about supplements, oftentimes people think of pills and powders when in fact, all your foods are supplemented already. So in a sense, for people who say, well, I don't take supplements, well, you actually do, you're just not aware of it. If you go back to the 70s, probably the study that sort of started people thinking about supplements was Dave Kostal. And he almost did this by accident because Dave Kostal was a physiologist and he didn't really care about supplementation, but he happened to do a study, and I'm sure Dr. Kalman would remember this, comparing caffeinated coffee to decaf coffee. And it was just one of those goofy projects like, hey, you know, it's what we do in our exercise science lab. We're like, hey, this is kind of a fun project. Let's do it, see what happens. He did it and he found that caffeinated coffee works a lot better for performance than decaf coffee. And that was the one study. And he says he almost regretted doing the study because that's what he became known for. And he's like, I just sort of did it for fun. And now all the other physiology he used to do, people sort of forgot it, but like, hey, he's the caffeine guy. He's the one who, you know, did the initial study. So if you go from the 70s really to the 90s, the supplement that really started to push the science of it was creatine. So you could really say creatine and caffeine were the drivers of supplement science. But as an academic field of study, and this is what's interesting, for those of you in the neuroscience field, I've talked to Dr. Tartar about this, neuroscience is gigantic. I think the Society for Neuroscience conference is what, a city? 45,000 people? I'm not sure there's 45,000 people in all of sports science in the world. I mean, we're tiny, sports nutrition is like tiny. So when we thought about bringing neuroscience and sports nutrition together, it's sort of like, we're like this little David and you guys is giant Goliath. But obviously there's a lot of great collaborations there. And since the year 2000, think about this. There was no sports nutrition as an academic field of study pre-2000. So if you were born in the year 2000, that's when it really started. If you go back to the 1990s or 80s, if you said, hey, I want to study supplements, you'd be looked at like you were crazy, like, oh, nobody studies supplements. That's all snake oil. It's all fake stuff. But now you fast forward to 2021, every major college has a sports nutrition course. And now at the PhD level, people want to study sports nutrition and supplements. So really in 2 decades, we've gone from really nothing to kind of this sexy field, not as sexy as neuroscience, I must say, but that's why we're borrowing from neuroscience. So we got sports neuroscience here. So, and also as exercise science people, I can attest to this, as can Cassandra, Leah, and Doug, that we're so focused on the neck down. We love muscle. We love skeletal muscle. We love cardiac muscle. Okay, I'm taking up too much time. Okay, sorry. I figured I'd just talk. And we need to get better at the above the neck stuff. So that's what this symposium, this session here is about, is the above the neck stuff as it relates to supplementation. So first speaker is Cassandra Evans. She is a graduate student, and hopefully I didn't take up too much of your time, but you'll just have to speak fast. So Cassandra Evans.
All right, good afternoon. Hopefully everyone's had a caffeinated beverage today. We want you awake and alert for this really amazing presentation. As he mentioned, my name is Cassandra Evans. I am a graduate student dietitian at Nova Southeastern University. And today we're going to be talking about my preferred beverage of choice, energy drinks, all brain, no brawn. So we'll cover a little bit about the claims that energy drinks make, the background on caffeine and performance, caffeine and cognition, and then 2 studies that we carried out at Nova Southeastern University. Does it change? Oh, I don't either. Oh, there we go. All right, so energy drinks, it's a really popular market. Everyone, even Coca-Cola, has jumped on the bandwagon. There's Bang, Celsius. They are a lot of different populations are drinking them, trained individuals, untrained individuals, sleep-deprived students such as myself, and they make a lot of different claims. So these can include improving focus, giving you energy as the name implies, as well as even improving your memory. Unless, of course, you're Red Bull, in which case Red Bull claims to give you wings. To my knowledge, I don't think they've had a study to confirm that yet, but if you know of one, feel free to find me after the presentation. There is a plethora of information on caffeine and performance, and the results are more or less mixed. So some are showing a good benefit to it and others not so much. The International Society of Sports Nutrition has a position stance on energy drinks, and they state that consuming one 10 to 60 minutes prior to performance can improve aerobic as well as anaerobic performance. A lot of different ingredients in here that could be responsible for the ergogenic aid, but it's the general consensus that the primary ergogenic ingredients in energy drinks are going to be caffeine and carbohydrates. So this was a study that was conducted in male collegiate soccer players. They asked the soccer players to consume either the placebo or the energy drink. In this case, it was Red Bull. And then they were subjected to a jump test, repeated sprint, as well as a simulated soccer game. In the Red Bull group, the average jump height increased, as well as the sprint time in the repeated sprint test. And what I found was really interesting is in the simulated soccer game, they actually covered a greater distance upon consumption of the Red Bull, and they also had faster sprints within the simulated soccer game. Conversely, this was done in college soccer players in women, and they did the Red Bull versus placebo again on repeated sprints. But what they found was really not much of a difference between average sprint times when compared the placebo group to the energy drink. In trained cyclists, they did find an ergogenic aid. So the trained cyclists were asked to consume the Red Bull energy drink, and they actually had improved performance on their 1 hour time cycle trial. And then the very last study that we'll cover today is just for upper body muscular endurance. So the subjects were asked to consume the Red Bull or the placebo and then do push-ups to failure. They had to do this set 3 times, and they got 5 minutes between each set. And what they found was that in both the placebo and the energy drinks, the number of push-ups increased from pre to post testing. So in this particular study, there wasn't much of an advantage to the energy drink. So for energy drinks and cognition, there is also a lot of information on there. The same International for Society of Sports Nutrition's position paper also states that consuming caffeine or caffeine-containing energy drink can improve mental focus, mental alertness, as well as attention. So this study was looking at caffeine and sleep inertia. I know it was mentioned earlier today, and we talked about sleep a little bit, but sleep inertia, just to remember or remind everyone, is the grogginess and cognitive impairment that you experience upon awakening. And so in this, they asked, it was a sleep restricted study, so they kept their subjects awake and then allowed them to have scheduled naps and either gave them caffeine or a decaffeinated beverage when they woke up. And what they found was that in the decaffeinated group, the cognition was significantly impaired. And what they found in the caffeine group was that this impairment was not only absent, but the subjects were less likely to go back to sleep upon awakening from their nap, suggesting that the caffeine did improve cognition and alertness. In this particular study, they looked at e-gamers, League of Legends. So if you're really interested in League or e-gamers, as we mentioned, Dr. Kalman's going to be talking on supplements and e-gamers later this session. But they were looking at cognition as well as physical performance. And so the League of Games is an online game. I'm not quite sure how it works other than they battle for like a flag, I think, and it's done in teams. But they gave the subjects all either the energy drink or the placebo, and upon drinking both, there was no significant improvements in cognition or physical performance. And for the last one that we'll cover today is looking at the effects of an energy drink, once again, Red Bull, on mood as well as cognition and physical performance. And this particular study did find changes in physical performance and increased states of mood measured with the PALMS test, as well as decreased negative mood. So they had lower scores in depression, anxiety, and fatigue. So this brings us to the first investigation that was published in 2018. We carried it out at Nova Southeastern University, where we were looking at the effects of the Bang energy drink on psychomotor vigilance as well as push-ups. And so we hypothesized that we would see an increase in cognition as well as push-ups following the consumption of the Bang energy drink. So it was a crossover randomized counterbalance placebo-controlled design. The Bang energy drink had 300 milligrams of caffeine, The placebo had similar ingredients as well as similar flavorings, with the exception of the branched-chain amino acids, the creatine, as well as the caffeine. And we had 20 subjects total. So our subjects were asked to come into the lab following a 3-hour fast. They consumed either the placebo or the energy drink. Then they waited 30 minutes before undergoing our 2 test protocols, which was the psychomotor vigilance task, as well as the three sets of maximum push-ups in 1 minute. And the psychomotor vigilance task measures sustained attention. It's a very simple, kind of mundane task that asks the subjects to tap the screen every time the number appears. And the number will appear at random for anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes. In this particular study, it was 5 minutes. So subjects drank placebo or energy drink, sat for 30 minutes, took the PVT task test, push-ups, and then the PVT again. So what we did observe is that following the consumption of Bang energy drink, we did see an improvement in reaction times, which is similar to the study that was looking at cognitive effects and sleep inertia. The difference is in our study, our subjects were not sleep deprived at all. We did not observe any statistically significant improvements in push-up, and this is also similar to the study that did not find a difference between pre and post push-ups following the consumption of the energy drink. So in conclusion, drinking an energy drink, specifically Bang, can improve the psychomotor vigilance task. As we mentioned, it's a measurement of sustained attention, so this might be helpful for sports such as race car driving, softball, or even baseball, which requires sustained attention. It had no effects on push-ups. The limitations can include our small sample size. So with only 20 subjects, we were unable to determine if there were any gender differences. And additionally, we did not assess for any genotype. This is a quick cognitive break. Also to plug Dr. Janine. So don't forget, if you really are excited about this study, Dr. Janine has a very more stimulating one on caffeine and sex. Also, if you're falling asleep, take another sip of your caffeinated beverage. So this brings us to the second investigation, which has not been published yet. This was a collaboration between Nova Southeastern University as well as the Institute of Human and Health Performance in Boca Raton. And we looked at the effects of the Redline energy drink on measures of cognition as well as physical performance. Redline is another VPX product. And once again, we thought we would see improvements in both physical performance as well as cognition following the consumption of the Redline. So another crossover counterbalance placebo-controlled study design. We had 20 subjects we had 12 subjects, and the Redline energy drink had 300 milligrams of caffeine in it, and the placebo had similar flavorings, similar ingredients with the exception of the caffeine. And we asked our subjects to arrive at the lab 3 hours fasted and then put them through a series of tests after drinking either the placebo or the energy drink. And these include the psychomotor vigilance task, as well as different measures of cognition and a treadmill run to exhaustion. So for our cognition test, we had the flanker inhibitory control and attention. So this requires the subject to focus on a specific stimuli. In this case, it's the middle arrow, and you disregard the outside arrows. And then it's a great measure for attention and inhibitory control. For the dimensional change card sort test, the subject is asked to sort cards based on a specific feature, such as color and shape. So the example here, you can see the bottom card is a blue volleyball, and the other card is a yellow truck. And then the subjects are asked to pick based on what the directions are. So for example, the directions can say, pick the card that has the same color as the top shape, in which case you would pick the blue volleyball, or pick the same shape, in which case you pick the yellow truck. And this is a measure of executive function. And then we also did the pattern comparison processing speed. So this requires subjects to look at 2 cards side by side and to determine if they're the same or different. And changes can include color, one versus many, or even something as small as removing something from the picture. For the treadmill to exhaustion test, the men ran at 7 miles per hour with the women running at 6 miles per hour. Both groups started at 0%. The grade was increased by 1% every minute, and the test was completed when the subject could no longer run or was exhausted. So unlike our first investigation, we actually observed no effects in the psychomotor vigilance task. Also, certain measures of cognition, so that would be the flanker inhibitory control, as well as the dimensional change card sort test. And then similar, we did not see any changes in performance via the time to exhaustion on the treadmill. However, we did see an increased processing speed. So it could possibly improve your processing speed. What was really surprising was that half of our subjects had no idea whether they had taken the placebo or the caffeine. And just to put that in perspective, as I mentioned, the Red Line energy drink has 300 milligrams of caffeine. Average cup of coffee will have anywhere between 95 to 100 milligrams of caffeine. So this would be the equivalent of drinking 3 cups of coffee, and not over like the morning, like 3 cups of coffee back to back and then sitting still for 30 minutes and not being able to tell if you had that much caffeine. So in conclusion, consuming Redline could improve your processing speed, but it did not have any effect on other measures of cognition or physical performance. And similar to the first investigation, the limitations included the small sample size, as well as we did not assess the genotype. Things that make you need another sip of caffeine. Neither study showed an effect on physical performance measured by treadmills or push-ups. And it could be because of the type of test. There are some studies that suggest that caffeine has more of an effect on endurance style, but also because 50% of our subjects also could not tell if they had the caffeine or not, maybe it was more of a placebo effect. And there is obviously lots of information on the placebo effect, but specifically with caffeine, there's 2 interesting studies that I thought was worth mentioning. So the first one gave subjects or told subjects that they were either going to receive a placebo, a low dose of caffeine, or a high dose of caffeine. Really, all subjects received a decaffeinated placebo, and they actually observed a dose-dependent increase in performance. So when compared to the placebo, the low caffeine actually improved performance, but the high-dose caffeine, or the ones that were told they had high-dose caffeine, improved even more. And in the bottom one, they did a study where they did a lot of different things. They either told a group they were getting caffeine and gave them a decaffeinated beverage, or they told them they got caffeine and they gave them a caffeine beverage, or they told them they got, and so forth. So they mixed it up all like that. And what they found was just the mere belief of having caffeine was enough to increase the performance, even when having a decaffeinated beverage. So practical applications. Even something as little as 35 milligrams of caffeine can improve your attention and focus. The recommendation is going to be anywhere from 3 to 6 milligrams per kilogram of body weight. It is recommended that you consume this 30 to 40 minutes prior to events because it can reach its peak performance. And then also, if you are one of those people that are sensitive to caffeine, have it earlier in the day. Caffeine does have a 6-hour half-life, so you want to make sure that you're not drinking a Bang energy drink right before you go to bed. And last but not least, I'd like to thank my team, Dr. Tarter, Dr. Peacock, Dr. Janine, Maddie, and Anya.
Okay, next speaker. She is riveting. She is entertaining. She is smart. She is Dr. Leah Giannini. And apparently this conference seems to have some common themes. As Chris Algieri mentioned yesterday, is he here or is he sleeping on the, oh, Chris is here. Apparently we love caffeine, we love sex, and we love, what's fighting? We love fighting. So there's some weird common theme here. But anyways, yeah, Dr. Giannini, she's faculty at Nova Southeastern University. Actually, she and I collaborate on quite a few projects. This is one which is a little different than most of the projects we do in the exercise science department, but I think you will find it quite interesting. So, Dr. Giannini.
All right, guys. So when Dr. Antonio told me that I was presenting on caffeine and sexual functioning, I assumed that there'd be a plethora of research out there on caffeine and sexual functioning because there's tons of research on caffeine and performance. But there really is a dearth of research on caffeine and sexual functioning. I only found 2 studies that involved humans. There's tons on animal studies. So it's definitely something that I'm interested in and wanted to even further research. So before I get into all of that, oh, I knew I was gonna mess up something. They are slow. Hang on. All right, so before I get into all of that, you have to think, what is sexual functioning, right? So it is defined as the absence or the absence of difficulty or pain going through Kaplan's 3 stages of sexual functioning. So sexual desire, arousal, and orgasm. One of the common tools that I use to assess sexual functioning is the DISF, the Darigati's Inventory of Sexual Functioning Survey. So it incorporates those 3 as well as sexual cognition and sexual experience and behavior. So why do we care? Sexual dysfunctions are actually far more common than you would think. As you see here, it occurs in 43% of women and 31% of men. And those numbers just increase as you age. Men that are 40, the number goes up to 44. So right there, you're already jumping from 31% of the overall to 44%. And in men that are 70, 70% of them will experience some type of erectile dysfunction. right? So that is clearly an issue and something that we need to address. For desire disorders, so most commonly, when women have issues with sexual functioning, it is a lack of desire. Now, a lack of desire in and of itself is not a sexual dysfunction. It is a lack of desire in you want to desire sex that then becomes a sexual dysfunction, right? So whether it's for your partner or you just want to be more sexual. Arousal disorders are more common in males, typically in the form of erectile dysfunction. Orgasm disorders, more common in females, and that can be defined as either the inability to have an orgasm or just delayed orgasm. Pain disorders, often more common in females. A lot of that can be associated with a past trauma there. So a lot of our societal attitudes will also affect our attitudes towards sex, or what country you're from. I was a little disappointed in Australia over here. I was surprised that only up to 10% of the population defines themselves as having a good sex life. The United States, I was like, I would have expected a little more out of Australia right there. The United States is always in the middle. We are really dichotomous when it comes to our attitude towards sex. We're one of the only countries that do not have a unified sex education program. In some states, it's very science-based. In other states, it's morally prescriptive agenda. Don't have sex, it's bad. And they can't even talk about it for fear of encouraging some kind of precarious sexual activity. Least sexually satisfied country, Japan. I actually found this rather interesting because in another study I did, men that stated that they had more often and better sexual experiences also defined themselves as less productive. But we did not have that link in females. So obviously, and obviously Japan is a flat earth country. So these two studies were actually done by Durex. The country with the most sex, in case you're curious, was Greece. They had an average of 164 sexual experiences in a year, and 87% of people had sex at least once a week. So maybe the Mykonos is where we should have our next NeuroSports conference. I mean, that works for me. Yes, I like it. You guys, Nova's paying for us to get out there. All right, so sites enhancing supplements. I'm going to quickly run through all of these. Not going to talk about Cialis or Viagra. Major difference there. Cialis is a daily supplement. Viagra is something that can be taken 30 minutes to 4 hours prior to intercourse. I'm going to go through a lot of these with myths and truths because there's a lot, as there is with all of our field in nutrition and exercise. There's just a lot of internet myths discussing each of these. So first one, chili peppers. That is linked to capsaicin, which is linked to capsaicin is in chili peppers, which is linked to an increase in blood flow. Pumpkin seeds are high in magnesium, which is linked to testosterone production. Tyrosine in both chocolate and oysters. And oysters are also high in iron and zinc. Interestingly enough, one serving of oysters has 673% of the zinc that you need. So oysters most often are linked to sexual functioning, but there is not a single peer-reviewed study out there that shows that eating oysters is going to increase your sexual functioning. All right, so some myths and truths here. Food shapes. We have my rather phallic peppers of the slide. So food shapes do not link to any type of sexual functioning. There's nothing linked to arousal there. It's just something in the media, but there's absolutely no link. Citrulline in watermelon is linked to arginine, which dilates blood vessels, can cause more blood flow. However, this is typically more in the rind of the watermelon, or so we thought. New studies are actually showing that it's more in the actual edible part. Asparagus. So asparagus is high in folate, and folate can help with the production of histamine, which we typically think of histamine as that neurotransmitter, responsible for sneezing and immune response. It's also the neurotransmitter that is responsible for triggering orgasm. So don't want to be taking antihistamines before sex. So it is something that can trigger that. However, how many of you guys can smell asparagus in your pee? All right. So if you take the 23andMe or any test like that, they swab your mouth and they can tell you whether or not you can in fact smell asparagus in your pee. I just thought everybody could. But so asparagus is somehow linked to improving sexual functioning. However, that odor is not just going to be in your pee, it's going to be in all fluids. So that's probably not going to be something that's going to aid in sexual functioning. Figs associated with Garden of Eden, that's completely a myth. There's nothing there. And same thing with strawberries. It was like red and enticing, and it was associated with the goddess Venus, which is the goddess of love. And there was really no link there whatsoever. Oh, this is not. You can't hear me? Oh man, I didn't know you guys couldn't hear me back there. Oh. Oh. There we go. Sorry, I'm a fast talker. I've got a lot of slides in here. Okay, I've got 20 minutes. No, I've got it. I'm moving through here. All right, iron linked to improvements in sexual functioning, really only for those people that were iron deficient, right? Obviously, iron is linked, the lack of iron is linked to fatigue. If you're fatigued, you're less likely to be great in sexual functioning. Zinc overall led to increased sperm count and sperm motility. There's no link there in terms of sexual functioning. Magnesium, there was a link in terms of sexual functioning because of magnesium improving levels of testosterone, but that was only in men that were already having erectile dysfunction and men that were much older. So supplementing any of these things, assuming that you get enough, like so the over supplementation is not going to aid in any way. Other nutritional strategies for sexual functioning, limiting alcohol. So that's a little quote from Shakespeare there, provokes the desire but takes away the performance. Obviously limiting nicotine. Nicotine is a vasoconstrictor that is going to promote plaque. So that's going to obviously inhibit blood flow. We need to get adequate protein and adequate fiber because without those, your body will then produce globulin. Globulin binds to testosterone, not allowing your body to utilize that testosterone. And there are studies that when men don't get at least 20% of their calories from fat, that will lower testosterone levels and lower sexual functioning. Also overall body fat. When people are training for any type of body competition or they're cutting weight, sex drive is one of the first things that they'll see drop. So caffeine. Caffeine initially, when I started this, I was like, this could go either way, right? It's a vasoconstrictor, but it keeps you alert. It also aids in the cavernous tissue. So as you can see there, that blood-filled area, so it relaxes that cavernous tissue, allowing more blood flow in. Allowing it to be easier for an erection. As you can see in my dissected penis there, gentlemen, you're welcome. So you can see straight through. But so that it will overall aid in sexual functioning, are believed to be. So as you can see here, it was not a dose response relationship. This chart is indicating the amounts of caffeine progressively getting higher. That last column is over 304 milligrams of caffeine. And then this chart, the lower the number, the better, because it is rating overall dysfunction, right? And again, the study was only done of men. The majority of sexual functioning research you'll see is on men. So as you can see, caffeine did aid in the beginning, but once you got to about 300 milligrams, then it started to decrease. And presumably because caffeine is linked to anxiety and sleeplessness, and those types of things are obviously going to lead to poor sex. This survey only had one question that was addressing sexual behavior, and it was just described the ability, your ability to maintain and keep an erection, and are you satisfied with your intercourse? So it was all just based on one quick question. Interestingly enough, when you divide it out into normal weight and obese, the chart becomes a little bit more odd in the normal weight camp, but as you can see, it looks as though caffeine aided in sexual functioning with people that were overweight and obese, which as we know is roughly 70% of the American population. So this could be something to aid there. Also, overweight and obese people report significantly lower sexual functioning, sex drive, sex abilities. Caffeine also showed to aid quite a bit in hypertension. So as you can see, the second column is going to be hypertensive people, the column's in red. And so it lowered there and then slightly started to go back up again, but it does look as though caffeine was an aid, although not really with those without hypertension. Diabetes patients would not at all, you really can't see a trend there. So I guess the takeaway here is for overweight or obese hypertensive people, who are struggling with erectile dysfunction, caffeine will be definitely an aid, assuming that they do not have diabetes. I don't. So there was another study, the only other one that I found, looking at humans and caffeine and sexual performance. It was actually only on coffee. This was a longitudinal study. It started in 1986, which is probably why it was only coffee. Red Bull was invented in 84. Energy drinks really weren't much of a thing at that point. The way that most people got caffeine was through coffee. So as we can see here, it was started in 1986. In 2000, they assessed them every 2 years. In 2000, they asked again, how many cups of coffee are you drinking? And that ranged from anything from 0 to 3 cups a month, all the way up to more than 6 cups in a day. In this study, they did not find a link at all between caffeine and sexual functioning. Between coffee and sexual functioning, and it was caffeinated coffee. However, the heavy coffee consumers were also heavy drinkers of alcohol and were also heavy smokers. And both of those things lead to decreased sexual functioning. So obviously that's going to be an issue there. All right, so Bang, the study that I did. Participants were told to consume either Bang or placebo. It was just Bang with caffeine, Bang without caffeine, 45 to 60 minutes prior to intercourse, which they all reported was the most awkward part of this, because they would just drink it and just kind of like hang out with their partner just waiting. So they said I was a little bit weird. I actually had one girl tell me that her husband would call and be like, drink the Bang now, I'm driving home. So that was definitely interesting. So they then had to fill out a survey, and this was just on their phones. It was a quick online survey. It took less than 1 minute. They had to fill it out within 30 minutes of intercourse, indicating all of these categories: sessions, orgasm, duration, intensity, sense of control, pleasure, and sexual attractiveness. Male consumers reported a significant difference in satisfaction, enjoyment, intensity, and sense of control. Female consumers only reported a significant difference in overall satisfaction. Male partners of female consumers, and all couples were heterosexual. I didn't delineate that. It was just a relatively small sample size. Male partners of female consumers reported higher levels of satisfaction, enjoyment, intensity, and indicating that sex was a source of pleasure. And as we can see here, there was a huge difference between female partners of men that were taking the caffeinated Bang versus placebo, which I found really interesting. So this would indicate that for a female to have better sex, it's actually more important for her partner to consume the caffeine than her. So interesting. Some other things here. So some other amino acids that have been linked to it. Arginine, 5 grams over 6 weeks led to improved erections. Carnitine did not in and of itself, but were people that were only getting moderate benefits from Viagra. L-carnitine did show a much larger improvement. They worked together. Niacin only worked with people that already had high blood pressure. Niacin, B3, is often linked to increases in HDL, and so that can obviously lead to a lowered blood pressure. But if you are sufficient and you don't have any erectile dysfunction, there's nothing to say that supplementing any of these are actually going to improve your sex life. All right, Tubulus triceris it's a little like thorny fruit type thing that is grown in the Mediterranean. This is one of the few studies that I found that was actually looked at sexual functioning for women. So it's linked to bodybuilding and fertility and sexual issues. But women did improve in desire, arousal, lubrication, and satisfaction, and pain. That is a lack of pain with all of these things. This is according to the FSFI, which is the Female Sexual Functioning Inventory. Horny goat reed, which is also yin yang ho, which is called, led to all of the following improvements. However, one of the major side effects that we saw here was in women. They actually showed bone loss in women. All right, yohimbine. So yohimbine comes from the bark of a tree. It's very easy. It's just coming from right there. It aids in depression, weight loss, any of those things. Weight loss I would watch though, because it is a diuretic. So whenever I was looking at like weight loss statements, it wasn't looking at like fat reduction. It was just overall weight loss. And the last one that I will get into before my own research is ginseng. We typically think of ginseng as something that's very, very calming. However, Asian ginseng is actually very stimulating. It is a red ginseng. And this did show another aid in sexual functioning of women, particularly women that were going through menopause. All right, maca. So this was a study that Dr. Antonio and I did. It's been linked to improvements in anti-fatigue, sexual improvement, mood enhancing. We didn't study fertility and memory improvement. Although pre-test, post-test, it showed some memory improvement according to the MEMTRACS. The placebo group also showed it. So we only found the first 3 areas to be significant. What was interesting also in my lit review of maca is that I found that it was linked to increased testicular weight in rats, which like, to me, I was just envisioning like a lot of rats like waiting like by the scale, like ready to get their testicles weighed. So, I'm like, how do you like weigh rat testicles? How does this happen? So naturally, rather than looking it up, I walked down to the lab and I'm like, Antonio, how do you weigh rat testicles? And this is exactly what he did. He goes, they just cut them off. And I was like, oh, and he goes, no, they're fine. They cut them off and then they just go about their day. And I was like, oh, okay. You learn something new every day. So that has been linked there. Obviously, for obvious reasons, I don't think that they're looking at it in humans. All right. So what I had 43 participants at the end of this trial. I actually had a surprising number of people drop out of this one, which I didn't expect. They had 2.1 milligrams of maca. That was in 3 capsules that they had. It was primarily black maca, a little bit of red maca. I can't tell you the ratio because I signed an NDA, but primarily black maca there. I did assess overall sexual functioning and PALMS. 5 minutes, I got it. That's why I was going fast in the beginning. I did assess overall sexual functioning and PALMS. And what the company was most surprised with, as was I, was the huge change in hand grip for men, because this was only over 28 days. So they did find a change in hand grip of maca, but it was much longer studies. So I was surprised to see hand grip change in men. Fatigue, see, was significantly reduced there as well. And sexual behavior of men was increased. Now, when I looked at pre-test, post-test of both men and women, in a lot of categories, actually, women showed a significantly more, had a greater difference pre-test, post-test than men. However, women were incredibly affected by the placebo effect. So I didn't have any areas in which there was a significant difference between maca and the placebo for women. So as you can see here, males and females, you can see on that first chart, females, that's pre-test in the blue, post-test in the orange. So it did significantly go down, however, greatly affected by the placebo effect. Same thing with confusion, females pre, post, however, greatly affected by placebo. Vigor wasn't an issue there. Orgasm, again, both were changed at pre and post, they were significantly higher. Women, again, placebo effect. All right, so quick myths here on sex and exercise. People think all the time, like sex is great, exercise. It is not, right? 100 calories burned for men, 69 calories per women. And this is per 25-minute session. The average session is actually 5 to 7 minutes. So divide that number out even more. It's not a great calorie burn. I don't know if men are burning more calories due to relative body size or just who's doing more work. I don't know, but you can see there, it's not necessarily the greatest workout. Sex and pain relief. Sex is great for pain with back pain, leg pain, and menstrual pain due to the influx of hormones there. Something that I found in my lit review and even my own studies, people that had better sex lives had a higher self-esteem. There was an antiquated belief that women who had more sex were somehow lacking self-esteem or daddy issues or whatever. That's not the case in any of the research studies that I've shown. Actually, women that define themselves as more powerful were more likely to initiate sex and have more sexual partners. Sexual activity led to well, sexual activity was correlated with reduced levels of depression, which happens in 1 in 20 Americans. However, there's obviously a correlation causation issue here, right? Depressed people are less likely to engage in sex as often, and SSRIs inhibit sexual functioning. Other quick benefits here. I'm going to run through it. All right. Melatonin helps you sleep. Oxytocin is responsible for the cuddle. Sex will end up reducing systolic blood pressure in women. That's mainly due to the increase in oxytocin. Women get higher levels of oxytocin post-sex. Cortisol, we know, is the stress hormone that leads to weight gain. UC reduces there. And orgasms lead to an increase in prolactin. That's that feeling of being satisfied. And that happens more through intercourse than masturbation. With men, great, 2 minutes. All right, I got it. With men, there's a study of roughly 30,000 men here over 8 years. They had to rate their ejaculation frequency anywhere from 0 to 21 plus times. There was a dose response relationship in terms of reducing the risk of prostate cancer. So at least 21 times a month with yourself or with a partner, you're reducing cancer right there. Women, bladder control, there were significant improvements due to like pelvic, strengthening the pelvis. And finally, implications for sexual supplement research. There really isn't any research that's looking at how the partner is feeling when they're when the person is consuming any one of these sexual supplements, whether it's medication, amino acids, caffeine, whatever. All of the things that I've seen have only been focused on how the consumer feels about it as opposed to their partner. Erectile dysfunction drugs, as you see, $3.2 billion industry. Really, the research and all the money is really focused on men. We're really not looking at women the way we should be. And finally, I had a moment when I was like reevaluating my life, and I was sitting at the office at midnight reading about the sex lives of diabetic rats, because like that was all there is, right? Like there's only a couple of studies out there on humans. So we really need to have more research on caffeine and sexual performance of humans. Thank you.
By the way, citrulline, great supplement, does improve blood flow, and there's some data showing that it can improve performance, like exercise performance. So that was a good one.
I think we just found our new research project.
Yeah, I could get citrulline. So our next, our last speaker, this is like the bottom of the 8th inning. So you guys just hang in with us. Dr. Doug Kalman. Everybody knows Doug. Doug and I actually are the two of the co-founders of the International Society of Sports Nutrition. I've known Doug for, seems like I've known Doug forever. I first met him, I don't know, seems like when Bill Clinton was president. I can't remember now. He invited me to give a talk at Hunter College in New York, and he lived in this apartment in New York, which was about the size of this thing we're standing on. And when you went to the bathroom, you could see across the neighbor right there. So I'm like, Doug, I can see someone right there. So he's like, that's New York City. But anyways, Doug is going to talk a little bit about supplements as it applies to e-gamers. And this is actually a huge industry, which I was not aware of until Dr. Tartar educated me, that there are millions of e-gamers. I'm like, I don't know a single e-gamer. And she's like, I know all of them. I'm like, well, I guess I better learn who these people are. So Dr. Kalman will edify us.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Antonio. So all I could think of was really bad jokes to tell after that presentation, because there's no way that's like a hard one to follow. But I will try my best. See, thank you. So anyway, my name is Doug Kalman. A little bit about me. I'm Vice President of Scientific Affairs at NeuroSports. I also teach at Nova, a co-founder of ISSN, like Joey shared, and do a few other things. For conflicts of interest, for disclosure, I work for a contract research company. So that means we're contracted to do research. Some people may or may not consider that a conflict of interest, but we get everything from government awards to industry. So here's where I wanted to start. I'm sorry, this is better for me. Here's where I wanted to start. That sports nutrition and many other things have applications together or crossover.
So if you are doing sports nutrition to improve your performance as an athlete, right? And we're talking athletics, not necessarily anything else for this second. When you're doing athletics, you are involving a lot more, right? Than just your ability to produce power. It's your reaction time. It's your ability to think 3 steps ahead. Whereas as I was taught years ago, play multiple chess games at the same time, right? So this way you could move a person where you want them to go rather than you being moved by them and not even knowing it. So sport nutrition does have that aspect of carrying over physiologically how the body will treat nutrients, hormones, and many other messengers in the body so that you could hopefully optimize not only your physical performance, but your mental and cognitive performance as related to sport. So you may say, what the hell does it have to do with playing Leagues of Legends for $2 million on ESPN Ocho? And I would say that there's a lot there because it's still about reaction time, whether it's pressing a button to kill somebody and processing the information that's coming. So can you eat or can you supplement or can you do both or can you use quote unquote nootropic drugs to improve your mental and cognitive performance as well as ability to maintain that cognitive performance over time when you're playing these games that can go on for hours. Now, sure, playing Call of Duty for 6 hours in a row is not the same thing as a 2-a-day football practice at all. Now, but on some level, let's take a look a little bit deeper. So sports nutrition is a broad interdisciplinary field that involves many different aspects. So I'm going to leave you to read these definitions on your own so we can go a little bit more into it. There's also a business definition of sports nutrition. And that business definition comes more from the CNBCs of the world. They look at the dollar part for products and who are those consumers. So there's different scientific and business. Now here, nutrition from a sports nutrition perspective. This is what we look at as sports nutritionists and then as business analysts within nutrition. Is the person going to be a professional athlete? Are they an Olympic athlete? Are they a collegiate athlete? Are they an elite athlete? Are they a competitive athlete on an individual sport or a team? Are they a child, adolescent, teenager? Are they playing in a sport league? Are they doing an adult sport league? Luckily around here, you can still join dodgeball leagues. There's a good one down in Miami in case you feel like playing. Are they just somebody that's going to LA Fitness 4 times a week? Or are they an active enthusiast running 5Ks, trail runs? There's all these different categories of sport nutrition. And there is also crossover to many, let's say using NFL athletes or mixed martial artists, UFC, Bellator people that also are known for their gaming. So they have sponsors that sponsor them to play video games on Twitch and other things that generate income and allow ad revenue. So how they perform matters. Interestingly enough, sports nutrition, the total supplement industry sales are expected to be about $219 billion for all supplements combined in this upcoming year. Sports nutrition, and for some reason it's correlated with or co-packed with weight loss in all the analytics, is only generating about $40 to $46 billion a year. Do you think that's a lot of money? Maybe on an individual level it is, if that's your dollar, but that's actually not a big economic scale. The growth, if you're an investor in this category, is about 6 to 8.5% per year. So the cognitive e-gamers, cognitive sports nutrition. E-gaming is cognitive sports nutrition, right? It's playing chess, but without the physical consequences of getting punched in your face. That is chess with consequences if you're a boxer. So you want to look at, from a psychometric and a research perspective, what can enhance focus, motivation, acuity, and performance. Some people coin this mental energy, right? So mental energy is really known as a 3-dimensional construct consisting of mood and a few other things. Thank you. It sucks being short sometimes, right? So, but that's life. So you roll. So in this, I want to take a deeper look briefly into your brain, not your individual brain. That's $75 for each 15 minutes, please. But this is why do we care about this? Because each different section of your brain affects how you interact differently. And so quickly going into that, your frontal lobe is your center of reasoning. So that helps with rational play. Parietal lobe receives input from your skin. Oh, it's hot in here. Oh, it's cold in here. They put on the AC. I need my sweatshirt, right? Your temporal lobe is speech perception, hearing me, some types of memory. Occipital lobe is input from the eyes. Your cerebellum is responsible for movement, balance, posture, and also learned activities. Your brain stem for your basic functions. And your corpus callosum attaches the two and allows crosstalk, if you will. This matters. As a nutritionist, right, I also look at how many calories a person is taking in. So if I have an e-gamer that is, more on the anorectic side of eating, meaning just low calorie intake, I also want them to understand that your brain is basically generating 20% of your resting energy expenditure needs. So your brain is about, 1/5 of your energy output. And if you're not fueling it correctly, then that will affect how quick everything else is processed. And that just does not mean giving it glucose, even though the glucose is the preferred fuel of the brain. So here are some dietary supplements that have been theorized for enhancing memory. I forget what I read. And so there's phosphatidylserine, citicoline, piracetam, vinculpicetine, acetyl L-carnitine, and certain antioxidants. We will come back to this because some of these play a role in the productions of choline, right? Or acetylcholine, which allows jumps across the synaptic gap for innervation to occur. So let's take a little bit deeper dive. So here was a study that we did with Dr. Totter, where we were looking at e-gamers, and they were taking a product surprisingly known as New Level, right? And this is what we had to do in this study. We were looking at aspects of executive function and aspects of mood states. Before and after, these people had to play the game for a minimum of an hour. And then we also looked at how well they performed and a few other tasks. And why did we look at for an hour? Because most people playing video games, unless they're waiting at a bus stop or doing something short, that the more e-gamers are playing for at least an hour. Most research shows 2 to 3 hours per day is what they dedicate to playing time. Sort of like your 5-year-old if you have one. So hopefully not insulting anybody. I run fast, so you won't catch me. So here we also looked again by using the trail making test, the Stroop test, and profile of mood states. So let's look a little bit deeper in the data. So the trail making test here, what we saw, the part A of the trail making test, as you probably know better than myself, is sort of more of a measure of your visual search and motor speed skills. And we saw an improvement after a single dose and an improvement as well after daily dosing for 7 days. So meaning it improved within 15 minutes of ingesting this orally ingestible. It was a powder mixed with water. So, generally that dumps out of the gut in 5 to 7 minutes into small intestine to start the rest of metabolism. And here within 15 minutes, it was picked up that there was a significant effect, and that was maintained over 7 days. So that means that you are not having a learning curve. It's not a placebo effect. It's a maintained effect. A little bit deeper, looking at trail making test B, we think of this as higher levels, better cognition, also known as cognitive flexibility. And this is where we test for your ability to maintain cognitive performance, mental errors. The less errors you make, your better ability to concentrate and stay on task, if you will. And here we saw that there was a significant effect, again, within the 15 minutes, and this was maintained after 7 days in the intervention group. So it's kind of interesting here. Moving a little bit on, do your mood states matter? Let me ask you a question. For anybody here, does the mood that you're in affect how you may interact in that moment with either another person? Well, forget your dog. We're always nice to dogs. So with another person, right? Yes? So the same thing happens for any sport. So I can't imagine the person that has a disagreement with their spouse and then they have to go out and in front of 50,000 people and let's say do a UFC fight. These things happen, or a boxing fight, or a football player, or any professional athlete, or anybody, because we're not talking junior high school, but on the higher levels. So why does this matter? Because if you're in a bad mood, it may affect your ability to concentrate at your task, which for the professional gamer is getting paid and winning, right? And then getting followers or some combination of that. So here, the only thing that really, both groups improved overall mood state after a single dose in total mood states, right? But only after the week of dosing was the new level group was able to maintain a lower level of anger. And I think that's actually probably a good thing. Why it occurs, I don't know. But the lower level of anger probably means that you're going to have less interference in staying at task of what you have, because you're not distracted by somebody like stepping on your foot by accident, right? Unless you want to be distracted by them. It's different. So I think mood states matter. Now here, again, the new level supplement is a FDA-approved new dietary ingredient of a version of arginine. It's what's known as an inositol stabilized arginine silicate. So it's actually a new entity that was approved by the Food and Drug Administration a couple of years ago to be in commerce. And so it is a version of arginine that's more bioavailable than arginine hydrochloride and has a differential effect on vasodilation and on a whole host of other things. So everybody, a lot of people here drink coffee, right? Drink sodas, teas, caffeine occurs in all of those. So one of the other methylxanthines or other phytochemicals, phytonutrients that occurs with caffeine is known as theanine. This mostly occurs in more of your teas, not really coffees, like green tea. So the interesting thing about theanine is that it actually has a physiologic effect of inducing more of a relaxation. Bless you. So it induces more of a relaxation, where caffeine is more of a stimulant, right? And so the interesting aspects of those two is that when they're combined, which occurs in Mother Nature, as well as in this slew of studies that I shared here, there was an improvement in things that are related to cognition, like an improvement in reaction time, an improvement in alertness, an improvement in reduced susceptibility to distraction, so staying more focused and so forth. So this would say from a food perspective, green tea would be, I don't know how much green tea you would need to drink, whether it's going to be a gallon or not, to get what was used in this, but you could see these in the dose levels. Teacrine. Now, teacrine sounds like theanine, but it's different. Teacrine is another naturally occurring alkaloid, also found in teas, hence tea, TEA. And this one actually more acts as a caffeine mimetic, meaning similar to caffeine, but it's not caffeine, otherwise it would be called caffeine. So this study was not a direct e-gamer study, but it was a sports nutrition-centric study done in soccer players at Rutgers University. And one of the things that they looked at that has application to gamers was something that is called choice reaction time. Why? Because choice reaction time is sort of measuring your ability to make, how fast it takes your ability to make your brain to make a decision, and are you making the right decision at what you're being challenged with, okay? And so that matters in sport, whether it's you're playing Space Invaders or whatever is some video game, or whether you are, again, any competitive sport. One time I was working with this tennis player, right? A male tennis player that was well known on the circuit. And I was at one of his training sessions. And after he lost a point to his training partner, I was listening to the coach educate him on his ability to concentrate. And he said to Boris, he said, "Why did you lose that point?" And Boris said, "I don't know." He said, "Because seven volleys or 7 hits ago, you changed the angle of your racket to change the trajectory. And so now you changed the course of where it was going. You caused your own losing that point," which was actually true if you watched it. So choice reaction time matters in sport, and it matters in your ability to play e-games. And also because it helps with reducing selective attention, meaning distraction. You stay more focused on task. I'm trying to stay focused on the time task here, okay? So then I ponder, as a sport nutritionist that doesn't play video games, but knowing that there's money out there, and so therefore those people will seek good information, and therefore instead of letting them just believe whatever's in marketing, let's research it and let's see how we can help with good information. So one of the things I think about is you have to learn how to manipulate and support cognitive flexibility. if you're going to work with somebody that's going to be doing a sport or e-sport. And because that this term falls over to mental flexibility, set shifting, task switching, and all these things that you're more well versed in than I am. I'm a nutritionist, so, but playing sport and e-gaming overlap in many cognitive ways. So you have to be adept at being able to have cognitive flexibility as part of optimizing integrated brain function for sport, whether it's physical sport or it's video game sport. So with that, I believe there's some time for questions. If not, then we're good.
You got 60 seconds.
Oh, so one other quick plug is that, and I'm sure it was mentioned here, but if you also like sport and sport nutrition and physiology, biochemistry, applied work, also try to come attend the International Society of Sport Nutrition Conference in June. We support each other, whether Dr. Todd likes it or not. Thank you for your time. Yes. Yes, it's actually, it affects the same adenosine pathway as caffeine. Most definitely. Except the differential effect of caffeine is, as you know, when you're stimulating the adenosine receptors, you build up a tolerance over time because of negative feedback. That doesn't appear to happen with teacrine because its chemical formation is slightly different.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask. There's no crossover. You become tolerant to caffeine and coffee because you teacrine in theory and not have the same.
No, that's kind of it. I'm sorry. The question is, in a way, if I'm paraphrasing, if a person becomes habituated to the effects of caffeine, and research seems to point to that you do not habituate to the effects of teacrine, does it make sense to use teacrine when you're not any longer feeling the effects of caffeine? And interestingly enough, the newer research that I've been reading, doesn't mean it's right, just means what I've been reading, that is related to exercise performance, at least. I can't comment on the cognitive side. That shows that those people that are habituated still get a benefit of about 1 to 3% in their physical performance from caffeine. Whether that still maintains with habituated people for something cognitive, I'd have to look more into. Anybody want to fund that? We're more than happy to research grants at NOVA. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jose, for coming and answering some of the questions for our online audience. Dr. Jose Antonio, who I've done research with in the past, he's always doing research. If there's something you know about Jose, it's that he's very interested and always staying very active in his research, and that's something I respect a lot. And usually, I mean, most of your research has been around supplements and nutrition. Have there been any other things in research that you?
I've focused clearly on sports supplements and the traditional stuff: creatine, protein, amino acids, caffeine. Not really focusing on food and diet per se, because that's sort of the realm of a lot of clinical nutritionists focus on that. But if there's a supplement out there that could possibly enhance performance, that's what I'm interested in, to delve a little deeper into possible mechanisms, but also we like to give practical information. If it works, how much do you take? When do you take it? And who does it help? Because there are supplements out there, like for instance, people have heard of creatine and caffeine and beta-alanine. And some of those only work for specific sports or specific activities. So you have to be careful as to which ones you use.
And you know what, that's actually interesting. Before I get to these questions, I have another question for you. How do you know if you need that supplement? Is there a chance that I may be overdoing it by using supplementation?
Actually, it's an interesting question. Do you need the supplement? Because athletes, whether they're teenage athletes or competitive or just recreational athletes, will say, hey, what if I take X, Y, and Z? And my first question is always, well, what's your specific goal? So let's take the average person who wants to run a 5-kilometer road race on a weekend. And let's say they run it in 25 minutes and they want to go to 24 minutes. They're like, okay, I want to take a minute off. I'm like, okay, so that's a specific goal. Assuming your training is dialed in, then there are supplements like, for instance, we've heard a lot about caffeine. at this conference. Caffeine, it reduces your perception of pain, so that can help you run harder. It promotes the mobilization of free fatty acids, which might provide another fuel source. So that would be one that I would recommend for that particular person. But at the end of the day, you have to know what your specific goal is, because without that goal, in fact, here's what's funny. A lot of people don't really have a goal. They just say, hey, what can I take? I'm like, well, take for what? What do you want to do? And they're like, well, I just want to be better. I'm like, oh, better at what?
Yeah.
But that's like most people.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
No, I mean, you think about the supplement industry and how fast it's growing. And sometimes, as a clinician, I always think of, well, what's my baseline? Does this person need this? And one question I had for you is just, if, we're speaking in general, you're an athlete, you're working with high performance athletes, or people that are really enthusiastic about their training, whether that's like somebody like you who's up paddling miles a day or working out vigorously at the gym. What would you say some staple supplements tend to be?
Okay, the staple supplements, and there might be maybe 5, maybe half dozen. So I would start out with a basic protein powder, because most, especially large guys who just need to get protein, it's hard to eat that much. So getting a good basic protein powder, maybe made out of whey protein, would be number 1. Number 2, I actually think everyone should be taking creatine. I know most people think of it as a bodybuilding supplement, but as you've heard throughout the NeuroSports conference, there's a role for it in just in helping the brain. It could have a prophylactic action in terms of alleviating traumatic brain injury. So MMA, football, soccer, any of these contact sports that, somehow impact the head, creatine is helpful. Also, if you just want to gain lean body mass and strength, creatine is helpful. So protein, creatine, caffeine, but again, you got to use it wisely in terms of when you do it, pre-competition or pre-training. One that's a lot of people may not have heard of is beta-alanine. It is a non-essential amino acid that when beta-alanine combines with another amino acid called histidine, you produce a substance called carnosine, and carnosine is stored in skeletal muscle. And the beauty of carnosine is that it buffers acid. So when you exercise really hard, you build up a lot of acid, your muscles hurt. Probably the classic track event, and I don't know if you ran track, but if you did, the 400 and maybe the 800.
Yeah, those would be
super painful, and you produce a lot of acid. Beta-alanine would be sort of the classic one that would help that particular sport. So protein, creatine, caffeine, beta-alanine, and then maybe the 5th one would be fish oil. And fish oil really doesn't provide a performance benefit, but there's so many benefits in terms of health, and there's even some benefits in terms of cognition that I would put, because I don't know, are you a fish eater?
I have become more of a fish eater since I've been talking to you about just supplementation, and I've actually read some P&I, some psychoneural immunological research about the benefits of the omega-3s.
Yes, it's amazing, and in fact, one of the benefits, I think there's some data on when pregnant women take omega-3s, the brain of the child develops better. So even in utero, it helps. As an adult, it could decrease cardiovascular risk disease. So those 5 supplements, protein, creatine, caffeine, beta-alanine, and the omega-3 fats, I think everyone could take those.
Yeah, I think I'm doing pretty good. I think the one that I have not added to like a daily supplementation is the beta-alanine, but I'll look into that.
You know what? Because you do jujitsu.
Yeah.
And when you roll, you start producing acid. It might actually help with jujitsu. So.
I like it. I like anything that stops that lactic acid burn, because I mean that's the demotivating factor the next day.
I know, because you're like, oh man, I need something to buffer that. So yeah, I think those 5 would be great.
Okay, perfect. And then Doug was talking a lot about e-gamers.
Right.
So if there's I wanted to get some more insight about just the supplementation around e-gamers. Is this companies that are looking to target e-gamers as a potential new revenue source, or are e-gamers, just from your experience, I don't know how often you've worked with them, but do they seem interested in performance supplementation?
Let's just say e-gamers are sort of where most athletes were in the 70s. They really were unaware of sports supplementation, and really I guess it's kind of backwards. Companies are looking for a new demographic, and they're like, wow, there's all these guys, mostly guys and then some girls, who are literally in front of a screen hours a day, and that's sustained attention. That's cognition. So there are supplements that can help that. And so, yeah, they're looking at that demographic. But when you talk to sports nutritionists, like a year ago, I'm like, I don't know any e-gamers. Who are e-gamers? And, apparently there are like millions of e-gamers. I didn't know that.
I thought it was like everybody in college, I played on sports teams and we played a significant amount of hours a game. Playing games. Doug was saying, 2 to 3 hours. I'm like, oh yeah, that was me through most of college. A day.
Wow.
A day for sure. I played, once games went online, I would spend hours doing it. But
But you didn't call yourself an e-gamer.
No. I was just a guy,
you were just a guy who
video games with his friends.
Yeah. So I guess that's the difference. There are people who do it and this is what they do. You were doing it just to goof off.
That's true. Well, we got to get ready for the next session. So thank you for coming on and giving us some insight in nutrition and talking about some of those, daily staple supplements if you're trying to really use supplementation to increase your performance.
Awesome. Thank you, Julie.
Appreciate it.
Dr. Antonio, you set me up badly, by the way. This is the real last session. This is the beer session.
Man, you're the ninth inning.
We're the ninth inning, man, not you.
Seats, we have our last session of the day. Again, this is going to be a virtual session, but Dr. Menino is bringing his A game, so it's going to be a la Wendy Suzuki.
Right.
You saw Wendy's talk. It was
it? Yeah.
You can do it, Michael. I believe in you. So I'm going to leave it to Dr. Menino, who will now provide the session introduction and overview and go directly into his talk. The floor is yours, Dr. Menino.
Great. Thank you so much for having me. So this is the real ninth inning, the last session. So everybody's dying to get their beer on the beach. So hang in with us just for a little bit more and hope you guys enjoy our panel. But thanks for having me. Let me introduce, hold on for a second here. Let me introduce the panel and then I'll share my screen and then get to my talk. And then I'll introduce Dr. Chris Bertram, who we have here as well, and his talk as well. So yeah, this last panel is on mind-body approaches to exercise. In the literature, this frequently refers to exercise consisting of slower paced, lower impact, more interoceptive forms of movement, mindful movement, sometimes coordinated with the rhythm of the breath. But if we take a broader perspective, we can discuss the relationship between the mind and the body, if there is a distinction, which I'll get into a little bit, and even the nature of the mental and the physical, and how those ideas and theories can inform fitness, exercise, and wellness. So this is a very broad perspective, and it can include a lot of topics like in cognitive science, neuroscience, sports psychology, sports neuroscience, of course, and even altered states of consciousness, such as the flow state. So that's what Dr. Chris Bertram is going to be speaking about, which we'll hear about today later on. So let me introduce myself, and then I'll discuss my topic. Let me share my screen here. Hold on for a second. Okay. Yep. How's that? Good? Cool. Okay. Let me move this out of the way here. So yeah, just a little bit about myself. I am currently at University of Miami. I am director of programs at the Institute for Data Science and Computing. So dealing in a lot of data science, AI, machine learning applied to all kinds of different topics. Computational neuroscience is one of them. I did my PhD in computational neuroscience, cognitive computational neuroscience at Florida Atlantic University. So right down the road at the Center for Complex Systems and Brain Sciences. So I also have a background in philosophy and specializing in philosophy of mind and philosophy of consciousness and philosophy of cognitive science. And I studied under Stephen Bressler, Dr. Stephen Bressler, and the founder of the Center for Complex Systems and Brain Sciences, Dr. Scott Kelso, who, Scott Kelso and Bressler and others, and Kelso particularly, were the founders of this field called coordination dynamics. So one of my goals has been to develop a coordination dynamics model of fitness based on this idea of embodied cognition and embodied mind. I'm also a peak performance coach at the Flow Research Collective with Stephen Cutler and with Dr. Chris Bertram. So I'm also doing some research in flow science and the neurobiological mechanisms of flow states as well. So I have one slide on that'll hopefully segue nicely into Chris's talk. So let me go into my talk, and then I'll finish and I'll introduce Dr. Chris Bertram. Okay, so my talk is called The Moving Mind. And this is based on a little bit of a personal plug here, a TEDx talk that I did called The Moving Mind, towards an embodied cognitive approach to neuroscience. So, here we go here. So a little bit of an outline, what I'm going to talk about in this talk. The first half will be sort of theoretical, very broad perspective, conceptual, even philosophical perspective. And then I'll include some empirical evidence through the second half of the talk with some specific examples in mindful movement. I'll talk about embodied mind, some examples that cognition might be related to action. As I said, some empirical evidence about mindful movement. And then one really interesting recent study that came out on flow states and embodiment, the relationship between flow states and embodiment. Okay, so let's begin. So the question really here is what's the subject here is really what's the relationship between movement and the mind. We heard a lot this past weekend about description, what different kinds of exercise or exercise in general has the effect on X, Y, and Z on the brain. So it's a lot of descriptive accounts. We did get some explanatory accounts as well from Dr. Suzuki herself, and I think Dr. Collins spoke of some, and Dr. Gallup from an evolutionary psychological perspective. This is going to be another explanatory account to explain why should exercise change the structure and function of the brain? Why should movement have an effect on cognition? What's the relationship between the two from an embodied mind or embodied cognitive perspective? Now, I'm using those interchangeably. In the literature, there is some criteria that might distinguish between what's cognition being embodied versus consciousness being embodied versus mind being embodied. But I'm going to use them synonymously and interchangeably for now. Okay, next slide. So let's ask the question, what is the mind? And this actually is maybe a little bit of an incorrect way to frame this. It's more of what the mind does, not what the mind is, I think, from a very philosophical point of view. Having said that, though, I'll define it with an is. So the mind is, according to research from my perspective, is a self-organizing, emergent, embodied, dynamical process that happens because of movement. So let me flesh out a little bit of these concepts: self-organization, emergence, dynamical systems, and then we'll talk about embodiment. So just a very, very high level bird's eye view of these concepts, which are very relevant in the field of coordination dynamics, and therefore I think in exercise as well. So when we think of self-organization, think about a hurricane. A hurricane is not organized from the top down. It's not organized by design. It's not organized by some sort of agency or agent. It's a self-organized thing when the atmospheric conditions are just right, combined with other forces like Coriolis forces and gravity and whatnot. When all of those things integrate and combine in the right way, you get a hurricane. So it's a self-organizing thing. The brain also works like that. The brain and the mind is not organized by the top down. There's no sort of like orchestrator, like a conductor, divvying up different parts of the orchestra to play different parts to come together. Rather, it's more like a jazz quartet. The brain is more like a jazz improvisation, a self-organized jazz improvisation, rather than sort of like a symphony with a conductor. So that's the way to think about self-organizing systems. Emergence, very related to that. Emergent properties, and you see here in this diagram I have, this image I have here on these starlings. This is the phenomenon which you may have heard of called murmuration. So emergent properties are properties of the entire complex system, not just of one component in the system. Each of these starlings are following local rules. For example, don't fly so close to me, I won't fly so close to you. If you turn this way, I'll turn that way. And with those local rules interacting in a complex system, you get these emergent properties, like these waves, which can actually have evolutionary purpose. They can send messages of danger 0.5 kilometer long, for example. These are emergent properties. The mind is like that. Lastly, a dynamical system. So the brain is a dynamical system, as is the mind. And neurons are dynamical systems. That's how I studied neurons and how I studied the brain, from a dynamical systems perspective. what is a dynamical system? It's just it's a well-formed rule that describes and explains and makes predictions about how a system evolves throughout time. Systems can go through phase transitions, like the hurricane, right? It's a tropical storm, and then you increase this parameter, let's say the temperature of the sea, and all of a sudden you get a sudden phase transition into a well-formed, structured, organized hurricane. Neurons work the same way, essentially, and you can use the same mathematics. In fact, Hodgkin and Huxley won the Nobel Prize for describing neurons with dynamical systems, because you can actually make predictions about what action potentials will look like, if that makes sense, hopefully. Neurons are dynamical systems because one of the things is how it changes, the rate at how system changes is dependent or a function of its current state. So what about embodiment? What about embodied mind? So what is embodied mind? There's a lot of theories out there. There's a lot of models out there to try and describe, explain, and make predictions about what embodiment really is. But overall, to say that the mind is embodied means to say that the mind arises due to the interactions and coupling between the body and the world. So this is the idea that cognition, the mind, involves just more than the brain. And this embodiment thesis, this is from Wilson and Folio, 2015, just many features of our cognition. And when I say cognition, I mean cognitive processes like attention, perception, language, decision-making, metacognition, these kinds of cognitive processes and emotional processes are embodied in that they are deeply dependent upon characteristics of the physical body of an agent, such that the agents beyond the brain body plays a significant causal role or a constitutive role in that agent's cognitive processing. So that's what an overall capture. I would highly recommend, I actually have a book here. I didn't get it ready, but I have it handy. This book called The Embodied Mind by Francisco Varela was one of the first theories called enactivism. This is an excellent book in cognitive science. Okay, and a couple of the things to say about embodied mind, really from a very philosophical, conceptual level, there's no distinction between the mind and the body. So actually what Dr. Douglas was just talking about previous was very interesting, and I heard a couple other references or notions to this. By the way, there's chess boxing too. Doug, you made a reference to boxing and then chess as well. But chess, of course, is an intellectual activity, no intellectual sport. But there's no distinction in embodied mind between the mental and the physical. The mind is the body. Attention or learning or decision making when you're playing chess involves the body in some way, shape, or form. And also social cognition. So understanding that other people have mental states, desires, wishes. That's called so-called theory of mind, which the default mode network is involved in. Social cognition is embodied too through something called interoception. Okay, which is a perfect segue into my next slide, that cognition is grounded in action. So this is one of my favorite neuroscientists, Antonio Damasio, who had this somatic marker hypothesis. And he said there's no such thing as a disembodied mind. The mind is implanted in the brain, and the brain is implanted in the body. And I would add the body moves around and interacts physically with an external environment. Antonio Damasio is well known for his research in emotion and cognition. He wrote a great book called Descartes' Error, among many others. And in his somatic marker hypothesis, he actually has found that interoception, which I just mentioned before, being able to pay attention to what's going on inside your body, like thirst, tense muscles, hunger, an itch, sexual arousal, and so on and so forth. People with higher levels of interoceptive sensitivity and accuracy are actually better decision making and performing cost-benefit analyses in the lab with the Wisconsin's card sorting task. So that's very interesting. And that's because of the gut-brain axis. That's because of the body-brain axis through, among other things, the vagus nerve. Aldous Huxley, excuse me, said consciousness is only possible through change, and change is only possible through movement. What my work is trying to do is extend this into the realm of fitness and exercise. So another example that cognition is grounded in action. I'm trying to pay attention how much time I have here. Is Esther Thielen's work, who used nonlinear dynamical systems and chaos theory actually to study babies' movements and how babies come to. She used like dynamical systems to describe and explain and predict how babies reach for things, how they coordinate their movements to reach for things, and how that in turn produces cognition or augments or amplifies different cognitive processes. Very, very well-known, famous work if you haven't heard of her. She said the mind simply does not exist as something decoupled from the body and experience. Another less well-known example of this, which I wanted to bring up, is also, this is back in the 80s as well, is Carolyn Rove-Collier's work, she was at Brown University, and she looked at this experiment called the mobile conjugate experiment, in which she attached, if you can see my mouse here, my pointer, a ribbon to the baby's spontaneous kicking ankle to a mobile above the baby. So if in the phase 1, it was detached, and phase 2, it was then attached, and then in phase 3, it was then detached. And she was studying infant memory, how well the babies remembered that when it was attached, she saw a threefold increase in the spontaneous kicking. So the kicking it went from spontaneous to intentional because there's a positive feedback loop, and the baby, of course, realizes, oh, it's me making these movements in the mobile. I'm having fun, so I'm going to kick even more. She was studying how the memory attenuated with different age groups over time from this. So yeah, the idea here is that the movement comes first, and I actually meant to put this in the next slide. So let me tell you about the next slide first, and then I'll tell you about this phrase that I put on: movement first, mind second. Dr. Kelso at the Center for Complex Systems and Brain Sciences, and Dr. Fuchs, who recently passed away, replicated Rove-Collier's work, empirical work, with a dynamical system model. And I just put these 3 equations here, don't get scared, but this first equation represents the oscillations of the baby's kicking. This second equation represents the oscillations, if you will, of the mobile moving. And this third equation represents the relation or the coupling, the functional coupling between the two. And using this equation with dynamical systems, they were actually able to reproduce the empirical results, giving an explanatory account. And they interpreted these results as a phase transition happening in the brain from the spontaneous kicking to the intentional kicking, which is a cognitive process, let's just say. For the sake of argument, that's a crude way to put it, but the idea is, because of the relationship of movement to the body to the world, movement first, cognition second. Movement first, mind second. And I think maybe Dr. Gallup would agree from an evolutionary perspective as well. Okay, another example. And I think this is my final example here for this section, that cognition is grounded in action. This is a very recent study, I think 2020 or 2019 here, from Michael Halas's work out of MIT. And this was an attention, so a cognitive process of attention. And the idea from his work is that attention is not a spotlight. The brain does not pay attention out in the external world or the internal world by putting a spotlight on what it wants to pay attention to. Rather, what happens, the brain actually uses a filter. So it filters out information. And of course, we know, a lot of you know, that the thalamus and the thalamic reticular nucleus is involved in this. What he found, interestingly enough, is that, and this diagram is from an excellent article in Quantum Magazine on this particular paper, which did get quite a bit of press because of its unique finding, which is that when different stimuli come in from the different sensory modalities, in this case, visual stimulus and auditory stimulus, the thalamus, of course, relays that information to the other cortical structures, like the prefrontal cortex, which then inhibits the thalamus. So they knew this previously, that the prefrontal cortex inhibits the thalamic reticular nucleus, allowing other information to pass through, which is more important. But they did not have this large-scale cortical and subcortical network fully elucidated. What they found very recently, and this study was actually on mice, that it was through the basal ganglia that the prefrontal cortex there's a prefrontal cortex, basal ganglia, thalamic reticular nucleus pathway by which information is inhibited. So the basal ganglia is of course involved in motor movements, among other things as well, which we're now finding out, which is also part of this whole thing, that the cognitive areas of the brain, which are cortical areas and subcortical areas of the brain, but cognitive areas of the brain and motor areas of the brain are not so distinct in terms of the networks that they form and the dynamics that they form. So that's, I think modern neuroscience is coming to that realization. And this is an empirical example of that. Oh yeah, I just wanted to put this. So this may lead to a hypothesis that something like sensory gating could be correlated with certain forms of exercise. So that's a hypothesis that I've been thinking about quite a bit lately. Perhaps using an ERP, which is an event-related potential in EEG studies. The P50 has been normally associated with sensory gating, which has been associated with creativity as well. So there may be, and I think there's very preliminary work on this, but there may be a correlation between sensory gating and certain various forms of exercise, and maybe that could be elucidated by looking at this P50 ERP. Another study that just came out last week, which some of you may have seen, I just came across this 2 days ago, so I had to throw it in my presentation. A study shows that, this is out of University of Tokyo, that there was stronger brain activity after writing on paper than on a tablet or a smartphone. So this is the first study of its kind to actually look at this from this perspective. They actually found also that there was faster and better note-taking in the group that used when they were recalling how to put a schedule on a calendar for writing on paper than on a smartphone or tablet. There's more complexity, there's more spatial and tactile information, the authors explain this with. And there were more brain activity when they were recalling that information in those spatial areas of the brain, like, for example, the hippocampus. So this may not be a direct evidence of this notion of embodied cognition or embodied mind, but I think it could be interpreted as such. Okay, let's move on to the last section of my talk, which is on mindful movement. And I wanted to particularly talk about, because this is my interest as an athlete, I am as an amateur athlete, I do a lot of functional movement, yoga, and mindful movement as well, as part of my embodied fitness program. Just a personal plug there. I'm going to tell you a couple studies about yoga and Tai Chi as well. So we now know that a lot of different modalities of mindful movement have differential effects on the brain, structure and function of the brain, and the dynamics of networks, for example. That's being well studied now. I'll just give you a couple here. This study was back in 2018, and it showed that yoga practitioners, as compared to recreational athletes, non-yoga practitioners, but recreational athletes, uniquely activate the superior parietal lobe and the supramarginal gyrus during emotional regulation. So in this study, they actually used emotionally evoked stimuli, like from difficult movies to watch, for example, like Schindler's List or I Am Sam, I think they actually used. They also found that the ratio of heart rate variability, which is normal, it's a little controversial, but the ratio of low frequency to high frequency heart rate variability can be used as a measure for parasympathetic response, as tied or correlated to different cognitive processes like attention as well. So this was a very interesting study showing that yoga has an effect on, and these studies are very preliminary. There's a lot of ways to interpret the results, and we have to be cautious interpreting the results because of the sample sizes and so on and so forth. But the work here is promising. Another study showed that differences in brain structure and function among yoga practitioners and controls. This study, long-term yoga practice is associated with differences in structure and function of the brain areas and the networks involved in executive functioning, working memory, attention, and concentration as well. So let's look at just a couple of Tai Chi studies here. There's just three that I want to show you as empirical examples. This study looked at resting state functional MRI. They looked at functional connectivity, so how brain areas are talking to one another as a measure of correlation or coherence in the frequency domain, correlation in the time domain. Even though they might not be anatomically, structurally connected, they're still functionally connected. There's different kinds of brain connectivity. They use functional connectivity in this study. And they showed that it optimizes the functional organization of intrinsic human brain architecture in older adults. So there was better functional homogeneity and integration in sensory motor related cortices. This other study down here on the bottom looked at older women, and they used resting state fMRI2. Then to elucidate the structure, the anatomical connections of that networks, they used DTI, diffusion tensor imaging, and then graph theoretic approaches. And they found other small world networks in Tai Chi as opposed to just walking, which was the other group in this study. So regular Tai Chi training is more conducive to optimize the brain functioning and networking of the elderly. The last study, which is more related to this notion of embodiment or embodied cognition, has to do with the rubber hand illusion. They found a bunch of results from this study. The only one I wanted to tell you was expert Tai Chi practitioners were less susceptible to the rubber hand, and this is an interoceptive movement. Expert Tai Chi practitioners were less susceptible to the rubber hand illusion than the novice Tai Chi practitioners. I don't have time to really go into what the rubber hand illusion is. It's a classic experiment, which is now being debated, but behaviorally, psychologically, physiologically, and even now neurobiologically, there are changes in the brain when people experience this rubber hand illusion. But it relates to this notion of embodied cognition because the brain makes a body model, and sometimes it doesn't get that model right. And so it's easily to sort of fool that body model. Obviously, things like somatoparaphrenia, when someone loses a limb, there's phantom limb pain, and people actually sometimes in somatoparaphrenia feel like their limb doesn't belong to them. Okay, the last study I wanted to mention, coming up on my time here, was a really interesting study out of a group in Spain at University of Barcelona called the Complex Systems in Sport. So they're applying methodologies of coordination dynamics and complex systems to sports. And they have this study that came out, I think, just in 2019, as flow is an embodied state, not really a cognitive state or a mental state, but an embodied state. And they're using this notion of informed awareness for expert slackline and novice slackline walkers. This study was actually really cool because they tried to tie the state of flow to an empirical measure of accelerometry. So they used accelerometers, and they did some very sophisticated time series analysis on these expert slackline walkers, and they extend this perception action cycle to the environment. And what they found was informed awareness. So let me define informed awareness first. It's the information about yourself, like interoception, proprioception, where you are, but in relation to the environment and in relation to environmental information. And really interestingly, they found that they correlated with subjective self-reporting assessments and flow scales, that the changes in body slackline coupling, so between the body and the environment, the body environmental dynamics, regulated the flow experience. So when they were in a flow state, and this also correlated with patterns they found in the time series from the accelerometer. So that was I thought a very fascinating study, and it's the idea that flow has one of the main flow triggers, which I think Chris might allude to, is deep embodiment. So this is very interesting, and possibly another empirical example of this theoretical framework called embodied cognition or embodied mind. So to sum up, can embodied mind explain results from and inform modern neurosports? I think the answer to that question is yes, and I think we should probably tailor our thinking from an embodied perspective. If there is no distinction between the mental and the physical, that is attention, decision-making, all these kinds of things are just physical processes in relation to an environment. If the mind just is the body, how can this framework affect research paradigms, interpretations of empirical results that we've all heard about this weekend, and possibly even training protocols? Again, movement comes first, mind or cognition comes second. And what this looks like in the context of exercise and fitness is becoming some of my work, I don't, I would like to make a call for an embodied NeuroSports. So I think that we might want to start looking at the results from all of these studies at the intersection of neurobiology and exercise from an embodied perspective. That might have a lot to do with how we train, how we translate that science into practical application, and so on. So that's my talk. Hope you enjoyed it, and thank you very much. All right. So I am going to stop sharing my screen here, and I hope that was time. Okay, sorry about that. So let me introduce Dr. Chris Bertram, who's our next speaker on this panel. Dr. Bertram, an amazing background. I've been working with him for a couple of years now at the Flow Research Collective. He is director, among many things. He's director of applied neuroscience at Exos, which I'm sure you're all aware of. That organization, an amazing organization. He's associate professor of the University of Fraser Valley up in Canada. He specializes, I'm not going to read his entire bio here, it's long. He specializes in creating environments that are designed to maximize learning and build resilience and optimize performance. He spent 10 years as the director of the Human Performance Center at UFV, University of Fraser Valley. He has a role of the skill acquisition lead and flow coach with Canada Snowboard. He's coached elite snowboarders, elite golfers who've recently won major tournaments in flow and peak performance and how to optimize performance. He works regularly with Canada's national slopestyle and big air athletes, coaches on strategies for optimizing and learning performance by tapping into flow state. He's also a peak performance coach with me at the Flow Research Collective. Just an amazing gentleman, super knowledgeable, and he has a recent chapter that was published on mental fatigue and its relation to the flow state. So I didn't really talk about the flow state. I'll let him do that. But it's enormously important and a very recent field for sports neuroscience, I think. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Dr. Bertram. Thank you so much for being on the panel. And go ahead.
Thanks, Michael. Am I showing up? Can you see me okay?
Yes, got you.
Great. I think my name here is Michael, so I get to pretend I'm you. So if this goes really poorly, I'm Michael. If it goes well, I'm Chris. Thanks for that intro. And yeah, this is great. I mean, when you invited me to come speak at this conference, I was really excited. By the way, I'm disappointed that I'm not actually down in Florida. It's a bit of a rainy, dreary day here up in the Vancouver area. So I heard you talking about it's just about quitting time down there. It's just a little after midday here. So we're not quite ready for beers on the beach, but hey, we'll see. Maybe I'll join you remotely afterwards. But yeah, this is really cool. And the reason I find it so exciting is, for years, the types of conferences I attend are really in the motor learning, motor control world. Spent many times, you mentioned Scott Kelso. We used to attend the same conferences for many years. But my real interest, obviously I'm an academic first and foremost and teach and do research, but about 15 years ago, I started sort of taking steps out of the research lab and getting into what I like to think of as a living laboratory, because I'm interested, as Michael said, in studying learning and how we can design environments and conditions to optimize that process. Because athletes really have their stakeholders in that. They want to get better faster than everybody else. So what can we do to get people to the point of the peak of their trajectory and learning faster, right? This is what really gets me interested. And so along the way, I've had the opportunity to work with some really cool athletes. I still do. And the thing that really got me excited probably about 9 or 10 years ago was this idea of flow state. And everybody thinks of flow state as that expression of performance, right? It's that thing that emerges, one of those emergent properties of being all around a bunch of really interesting triggers. And it seems to appear, it was always sort of like the magic that happened, occasionally and unexpectedly, and it was fleeting and we didn't know what it was. And we certainly didn't think there was much we could do to trigger that with any intention, right? But then some papers started coming out where they were using certain types of interventions to help people push some of those buttons, right? Or pull on some of those levers that could help us bring about some of the characteristics of a flow state with some intention. And when they were doing this, they were showing these really ramped up rates of learning. And that was my entry point into this world from a learning perspective. And of course, you know, ultimately, again, especially with athletes, it's not just about learning faster, it's about performing under pressure at a high level too, right? So it doesn't, again, this is one of the reasons why I stepped away from the lab, not stepped away, but started working outside of the lab too, because, you know, so many times you see those results happen, especially in the learning world. They happen nicely in the controlled environment of the research lab, but in the real world where there are stakes and pressure, a lot of those, you know, effects that you see in retention tests aren't showing up and transferring into the real world. And so when we start optimizing for flow in the learning environment, lo and behold, those strategies tend to help us show up and perform and, you know, allow those skills to emerge from us, even under conditions of pressure. So that was sort of my entry into this. And, you know, Michael mentioned that this chapter that I worked on. It's funny that I started working on this pre-COVID, this idea of mental fatigue and what that's all about and how it affects athletes and everyone else, and how in many ways, as I'll talk about, the mechanisms that seem to show up that lead to mental fatigue and the adverse effects from a performance standpoint that result from mental fatigue are in many cases the opposite of what seems to be happening in flow. So they're almost like opposite ends of the spectrum. You've got flow down here and you've got mental fatigue, you know, somewhere else. And you know, the opposite things are happening internally in many, many cases, which is really interesting. So I want to talk about this a little bit. And maybe I'll start just by introducing the idea of mental fatigue generally, because I think most people are very familiar with the idea of physical fatigue and how that shows up in the body, right? You know, we get short of breath, our muscles aren't working as well, maybe they're getting tired, and we feel the burn, right? That's what happens when we're physically fatigued, at least in the acute, right? And over time, that can show up in other ways, obviously. But mental fatigue is this different thing. I don't think people really understand. I don't think people really even believe in, right? Like we're almost trained to think we can just push through anything. And, you know, is it just the feeling of being tired or not fully in a wakeful state? Well, it's not. It's a very different phenomenon, right? And so how mental fatigue shows up can be really interesting. And some of these might surprise you and some of them might not. The things that probably aren't surprising, there's under conditions of mental fatigue. And by the way, the way this works methodologically in the research lab, this is not the work I do. This is a summary of work that goes on in other places here. But usually what they do is they promote this mental fatigue state by maybe having you do 90 minutes of really intense cognitive work, arithmetic, that sort of thing, and then follow that up with some other type of a task and see what the effect is relative to controls. And you see things, again, these probably aren't surprising, but you see, you know, in conditions of mental fatigue, you see reaction time go down, like your ability to process information and get that movement started really takes a hit. Decision-making takes a big hit, right? So these are the kinds of things that people talk about when you see car accidents going up under sort of mentally fatigued after long drives, right? You see decision-making and reaction time be impaired, and those are linked in many cases to driver errors as an example. And so maybe those aren't the most surprising. Our brain is tired and it stops working as well. But the really cool stuff that has been coming out lately, and this is largely driven by Samuel Marcora and his work at the University of Bologna in Italy. They're studying the effect of mental fatigue on physical performance. And this is where I think it gets interesting for the people that are stakeholders in this type of a meeting, right? So what happens in the work, again, the methodology looks very similar. You send some people through 90 minutes of intense, grueling cognitive work. And then what they do is they put them on a treadmill or on a stationary, some sort of a bike, and have them pedal to exhaustion. And what happens is the group that has been mentally fatigued in advance of getting on the bike, in this case, tend to tap out about 18% earlier than the control groups do. And the really interesting thing here is that when they look at all the physiological measures like musculoenergetic cost or lactic acid or cardiovascular output and strain, none of those things are different between the two groups. The measure that changes is rate of perceived exertion. So the work isn't any harder physically, but it feels harder and we quit earlier. So mental fatigue shows up not just in your ability to think quickly and make good decisions, but it actually will cause you in many cases to give up earlier, and especially true in endurance type of activities, right? So you're seeing 18, like almost a fifth of the time, quitting earlier. And in real time, it's like a minute and a half. Like that's what the numbers actually look at like. So that's a significant problem, right? So with that being the case, right, especially in times where, you know, everybody's feeling like they're needing to do more, this shows up for athletes, especially as you get higher up, you know, the fatigue, the mental, you know, the external forces that are drawing upon our mental resources can have a very real and profound effect on our ability to get the most out of our physical selves. So that's what mental fatigue is all about. And then, you know, I said that, you know, sort of the opposite of that is this thing called flow state. And I'm just going to give sort of a quick overview here of what we know about flow state. And then I'm going to talk about some strategies that we use to actually help athletes sort of induce some of the preconditions of flow. So first of all, just in terms of what flow state is, I will say that number one, there is not at this particular time an all-inclusive one study you could point to that would say this is all of the things that happen when we get into a flow state. It's very much a circumstantial case, but to me and to many others, this is a very compelling circumstantial case. So what tends to happen, these are the things that are fairly well established. When people get into a flow state, three things happen that are very interesting. Number one, a lot of those prefrontal areas of the brain start to deactivate. This comes from work from Charles Lim and Alan Braun looking at improv jazz musicians in fMRI. Michael talked about improv jazz as a kind of organizational, you know, metaphor for what's happening in the brain. This is actual real jazz musicians in fMRI, and they compared what happens in the brain when they're playing a memorized piece of music versus when they're improvising. And there are very different activation and deactivation patterns, especially across the frontal lobe areas in some really interesting places. And what they find is, you know, as they start to improvise and they start to report more of these flow-like experiences, parts of the frontal cortex start to go offline. And it's very much believed that that shutting down of the frontal lobes are part of what people report when they're in these flow experiences, right? Like the alteration of time passing very quickly or very slowly in some cases, the sense of self sort of merging, that feeling of connection, right? You know, Michael talked about slackliners really feeling connected to that line and connected to the environment. A lot of that has to do with part of the default mode network starting to shut down when flow state comes around, which is really, really interesting. So you get these anatomical changes happening in flow, but you also get some interesting changes in the electrophysiology of what's happening across the brain. So if you look in EEG studies here now, you look at what happens, first of all, in cases of mental fatigue, you see a lot of beta activity, elevated beta activity. When if you're not familiar with this sort of work, beta waves coming out of the brain are sort of on the 20 to 30 hertz cycle or frequency. It's very much associated with conscious attention, right? If we're all focused in and paying attention here, we've got a lot of beta activity in the brain. And as we get more excited or stressed, those can get going up even faster, right, into the 30 hertz range. One of the things we know about, like athletes, for example, when athletes are doing their thing and they're getting into their activity and you look at what's happening in the EEG readings, is they oftentimes start moving down out of beta and into this interesting alpha theta range, which is around like 8 to 12 hertz. So when an athlete is doing their thing and they really start clicking and getting into what they're reporting as a flow type experience with their work, alpha theta waves start to emerge from the brain. So there's changes in the electrophysiology that are going on. And then of course there's multiple and broad changes happening in the neurochemical profile of what tends to show up in a flow state too. So you see, epinephrine, you see dopamine and serotonin and some really other interesting molecules showing up in this cocktail that shows up during a flow state. Now, the reason that I bring all of that up is that understanding some of those mechanisms now really are providing us a unique opportunity, right? We understand these mechanisms of this thing called hypofrontality, which is the shutting down of certain parts of the frontal lobes. We understand these changes in the electrophysiology, and we understand some of these neurochemical changes. Well, if we understand that mechanism, what we also know is that there are other ways that we can tap into those mechanisms, and we can use them strategically to either help us to overcome mental fatigue in real time or help avert it, over time. You can use it as a priming tool to help drive the learning process. Again, we're trying, like in my work, working with national snowboarders, we're trying to get better than everybody else. And we have limited amount of training days. We want to get the most out of those days. So when we show up, we're doing a lot of priming work to try to elicit some of these front end flow triggers so that we can get more out of the time that we have, and then ultimately use that to our advantage when we show up at the Olympics, right? So I'm going to show you a couple of these tools and strategies that we use here real quick. Michael, how much time do I actually have here? I know that we're at 12:54. I just want to gauge what's the hard stop. You got a couple minutes.
A couple minutes. Yeah.
Brent, yeah, you can actually change your name too. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can.
Yeah, so you can change your name if you want yourself. It doesn't matter now because we all know you as Michael. I know Chris isn't talking, so technically you can take some of his time.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Brent is not talking. Okay, so can you see that all right? Michael, is that clear? Everyone can see this?
Yes.
Cool. So some of the approaches that, again, I talk about these in the chapter in Essentials of Sports Science that just came out last month. It's a really good resource if you want to check it out. But I talk about these in case you want to read up on them a little bit more. So one of the tools that we can use, I said that when flow state comes around, you see this change from, high waking beta state into this more alpha theta range. Well, what we're doing is using some neurofeedback tools to help train how, sort of in a top-down way, to change the actual output, the electrophysiological output of the brain in real time. So what you can see here, this is one of our national team snowboarders. This is my hand here. I'm a little bit off camera. And I'm holding this drone helicopter. And this guy is wearing a single channel electrode. And I'm watching in real time what's happening. And we've done a little bit of an activity here. He had a bit of a rough go in a recent event. So we were talking about that, talking about how he fell, kind of hurt himself a little bit. And I could see his brain was pretty active. It was in high beta. But what we get him to do is visualize. So I tell him to picture a time where he's just felt like he's been fully switched on and everything's clicking and he felt very much in flow. And the strategy here is to close your eyes and picture that moment, right? But don't just picture it, like don't just use your mind's eye, but remember what the snow felt like under your board. Remember what the sound of the air felt like and what that visceral kind of experience was as you were going through that. And as he does this, what happens here is this drone helicopter starts to fly. So that thing is geared and programmed to fly only when he shifts his brain's output from these beta waves into this very tight frequency that we know is correlated very strongly with flow state. And so what this shows is that as a strategy, even using visualization, you can, in a top-down way, direct the output of your mind. It's very powerful for people. And I mean, neurofeedback is not a new concept necessarily. We use fun technology like this because it sort of grabs the attention of athletes and they think it's really cool. And they feel like Jedi when they're flying drones around the room. But the point is that they're learning to self-regulate. They're learning that they have control over the output of their brain. So if, let's say in those mental fatigue studies, right, where you start to see all that beta activity starting to show up, you can in real time start to change that output and push back against what's happening there, which is a really, really interesting tool. It's a good training tool, but it's also a real-time strategy that you can employ if you're starting to feel like you're going to quit. So that's just one example. Another really interesting thing we do as a priming tool. So this is actually us getting ready to hit, a training day. It's a beautiful day. It's up in Whistler, BC. And we do some priming activities that are geared specifically to drive some vestibular activation. And when we do this, there's a really interesting connection between your vestibular inner ear balancing work and your dopamine neurons in your brain. And when you start challenging people's, expectations around gravity using these sort of, versions of trust falls, you get, and there's other research that we can draw upon here that shows you can get a really nice release of dopamine in the brain. And one of the reasons why, for example, again, back to those mental fatigue studies, one of the reasons we think that people are quitting is you see this elevation of beta waves, but you also see the increase in certain neurons in the brain that suppress dopamine release. So it's like what happens there is we're getting the motivation, the reward system is shutting down under conditions of mental fatigue. But we also want to use that because we know dopamine is one of the prime drivers of flow. So when we're in, warm-up mode here, getting ready to go hit a training day, again, we use this as a priming tool to help us get some of this more advantageous neurochemistry going. So this is just another example of this. I'll have, we're standing outside, we've got these big, beautiful, rich environments, and we've got these rails that we're about to go and ride. So I get them up there, challenging their balance a little bit. Again, activating some of this vestibular activity so that we can, again, get more of these neurochemicals. And the whole process is designed around how many of these flow triggers that Michael talked about we can activate and start stacking up before we actually go and do the work of learning. So that's a little bit of what it looks like in the snowboard world. For me, what this looks like before I show up here to do this talk, I've got things like this laying around my office, these rev boards. I want to show up here and make sure that I'm performing my version of whatever the snowboard world is when I show up to give a presentation. So just before I got on here, I'm standing behind here doing some of this work to try to drive some dopamine into my system, to drive some alertness into my system so that I can show up and, hopefully be a best version of myself when it comes to this. So I see we're right at the top of the hour now, so I will stop there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay. So much, and I can show you everybody. Give another round of applause. I should have done that before. I just thought about it.
Yeah.
So, thank you guys so much, and you were just the best finale that we could have hoped for. I'm super. I don't know if I'm biased, but I'm super interested. I feel like the ideas that you guys talked about is really just the perfect fusion of neuroscience and exercise science. So thank you so much, and hopefully we'll see you in person in 2022. No plague.
Let's go. I'll be there.
Let's go.
Me too.
Right, thank you. Thanks, Michael.
Thanks, Jamie. Thank
Bye,
you,
buddy.
Dr. Tartar.
All right, see ya. I know you guys want to hear more, but that's actually the formal ending of our conference this year. I really can't thank you enough. I know this year has been so weird for all of us, and I appreciate it so much that you were willing to come in person. We did have our safety lights, and I know a lot of us have been vaccinated, so I feel pretty good about the safety measures that we've taken. And I just want to really thank all the speakers. I want to thank all the super friends who have been here. We're hoping that we can make this a truly in-person event in 2022, but we couldn't do this without all of you and all of your support and all the amazing work that you guys do to help make this sort of an academic space where neuroscience and exercise science can truly come together and make some of those mind-body connections. We had a lot of support from the College of Psychology at Nova Southeastern University, and I thank them so much for letting us their webinar format. And as the second annual conference, I'm really excited about the things to come. So again, from the bottom of my heart and from the bottom of the NeuroSports heart, thank you for being such great supporters. Thank you to Eric and our helpers out front. Again, you guys are amazing, and I just hope to make this a bigger and better conference next year. So please stay tuned. We may have it at this hotel, but we have some new friends that might help us make it even larger. So thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Webb. Wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, we're drink tickets. I gave them all away. Thank you to our virtual friends as well. You guys just are best thing that ever happened to us. And we'll hope to see everybody in person next year. Michael, you're in person next year.
For sure. I'm so sorry I couldn't be there, Dr. Tartar. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, no, I think this is just amazing. Thank you guys so much.